Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting today. Call this meeting to order at approximately, where's the time? 9:02. It says 8:58 over here, but 9:02. We'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Getzelman, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, we will go ahead and do roll call.
Commissioner Shaw? Here. Commissioner Getzelman?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal is absent today. Commissioner Monsalve?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels? Here. Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
And Commissioner Gomez is absent also. Chair, Vice Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And with that, can you give us the process if somebody wants to call in terms of comments? And we will be having like a 3-minute time limit because of the number of the people that may want to speak. So with that, can you give us a process how people might be able to either participate through Zoom or through sending emails or through a phone? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. To participate during public comment on the Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening the reactions at the bottom of your screen and by clicking on the raise hand icon. On a mobile or landline, you can raise and lower your hand by pressing *9. Another way you can participate is by sending an email to pchearingcomments@co.monterey.ca.us. This email address can also be found on the agenda for today's meeting. Staff are monitoring that email in real time, so if you have a question, comment, or a document, staff will do our best to respond in real time during the meeting. This does not guarantee it will be done once the meeting has begun. Members of the public who wish to comment will be granted permission by the meeting clerk to unmute themselves during the public comment section of each agenda item once the chairperson acknowledges them to speak. We do ask that you keep yourself muted unless you are presenting. To mute yourself on the Zoom platform, there is a mute button at the bottom of the screen that looks like a microphone. To mute or unmute yourself on a mobile or landline, please press *6.
Thank you. And for the record, Commissioner Gomez has joined the commission. Thank you. Then we move on to public comments, and this is a time where set aside for the public to comment on a matter that is not on the agenda. Again, a matter that is not on the agenda.
Good morning. My name is Tom Rowley. I'm the president of the Fisherman Flats Homeowners and Residents Association in the city of Monterey. Our neighborhood includes Foothill School, which is now closed, but is a charter school. We are directly next to Tarpey Flats, which is proposed for 10,000 units of new housing. I wanted to introduce myself because I have never been contacted yet by anybody on the county staff concerning the proposals that are up today.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this particular time is for items that are not in the agenda.
Yes, I'm introducing myself as who I am, okay? And the fact that I have not been communicated with at all about the issue that's the main thing this morning. I'm talking about communications, and I have talked individually to Kate Daniels in individual meetings, but other than that, I have never been officially contacted, and I have been the president for numerous years. I've served on county committees with Mr. Spencer years ago, so it's not like I'm an unknown quantity. I live in the city of Monterey, and I directly abut. I'm telling you where I am. I'm identifying who I am, so when I get up later to speak, I don't have to explain who I am. We are a neighborhood of 153 houses, 3 senior citizen units. We include 48 units at Monterey Woods, which is a planned unit development. So we are approximately 200 units of housing that directly abut a situation that's coming up later today. So that tells you where I am, where I'm from, and again, I hope to participate. I've been out of town. I was in Hawaii for 3 weeks, so I was unable to participate earlier. So I'm looking forward to hearing the update this morning and to make any comments that are appropriate. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else that is wanting to speak again, an item that is set aside for the public? Different.
Yes, good morning. My name is Malcolm Mejia. I'd like to just speak on your communication strategy, your decision-making strategies, and the way it is that these strategies can negatively impact the community. This gentleman right here just stated the fact that his community is not being reached out to. He stated the fact that he's somebody that's important within the community and nobody's talked to him about this development. This is the same thing that happened with Montebella HOA. So there's a couple of things. One is that if key members of the community are telling you that they're uninformed, there's a real problem. I just want to state the fact that it was a problem for us because we were not communicated to. And sir, I want to let you know there's a couple of things that you need to pay attention to. One is the 9 a.m. meeting, which excludes the community from participating in the discussion. It makes it seem as if your community doesn't care while they're working and paying and developing the money that they need to pay for their taxes. 2 is the fact that when they do make decisions, there's an appeal process. This appeal process is not advertised. So they'll make a decision, tell you that it's final and there's nothing that you can do and that you're going to be impacted, but they'll not describe to you what the appeal process is. I believe that the communication strategy and the strategy of having meetings that nobody can attend is strategic because there's many types of strategies, right? Strategies are patterns of behavior. And the patterns of behavior that you're demonstrating are patterns that are destructive to communities. If we knew what was happening, if we knew what was communicated, then we would have been able to do something about this community that is now going to theoretically have an opportunity to devalue our homes. This is a pattern. This is your behavior. Having meetings in the evening where people can participate will help with this. Actively going out, what you should do is this man right here, you should meet with him and you should say, how do we capture the ideas and opinions of your community? And you should do things straight up. There's ethics and values such as courage and honesty and transparency that can all be demonstrated or not by you. You live in your own skin within your own ideals. I just want to let you know that what this man said and his concerns are real. And sir, there is an appeal process, and I would request that all meetings be held at a time where people can actually attend. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Luis Chago Juarez, Neighborhood Organizer for Building Healthy Communities. Just want to double down on what the previous resident had communicated. The issue of communication, what in these chambers, how can these chambers here improve around expanding communication for our monolingual Spanish-speaking residents? You know, maybe even our monolingual indigenous-speaking residents, many of which who do the labor that we all know that this county is built around, agriculture. We are part of the global food chain, and we're living in the 7th most expensive city in the country, in a state that has the 5th biggest economy on the planet. I feel and believe that doubling down on the communication efforts, flexing that muscle of transparency, so that we can increase participation from all residents of the county, north, south, on the coast, through the valley. I know it will make us a stronger county. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I want to channel Commissioner Deal here and ask that people don't clap or express any position after someone speaks, just so everyone feels confident to speak if they have a differing opinion. Thank you.
Good morning, Karen Cameron. I'd really like to see in city, county, and all the way to the top level of government, a collaborative, inclusive, democratic process really taking place with transparency. And I think we could strive towards that. Case in point, I happened to find out by reading the fine print in the Monterey County Weekly at the last minute that they were having a town hall meeting. When I went to that town hall meeting, they described another meeting that was going to be held with the Board of Supervisors and gave misinformation that it would be over at the Schilling Place location. I went over there. No one knew where to send me to. I had to go to the second floor for someone to look it up on the computer. So even the county wasn't aware of the Board of Supervisors meeting. I think there's a lot of room for improvement here. I'm specifically concerned about the 9 opportunity sites that you have identified that seem to surround Salinas, taking agricultural land. While the need is extremely great in Salinas and we must do something for affordable housing, I question the process. Whether or not CEQA and EPA requirements have been met, since that is agricultural land that's probably not organic, that may be contaminated with pesticides, fumigants, fungicides accumulated over the years. How long will that delay the process, and what will be done for the people in the meanwhile?
Chair Gonzalez? I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it would be really important that we confine our comments to the housing element to when we get to public comment on the housing element. I'm very eager to hear what our staff has returned to us with, since we're all waiting to hear that presentation and then comment accordingly. So it's really important that these are comments that are not about the housing element, because we haven't opened that item yet. We want your comments on the record in that part of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Well, once again, I'd like to reiterate that I think we could do a better process on including people, because public comment is essential, and they have a pattern that we've spoken up about repeatedly, but yet they don't make other opportunities available, except sometimes on Zoom, and even that is difficult for many people. So how can we make it where the public can truly be a part of the process? And I think some voices are beginning to question, do you really want to hear us? There have been numerous examples where the Brown Act has been used last minute in minimal ways to exclude, particularly communities that are low income and those of color. So what can we do to improve the process and to make a better democratic, how can the county include everybody? I went to the 3rd annual George Floyd Symposium in Seaside on another note. It was excellent. I give kudos to the Seaside Chief of Police, acting manager right now, and his presentation, and to the Marina Chief, but most of the rest of the county was visibly absent. how can we include the county in numerous different events and things that we need to do to come together to collaborate as a full county with full participation? Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jose Guerra, Montebella Community. I just want to say, whatever these gentlemen that spoke before me is true. We have a lot of miscommunication. We were at a meeting the other day with Mr. Luis Alejo and this gentleman next to me. And we had no city representation there to let us know what they're really trying to do. The communication between the county, the city, the state is very vague. We have people that pay taxes and don't know where their money goes. It's very, very embarrassing to not know who's on your team, who's working for you. We've been neglecting our neighborhood for the last, I want to say maybe 4 years, Mr. Rabago, am I correct? At least 4 years before COVID. We've been advocating for the last 2. And it's like, we can't get to anybody. We can't express ourselves enough to where people want to listen. I don't know what else to do except ask for your help to please communicate within each other. I mean, that is your job. You're getting paid. We pay your salaries, and no disrespect. We pay your salaries. Yeah. Oh, we don't pay your salaries. Oh, well.
We're not employees. We're volunteers primarily.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, even better. Advocate for non-payable salaries. Well, the city council can't say that, I guess. Well, I thank you guys. I just wish we had more communication between city and county, and that we all get together and get to know each other a little bit better, you know? Let's take care of our communities. That's what we're trying to do. So this is beautiful. What a beautiful place. I grew up here. I love it here. But it's getting a wrong turn to where people don't care, people don't communicate. And when they do, it's always negative. Let's not do negative. I don't like being negative, but I like to give information out there where things are not being done. So thank you for volunteering. God, that's good. If you guys need another room on the board, I'll volunteer also. All right. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to thank you for your service, your voluntary service on this board. It's very, it was very wonderful of you guys to be up here and listening to the community and taking on this, on these roles. I also wanted to point out that, yeah, communication on this has been really very poor to the community, and especially to various organizations. So I'm coming up here to represent the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County. And so the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County actually has a committee of governmental affairs, and we have an architect on that committee who communicates quite frequently with HCD. And we never heard, at least at board meetings, of any discussion of this new cycle of the housing element plan. And so there's a number of sites that you'll see on there that, you know, talk about fire risks and that kind of stuff, and that should probably be taken into account. And we're just kind of wondering, you know, where is this outreach to organizations that look after the welfare and the safety of people in Monterey County? Thank you very much.
Can we check to see if there's anybody on Zoom or any emails of people that may want to speak to this item, a matter that is not on the agenda?
There are no emails on matters not on the agenda and no hands up on Zoom.
Thank you. Now we move on to agenda additions, deletions, and corrections. And at this particular time, the commission clerk will, I guess, announce any agenda corrections, deletions, and proposed additions, etc.
Yes, correspondence was received and distributed for agenda item number 1, REF 220020, General Plan Housing Element 6th Cycle Update.
Thank you. Now we move on to commissioner comments and requests. This is a time set aside for the commissioners to comment or request a matter that is not on or not on the agenda. Chair.
Thank you. I had a comment or a question from a community member I wasn't able to answer, and it's sort of in relation to the flagging and staking on Highway 68 for the proposed gas station at Corral de Tierra. And it's actually regarding the signage across the street in Corral de Tierra at that market. There's apparently some signage up that's large and advertisement. And it was just a question about whether that is something that is allowable and legal in the county. And I didn't know the answer.
Through the chair, HCD planning can research that question and get back to you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to announce that I attended the meeting with Supervisor Alejo. It was both a budget meeting and a kind of update on the housing element. It was well attended. It was an evening meeting, and I appreciate the fact that he had a neighborhood meeting and that people had an opportunity to comment both on the county budget and the housing element at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I kind of just wanted to echo some of the stuff that was heard during the public non-agenda items comment period that we just heard. I sit on this commission and I didn't hear about any town hall meetings. I didn't hear about any online surveys. The only one that I heard about I clicked on it, ended up being for developers. So I think that is a glaring example of the lack of communication that's happening. I've sat on the other side of this and experienced how convoluted, confusing, out of reach, hard to access this process and county information can be. So hearing that now really brings it to the forefront of my mind again, how that felt to be on the other side. And I'm wondering what more can the county do to make this more accessible? I'm on the cusp of being really old and out of touch with technology and the people who are really able to navigate that. And I'm having a hard time. I think about my elderly mother, like I've said before, having a super hard time navigating this and how impossible this would be without a lot of hand-holding. And I think that leaves a big portion of the people that we are up here to serve out of the conversation. And I don't know if I need to make a referral. I would love to know, what is the process for public outreach? How do we identify community leaders and connect with them so they can send that information out to the communities that otherwise would not get this information, so that we can have better input and people can feel empowered about what's happening at this level. So I don't know if that's a referral. I'm kind of just rambling. Maybe someone who's been doing this longer can help guide me on that.
Yes, and I agree with you. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe we could have a referral. We should have a referral in terms of the process. And I don't want to get into it right now in terms of what methods of communication the county gets into, but that should be a referral, that we have some information in terms of process.
Thank you. Chair, staff has noted that, and we'll add that to that referral list.
Thank you. Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I received from a constituent some more photos of the road that's being built on the one hillside in September Ranch. And I was not satisfied with the response we got last week, I think from the applicant. And so I would just love it if, on behalf of that constituent, we can just take a look at some of the photos that have been received. I received some higher quality ones, just to confirm that this is in fact the road and not more expansive development that's happening prematurely. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? We move to scheduled matters, and that's general plan housing element 6 cycle update. And I guess it's a staff report.
I just want to say for the record that I missed the last meeting, but I watched almost 4 hours of the meeting online, so I'm up to date.
Thank you. Commissioner Monsalve?
In case that's needed for the record, I did the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with staff report on the housing element.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development, and we're here to present the draft housing element for your review and recommendation. Once more, this is the 29th day of the now almost 40-day public review and comment period. This is the second workshop of the Planning Commission, and we have gotten a lot of great comments. We've done a number of evening meetings with city councils, with the public, and at farmers markets. We've done a number of workshops, and we continue to receive excellent feedback. We have some really good input for which we're considering and will be responding to. At the last meeting, we had talked about we had received a lot of comments and continue to receive a lot of comments on the sites inventory, which is Chapter 7 of the housing element, and Chapter 8, which is our policies and programs. So we'll be focused on some potential changes to those sections. The plan is we've now extended the public comment period on the housing element until June 11th, which is when the board will have a workshop on the same item. We'll then make revisions to the plan, submit the plan for an initial review and comment from state HCD, and then make revisions in response to their comments as well before bringing it back through another public hearing and review process. We appreciate all the work that everyone's put into all of the comments that we've received, and I'm going to turn it over to Melanie to provide more detail on comments received and direction from here. Thank you.
Alex or Quinn, can you share staff right? Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Melanie Beretti with Monterey County Housing Community Development Department. I thank you for being here, and I thank everyone from the public who's here and that has also sent in comment in the process and for today. We are here today returning, following up to on May 5th, the Planning Commission held a workshop here in Chambers to review the draft housing element 6 cycle update that is available for public review through June 11th, as Mr. Spencer indicated. At that time, we received substantial comment from the public, questions and discussion with the Planning Commission, and this workshop from the 15th was continued to a date certain of today, with the direction that staff go back and respond to particular specific questions and comments that we heard, bring back kind of a responsive report related to both the sites inventory in particular, as well as the housing element as a whole. And there was also the request to have the request to the board that they allow the commission additional time to discuss and hear public comments so that can be fully evaluated before the item is considered, and to recommend making updates to the document prior to submittal to State Housing and Community Development Department. So with that, we are returning today to, excuse me, multi-screening. with a presentation for your commission and the public to receive regarding those updates and considerations that we were able to get to since the 15th, to conduct a public workshop to review and receive input regarding the draft housing element, and to provide direction to staff. So staff received and considered feedback regarding the sites inventory approach, and has also taken a closer look to update and present options for today. There was a good deal of information. We're going to focus on in particular, the sites inventory, and then go into some of the programs and other discussions for consideration. So we were able to meet with State Housing and Community Development, which I will just call State HCD, to discuss feedback that we had been receiving locally for different alternative approaches and ways in which we can be responsive and ensure that we are following guidance, law, and appropriately, and for them to also help advise on alternative distribution methodologies with regards to the income categories of our RHNA numbers and our sites inventory, to help us with the goal of really achieving a lower planned unit count, reducing the number of sites that we need to achieve that in a way that is acceptable to the state, that meets the intent of the state housing element law while balancing local desires. We also reviewed, in particular, other jurisdictions that were brought to our attention where they are similar and had been able to take alternative approaches, including significantly reduced approaches to and higher distribution of affordable units compared to market rate units. In particular, we looked at Santa Cruz County and Marin counties. They're similar counties to Monterey County, and we did consider their methodologies as well as the programs that accompanied those. We also have continued outreach through the process. I really want to acknowledge, as staff, we hear everyone's comments today and along the way about concerns when you don't hear something or don't hear about it well ahead of time. And we are always very open. We truly are trying to get out there. I'm thankful that they heard about it to be able to be here today to let us know. We as staff recognize that we need to be able to put out a draft in order for people to have something to be able to look at and give us more meaningful feedback as well. So we really appreciate that. I did want to remind this commission, and I know we discussed this last time, but since since your May 15th, there was a subsequent, the county's Housing Advisory Committee, as well as the board's subcommittee of Health, Housing, Human Services. They held a joint workshop on May 20th. There have been a couple of community town hall meetings that have been discussed. We do have library displays in multiple, I believe 7 or 8 of our rural communities at the Monterey County Free Libraries to help reach out in those communities. They are bilingual in Spanish and English. And we have been doing pop-up events throughout different areas in the county. So we've been doing our best, and we also recognize that we're a big county and a lot of folks that we are struggling to reach. But we have continued to do that. I also wanted to let this commission know that yesterday the board was scheduled to hear the housing element item. Staff had requested a continuation to June 11th, next Tuesday, for the board meeting on this matter, and the board did grant that continuous. They were very open to allowing time for the Planning Commission to meet and to want to hear the input and feedback from that before they heard this item. So there will be, this matter will come before the Board of Supervisors next Tuesday as well, and we will continue to push out through media, social media, through our distribution list, et cetera, to get notice out to the community that that item's coming before the board. So that led us to really trying to take a deep dive into our sites inventory. And what we did is we took a kind of high-level pass at the sites inventory to dial it in, so that we came back to you with a couple of options on methodology with a significantly reduced sites inventory for a starting point to then further refine from there. And this was trying to address some of the significant comments that we got. So briefly, what we did is we did add to our pipeline. There is a site in East Laurel. It's a county-owned site where we have 132 affordable apartments planned, working with a nonprofit developer. So we did that, add those units into our pipeline because those will confidently come online during this housing cycle. We also reduced the number of sites. Specifically, we got some owner requests to be removed from the inventory, and we do take those out. We are not interested in putting sites in that the owners are very clear they have no intention of housing. We want sites where there truly is a possibility for housing. So a couple of sites have been removed for that purpose. We identified, in particular, sites that were further away from resources, amenities, infrastructure, kind of considered sprawl sites. We looked at other sites where we had kind of additional information to think to really question whether or not they would realistically develop as housing in this 8-year cycle. And so the result of that is this list of sites that were removed. I will say we do have an updated sites inventory map that I'm happy to navigate through today with everyone, where it shows the sites and which ones we have removed this list. So we will be able to discuss those more specifically. We also went back and really refined our approach to, in particular, affordable housing sites that scored reasonably well, that scored well for the tax credit program, which is the primary public financing program, TCAC, that pays for 100% affordable. So we did dial in, looked at the sites and the locations, and also our approach to counting the units on those sites. We also updated for faith-based and higher education-owned sites to be more reflective of state law and the distribution via what's referred to as SB4, which allows by right development of certain types of affordable developments on faith-based and higher education-owned properties. So we did update multiple sites to dial in and more accurately reflect state law allowances for those sites. We also updated, there are a few sites that we included that were owned by school districts. There is also state law, which is AB 2295. That provides for streamlining permitting on sites owned by school districts that are K through 12. And so we also aligned those unit counts on those sites that we had to kind of meet the state law parameters for what would qualify as streamlining under that. We also looked at, in particular, there were a couple of sites, so sites 11 and 32. Sites 11 actually is included in the inventory and will actually be coming before this commission, I believe, at next week's meeting for consideration. So we have a development project, so we updated the unit count on that to align with that development project. And then also site 32, it's our affordable housing overlay in Toro. We shifted on that. And then there's a number of other where we consider and review. So again, we'll get more into the details you want to, but I just wanted to, kind of walk through for those who have been paying attention to specific sites to know kind of how we addressed them.
I think maybe I'll go unscripted here just to say that the sites inventory under the housing element law is we need to identify housing opportunity sites, parcels of land that are capable of being developed with housing. Then we need to identify what the realistic capacity of that land is to support housing, and how many units can be built on it. Part of that calculation is how many acres are there, and what is our past track record of density or some other regional example of how we can get some certain densities of approval on those properties. So most of the land that has been identified has a certain acreage, and it's a percentage of that acreage that can support housing units. It's not 100% of the acreage. There's infrastructure, there's roadways, there's open space, and there's other limitations. So we come up with a capacity of each site, and then those that capacity has to accommodate our regional housing needs allocation. The 3,326 units, 1,070 of them in the very low income category, and we have to demonstrate how we're meeting each income category. There are 4 income categories: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate or market rate housing. So we need to have the numbers add up to accommodate all 4 of those income categories. The assignment of the units within each income category is not regulatory, and it's our best estimate on how those sites will build out. So part of that exercise is, what do we think is the realistic way in which that property will develop? That does not mean that the sites we're allocating by income category will actually be what's built, because we don't know yet on some of them. Melanie mentioned Site 11 is coming, so we do know, so we, or at least we have a good idea. So we're trying to align those with those. I just wanted to make that clear, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go.
Through the chair, if it's possible, could you say like Site 11 Baranda Road? Or just for help so we know where you're talking about.
Site 11 in the Baranda community, near, in the city sphere of influence over by Walmart basically and Costco. And so Site 11 is in that community.
Site 32, same area or?
Site 32 is in Toro Park at the corner of Reservation and Highway 68.
And if the commission would like, I can very quickly, of the sites that are included here, I can very quickly say what area they're in, if you'd like me to do that at this time.
Through the chair, just if, when you're talking, it just would be helpful.
Let me take a moment to back up then and just correct that for this slide. So, the sites 71 and 72, which are among the sites that were removed, those are the Cypress Church sites on Highway 68, Corral de Tierra. That was per landowner request. There are a number of sites north of Salinas that were in agricultural land north of Salinas. That sites 5, 6, 9, and 10 have been removed. We have removed all of the Aromas sites, which are sites 55, 56, 57, and 14. We looked at the airport near Monterey locations and removed sites 61 through 67 and 69. Those are the smaller parcels that had kind of mixed in single family dwellings, so we removed those smaller parcels. We removed from Carmel Valley sites 46, which was that small parcel near Carmel Knolls that we heard from a number of property owners and likewise removed, as well as Site 49, which was the larger portion of that large site north of Carmel Valley Road. We also did look at, so we are getting ready to undertake a community planning process in the community of Chular. So we did take another look at the community of Chular, and we removed 2 of the 5 sites that are in there, sites 33 and 34, because they're adjacent to the area that would likely be a part of the expanded, or potentially be a part of the expanded. So we wanted to kind of maintain flexibility for how those interact with the community planning process. In terms of the faith-based and higher ed sites, so site number 8 is one of the properties north of Salinas. It actually is a church site out on San Juan Grade Road, where actually we've been reached out by individuals from the church who are very interested in doing housing and affordable housing at the site. Site number 13 is what we refer to as the Blanco Triangle parcel, which is owned by University of California in the former Fort Ord. And site number 48 is, I'm sorry, site number 48 I may not be able to conjure up quickly. Thank you. Yes, that is the smaller site parallel to Carmel Valley Road. So we looked and better aligned that site and its assumptions with that SB4 distribution is being owned by a faith-based organization. And then the K through 12 sites, site number 39 is in the Fort Ord area, and that is owned by Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. We have not spoken directly to school district on that, but we do know the school district is actively looking for opportunities. And then site number 60 is Carmel? Oh, 60? We think site number 60 is Carmel Woods. Please don't quote me on that. We'll clarify that and come back to it if it's incorrect. So with that, I will be mindful going forward in the presentation. I did also want to flag, we did not make changes, but we analyzed based on a number of development proposals that we have or expect to receive imminently. Sites 2, 3, and 4 are one of those sites. Those are the large sites by the Monterey Airport, where the developer has been very communicative about their intentions and what they're looking at there. So we look at what it would look like if it develops according to what's been communicated as plans. Site number 23 is the Carmel Convalescent Home, just off Highway 1 in Carmel, where we have an SB 330 Builder's Remedy application. So I look at that site if developed according to that application. And then sites number 27, 28, and 29 are in the Valverde Road area in mouth of Carmel Valley. Again, those are sites that we have an SB 330, what's referred to as Builder's Remedy application as well. Okay, so with that, I did just want to briefly look again at our pipeline. So I mentioned that we added our East Laurel site, which is the 132, of which 130 will be affordable apartments and 2 would be managers' units. We also did update, just to illustrate, within our pipeline of these projects that are active, that are moving, that are included in our pipeline, we updated the above moderate category to be able to show to everyone, to be able to show how many are approved and remain as a part of those developments. We don't necessarily purport, for example, that all 319 for Quail Hills more solely would be built during this timeline, but we did want to show people how much we do have already entitled for active projects that are moving. And so, this brings the kind of what's entitled and moving at this time to 1,367 units kind of total in our, and again, pipeline projects are those that we receive credit against our RHNA, and then our opportunity sites help fill in for the RHNA that's not satisfied through already entitled projects.
Just verifying, Site 60 is in Carmel Woods, the Stevenson School site.
So just at a high level, we discussed with one of my earlier slides, but I did just want to kind of show for the sites that we refined kind of how they relate from an affordability to the TCAC, which is the tax credit program that I refer to, just how we break down total sites. So there are 7 sites that are either faith-based or higher education, which would be, they would qualify, be eligible for SB4 development. 5 of those actually scored well for TCAC, and therefore for the 5 we included those as 100% affordable, and the other 2 that didn't have good TCAC scores at the SB4 distribution. We have our 100% affordable county-owned property. There were 13 other sites included that scored well and had other features such as ownership, proximity, kind of where we thought likelihood that they could develop. There's many sites that scored well for TCAC, so we kind of refined which ones we selected to include. And there are 13 sites based on TCAC scoring that we count as 100% affordable, and then the 3 K-12, which are through the AB 2295 distribution. And I will be able to tell you at a later what those distributions are. One thing I really wanted to highlight, one of the limitations or the challenge we have at having more sites that are purely affordable, there's a high cost for land for mostly nonprofits build, our nonprofit developers build those 100% affordable projects. So there's a high cost of entry, just the cost of land, and limited sort of publicly owned properties that could be appropriate, say, as we are with East Laurel, where county can make that available at no cost to a developer or more minimal cost. Also, the primary funding is TCAC. We in Monterey County have a very set and limited amount that comes to the county as a region that is then competitively applied for through the county. And honestly, unincorporated Monterey County sites do not often compete well for those. So there's really just a practical limit to how many sites we could kind of realistically include. And, probably 10 to 15 or more reasonable to think what TCAC could support. We've got currently 19 total sites that are 100% affordable, which gives us some flexibility too, where they may, and other sites may manifest through the process.
Indicate on these sites, how many affordable units could be built on them?
I can get into the site particulars. Yeah, it depends on the site, depends on their acreage. In general, the state's guidance is they prefer to see sites, especially for the 100% affordable, that are larger than half an acre and not larger than 10 acres, unless we can demonstrate that, for example, larger sites truly could develop as 100% affordable. So there's also some other criteria. So it depends on size and location and just characteristics, because again, certain sites may have more resources or infrastructure needs, so they would have had a realistic capacity assumption that was a bit lower. All of the realistic capacity assumptions for sites are between 60 and 80% of the parcels as potentially developing. So more limited ones, we generally used a 60%, and sites that had fewer limitations, we used about an 80% site capacity.
Do we have the numbers? I know I'm asking because we
have,
do.
yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
I have the numbers. I can go into very specifics with each site and spreadsheets. This is just the high level summary right now to kind of orient everyone for what we've done and how we've accounted. So absolutely. Okay, so we made all of those specific global changes to update and kind of take a new look at where we were at. And then we looked at two different options. So I call it the inclusionary housing ordinance. Yes, state law says we are not allowed to rely exclusively on that. We don't. We just use it as a guidance because 20% affordable for market rate subsidized projects is really the max that the state generally looks at and recognizes, and it does align with our inclusionary housing ordinance and how development has proceeded here locally. So we have one that looks at that allocation, which was kind of for all of the other sites that don't fall into those other categories. And in that option one, we were able to get reduced units. We were also able to take one additional kind of large site, the site number 44. That is in Mid-Carmel Valley. That's the kind of large parcel that is within our affordable housing overlay, but it's just west of the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. So that one, we just have reason to believe it is not likely to develop with housing. We were able to pull that out. There's always the potential, but we were able in this one to pull that out. And again, there's room to further refine. We also looked at a second option. So again, all those specific changes were incorporated, but we looked at a distribution which had been brought up, an allocation of the affordability of the units based on the allocation percentages that we have for RHNA. And so our RHNA allocation is 32% very low units, 21%, I have it on a different slide, so if I'm incorrect, 21% low. So we have, and then 12% moderate, and then the remaining about third are above moderate. So we looked at that distribution. In that one, Because it was able to kind of reduce further and just the way the numbers aligned, we were actually able to take out a much larger site without kind of getting where staff wasn't comfortable going too far without further input and removing site 13 from that one. So we will be able to, we'll show you what these look like. And again, these are starting points. These are our attempts to be responsive. And we look forward to just further refining from there. Oh, sorry, 13 is the Blanco Triangle in the Marina area, former Fort Ord. And that is the site that is owned by University of California. So this is a summary table. We can dive into details. So what this does, and I mentioned those 3 development sites where we have SB 330 applications or expect to get an application imminently. So what we first did is we looked at the overall sites and left sufficient buffer where if we look at then if those applications come in and get approved at much lower numbers than the kind of standard application on those parcels, looked at in the end where that would leave us with our buffers. So we didn't make those formal changes, but we wanted to be able to illustrate it. So what this does, and I'll just walk through, the top portion of this is so very low, just as a reminder, very low units are for our deed restricted units that are affordable to households that earn 0 to 50% of the median annual income, which is just over $100,000 here in Monterey County. Those levels depend on how large your household is, but generally that is the 0 to 50%. The low category is 50 to 80%, so households that are earning 50 to 80% of AMI or annual median income. Those are deed restricted. The very low and low really tend to pencil out only as rentals. You don't see for sale product in this area. Moderate income is 80% to 120% of median household income. Those often are for sale units, that is how we've seen typically the moderate are for sale units, but they can also be rental units as well. And then above moderate is 120% and above. So that is market rate in general, and there's no distinction from the state in terms of where those above market rates sell. Here locally, we do have, per our general plan, a category of workforce housing, but for the workforce housing category that we have locally is considered above moderate for the state. So that top line, and then this is organized in the 2 different options. So the option on the right, or excuse me, the left is option 1. So that is the one where we included that typical 20% affordable, 80% for sites, and we were able to remove site number 44. And then the second batch to the right, option 2, is the RHNA, where we do our distribution based on very high numbers assumed as a part of our lower income categories, because that's the expectations for our RHNA. That first row, RHNA, is just to remind everyone of what our, and I want to apologize, there is an error. We worked as quickly as we could. There may be errors. I'll call them out when I see them. The total, it's not properly adding. I must have inadvertently left a column out. The total columns actually are the sum of only the affordable housing. I forgot to include the above moderate, so my apologies for that. Very low, we have a RHNA goal of 1,070, a low goal of 700, moderate 420, and then an assignment of 1,136 above moderates. So when we run our pipeline numbers, and those are the same for both scenarios, I did want to note, just to help make the opportunity site clearer, we did not include the above moderate pipeline units in these calculations. They do make our overall buffer for the above moderate higher, but it makes it harder to see the sensitivity to opportunity sites if they're included in that. And you still have a higher number of the above moderate in order to help achieve really the most limiting group is the very low. So it's really the very low buffer that it kind of drives kind of our sensitivity and the opportunity sites. And just a reminder, the state recommends a buffer of between 15, they require not less than 15% buffer, 15 to 30%. We typically target around a 20% buffer, and you have to meet that buffer in all categories. So not over the whole, it's a buffer in each category. Did you want to say something, Greg?
Yeah, I think two things I want to point out here is again, these numbers are a way of assigning the capacity of a site by income category. It's not regulatory. And one of the reasons for doing one or the other is what's called no net loss clause. Essentially, if a property develops and it develops under the theoretical capacity, in other words, fewer number of units than we've anticipated could be built there, and or it builds with fewer number of affordable units, we have to demonstrate that we have remaining sites that are capable of supporting the rest of our remaining RHNA after that site develops. If we don't, we have to go back and amend our housing element mid-8-year cycle to add additional opportunity sites. So that's what's known as the no net loss. The other thing I wanted to point out here is that our past track record has been usually lower density, larger subdivisions with a kind of clustered affordable housing component to meet inclusionary housing needs. And what we're looking at and hoping through our policies and programs is that that past track record won't be true for these housing opportunity sites. In other words, even though there's a percentage of above market rate housing here, we want the density on those properties so that there's smaller lots, smaller units that are more affordable by design, but are not deed restricted, because in the end, we are allowed to claim credit for units that are either deed restricted in the income category or that we can demonstrate through an economics analysis are available to the families at that income level. And in a lot of places of the county, the non-deed restricted units are not available to low and very low income households without the deed restriction in place. So, but that doesn't mean that the sites will continue to develop the way they have historically, and we wanted to, we'll focus on some policies and programs, but we want to see the density that provides more smaller lots, smaller units that are more affordable to that kind of middle income category that helps create that upward mobility.
Yeah, thank you. So I did want to say, by the way, the only total column number that is off is the RHNA number. The total RHNA is 3,326. My other columns all do total the prior four. So I did just want to clarify that. I apologize, I can't update this quickly. So in terms of, so those are our pipeline numbers, so which are considered credits, and therefore we look at our opportunity sites in the sites inventory as our planned units to make up the rest of our RHNA allocation. So when you look at, based on what I shared about option one, that brings us to as planned on all the parcels that are included with that methodology and adjustments we made, getting us to a total opportunity site planned units of 5,800, which include our credited as well as the opportunity sites. That puts us at about 1,400 very low units, about 1,100 low units, 700 moderate, and about 2,500 above moderate. Again, you can see the percentage of our buffer at this point in time fairly large, or very comfortably large.
I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record here, but we've had a lot of comments on these numbers. Just to be clear, these numbers are demonstrating that we are zoning and dedicating enough sites that are capable of being built with housing to meet our RHNA numbers. So again, we identify the sites, we identify their capacity, and then we assign them through some methodology amongst income categories. And then we're saying on those sites, there's a possibility of higher density residential development, that in the general plan and zoning, there's a possibility that those are to be built. And so that the county is not building them, and these numbers are sort of estimates at this point. But they have to be based in reality. We have to have some reasoning in order to provide that reasoning to the state to get this document certified. So we have to say, here's why we propose the methodology we propose. And they may have comments on it when they get there, but these numbers are not what the county is proposing to build. It's what the county is allocating as the potential to be built based on the opportunity sites and the capacity that theoretically could be built on those sites. So go ahead, Melanie.
Thanks. Yeah, so again, we sort of got to this point, we whittled it down, and then we as staff stopped so that we could kind of make sure we were on the right track, look at the options, and then further refine from there. So with the option 1 methodology, for all of the sites included, we actually land with fairly good buffers still above the kind of high end that is recommended. When you look at option 2, so that's where we did the distribution, which is actually 32 very low, 21% low, 13% moderate, and 34% above moderate. So when we switch the distribution using that, what it does is it, making those assumptions, it shifts the units, so fewer in the above category, and it actually puts many more units under the very low and low, which obviously makes those buffers significantly higher. We do recognize there is a lot of room to go. And what we wanted to demonstrate, because as staff, we're just trying to balance kind of planning for the minimal and thinking about the no net loss risk throughout an 8-year planning period. And so that does get us to a total of 5,363 planned units using that methodology. So it's a lower total number of units, much lower above moderate unit. And then those are the respective buffers that we have at this juncture for where we're starting today. When you look at that next row down for those 3 sites, where 2 of which we have builder's remedy applications, 1 of which we have a developer that is anticipating to submit an application very soon and has been at meetings as well discussing. So if we look at those applications as they're proposed to the best of our knowledge at this time, if we then incorporate and assume that those get approved, therefore the planned units at those particular sites actually develop at this lower, we still have a very good buffer, and that's really what staff is. So at this starting point, we still have a very good buffer to work with, even if those sites come through and actually develop it lower. We didn't incorporate those development numbers because they are so early in the proposal process, as opposed to Site 11, which is coming before, which will be a decision coming forward and is more closer to aligning with the potential for that site. So with that there, and one thing you'll notice, which I did want to point out, is with the RHNA allocation option, as sites develop, and these 3 sites develop much more according to the 80-20. That's what those proposals are at. So obviously we need programs that really help incentivize a higher level of affordability and make that feasible to change that trend that we have in the county. So using the kind of RHNA accounting methodology, which we actually want to achieve more of those numbers. The no net loss drop in those affordability categories is a much larger delta in our buffer if things continue to develop as as they have historically. So in order to look towards and achieve that RHNA methodology of distribution, we also can discuss We did look at kind of more proactive and aggressive programs that could help make that type of development feasible and kind of shift the tide here in Monterey County, hopefully. So that's what this demonstrates. Again, we can look at sites. We can go through the spreadsheet and look at very specifically how things align. We will be prepared to work with the commission and others to if you'd like to look at scenarios. We should have enough of a team prepared to be able to run some hypothetical numbers of what if we took these additional sites out, what would that do to really be able to work. So I'm not going to start there, but I did just want to, as I transition from this slide, we have everything underlying and can work with you all very real time that feeds into kind of this outcome. So there were a couple of other, or there were many concerns and questions that came up. So again, we've done our best to address some of the larger or more frequent ones that we heard. So we did want to talk about hazards. Definitely, we all know, we all have concerns in any part of the county. There are many hazards that we face and that we need to plan for. So what I did want to just address is there were some real concerns about fire hazards and why a number of sites included very high fire zones. This is another typo I discovered. I'm going to apologize. I didn't have time to update and correct it. So what I wanted to say about fire, in particular with the elimination of the sites that we have selected, many of which were further away from development and actually in higher fire hazard zones, we really reduced all of the sites collectively that even fall within a high fire hazard zone. What I wanted to say is there are no sites in very high fire hazard areas. There are not extreme. They are very high fire hazard. So that first bullet is for very high fire. There are minimal sites in high fire hazards. So just strike through the very in that second bullet. There are very few sites that remain in the high fire hazards. I do have that information. I'd have to pull up that email. But I can, as we go through, I can definitely do that. I believe there are maybe 3 or 4 that remain that we haven't pulled out, or maybe just 3 that remain in high fire hazard areas. What I did want to say is that, balancing fire hazard against HCD guidance for what HCD really looks at is that we are doing site selection that are, they really like to see vacant sites and have limits on how many non-vacant sites we can include so that there's minimal reliance on redevelopment because that's more costly. Not that you can't do any of that, but especially without a good track record. They look at high resources areas. We've talked a lot about that. Our high resources areas are predominantly District 5, and those are not as developed areas, and fire hazard is a concern in that area. Also, in terms of government section code, if we include properties that are affected by fire hazard, it's not prohibited. And in fact, housing community development doesn't directly really consider fire hazard per se in the planning process. They don't want you planning in fire hazard areas, but that is a consideration that really they look at needs to be identified as potential constraints on a site, as well as needing to be mitigated for in order to include those fire hazard sites that would be required. We are doing that hazard planning process. We have here in Monterey County our local hazard mitigation plan that is the general plan and can include consideration and mitigation for fire. Also, we are updating our general plan safety element where we have to update that and plan and address and mitigate proposed mitigations for hazards that include sites that are a part of our sites inventory. And so those are really the planning level documents where we do this. And then additionally, for any project that comes forward, at the time any proposed development would come forward, there absolutely is a planning consideration for how hazards and other planning constraints would need to be addressed in that application and proposal and process. There were also questions and concerns raised about sites that are at risk of flooding. Again, we have a minimal number of sites. None are within floodplains. Some do have a portion of the property that may be within a 100-year floodplain. We do recognize that. I believe there's a couple of sites in the closer to the river, lower end in Carmel Valley, where just a portion of those sites may be within the floodplain. And also there are sites I do know in Castroville, for example, that are along Templadero Slough. There's a little portion that shelves up. We take that consideration as a constraint on the site and used a much lower realistic capacity for our assumptions on those sites because they wouldn't develop in those areas and would need to also mitigate for that risk. And we really did try to avoid those sites. There are some sites which we are aware of, and I think there was some public comment on as well. There are some sites, particularly in Carmel, in the mouth of Carmel Valley, that we're aware of that to the west of the Carmel Valley Middle School, just off of Carmel Valley Road, that have in very wet years had some drainage and localized flooding issues. Those are storm drain issues that come off the hill. So again, those are issues that would need to be planned for and accounted for in the entitlement and the project planning site to address stormwater and drainage issues that an individual parcel deals with. So again, happy to answer questions, but we did really try to minimize these types of sites while also being able to identify enough sites that really satisfy the guidance and criteria for a successful housing element. Okay. So one thing we talked about and we really heard a lot on is, what culminates is not just sites that we look to rezone and make sure there's adequate zoning that could accommodate our arena and hopefully higher densities of our arena, but that we also have programs just broadly as well as to help facilitate that denser, more of the development that we would like to see that helps facilitate the housing here in Monterey County. If it were easy to build housing in Monterey County, we would have more and have a better track record of what that looks like. So this is also really the challenge that we have going forward. If we want to tip the way in which development has happened, really looking at some of the programs by which we can do that. And so we did, again, based on conversations with California HCD, reviewing other jurisdictions and looking for where there were differences and potential similarities that we could draw upon. In particular, if we want to see and rely on a methodology that looks more at our RHNA distribution with a higher number of affordables rather than a distribution that is more typically based on that 80-20, maximum 20 affordable for market subsidized. So some of those programs, which aren't included now and that we would likely recommend be included if we want to rely on more of that approach to reduce the risk of no net loss and help and really create feasibility of higher density, higher, more affordable by design and deed restricted units would be looking at considering by right approval for 100% affordable projects on any housing element site. So if you are a 100% affordable project on a site that is identified in the housing element, allowing that by right. And for any of these, do you want to?
Just by right means that there would not be a discretionary public hearing review process, just to make that clear. That would be, if you meet the criteria, you can file your final map or parcel map, create your lots, and comply with all the objective standards you need to comply with, but it wouldn't go through the public hearing review process.
Yeah, and that really leads us to the second bullet, which what's critical to that is that you have objective standards so that if you're saying it's allowed by right, it achieves those critical standards, not just the affordability, but any other appropriate objective standards so that it's not discretionary. If you check this box, you're able to develop. So those objective standards are really key. What we have currently, we do have a program in our current draft that does say develop countywide objective design standards. To really go deeper, we would want to have our program in our housing element be more specific on the direction that those kind of have that greater specificity for the direction in which we would be looking to standardize those. So we're committing more upfront to some of those standards, and they're less, therefore, discretionary later in the process. So there's a higher level of confidence that indeed these standards and these streamlined processes are a part of our program. So those really go part and parcel. One way we could do it, a county-wide objective standard, we would have to really think about approach and kind of prioritizing. So looking at objective standards for affordable projects, maybe looking at objective standards, because each community plan, land use plan area has different requirements that our objective standards would have to ensure they satisfy. So all of that would be a part of that process. Another program, and we heard a good deal about this, was looking, and we saw this in some others. So really our desire, currently our zoning allows for a maximum, even in the highest density, a maximum of 20 units. Our typical developments are much lower, more around the 7 under 10 units per developable acre. I think when we look on the high end, 12, maybe 15. So that's kind of typical in unincorporated Monterey County, given the constraints that we have. So looking, and infrastructure is really that primary constraint. So anything we can do to help developers and help our communities address infrastructure constraints, so those costs are not saddled by the development itself, will help. So looking at rezone densities, looking at rezone densities and identifying some of the particular sites where infrastructure is less of a constraint, where we could rezone those to 30 units per acre, but maintaining that 20 units per acre for sites that have, and really septic wastewater is, yes, water is a concern, but it's really septic wastewater is one of the main infrastructure limiting factors on developability of sites. So that's another rezone program, an approach we can take that dials it in, for those limited sites in unincorporated area that fit that. And then we heard a good deal about it. We recognize the need to do it, really having more clearly defined incentive packages for developers that could include, but not be limited to, increased density bonuses, priority processing, potential fee waivers. We've heard a good deal. We don't have specific incentive packages to talk about today, but we've heard a good deal from, and I think we have some good starting points where, again, if we want to lay out in our housing element some of what those specific incentive packages would be to kind of commit to that more upfront rather than defraying the timing. Those would be programs those are the ones that we see in other counties that are different. These aren't programs we have now, but also really support their ability to have fewer sites, higher densities, kind of higher expectations for dense and more affordable developments. I will also say, while it's not directly a part of this, anything, local funding, anything that can generate more local funding to serve as match for the development of 100% affordable, and or that identifies property to be able to give, and in some cases water, quite honestly, where there's the ability to provide water credits, which are costly to obtain. So those are some of the other very specific sort of financial packages that could really help, especially with the 100% or higher deed restricted affordable. Do you want to?
Yeah, we're almost done here, but I think just on this point, we heard a number of comments about sort of the complexity of reviewing the 1,000-page draft. So we do have a lot of good policies and programs in our draft right now. We're talking about potentially tweaking, refining, adding, but also packaging them in a way that's just a lot more comprehensible to someone who can pick it up and understand what are those things that I can seek to help make my housing development at higher percentages of affordabilities, more financially and procedurally realistic. So that was a comment at the Planning Commission, and that's, I think, the incentive packages we're talking about. It's not just adding the ones on the screen here. It's really taking what we have, refining it a little bit, but packaging it so that it's just more simple and easy to understand.
Thank you. Before I get to next steps, I did just want to pause and acknowledge, it was just an oversight and we apologize. There had been a request for, I think, additional or more refined information about our past fifth cycle success and challenges. That was accidentally omitted from our packet. I did forward, I'm looking at Ms. Vasquez, looking at our clerk. Did you receive that and were you able to get it printed? Has it been distributed?
Yes, it was distributed.
Yeah, so staff, I didn't incorporate it specifically into the presentation, and I apologize for that oversight. We can pause now before I go through next steps and that, or we can get to it later. We are also joined by Darby Marshall, our housing program manager, who prepared some of the information, and we can provide answer some additional questions, I believe, that would be helpful. So I did want to just pause. Acknowledge that was omitted. It has been sent and distributed on the dais, and then get input from the commission on if you'd like us to pause and share some of that information as well, so we can respond to some of the questions that may linger about kind of our past performance.
Chair?
Before we do move on, I would think we need about a 10-minute break, but maybe, okay. Commissioner Daniels.
Through the chair, if my colleagues agree, we've gotten this presentation like more than once now, so I feel comfortable. I have it. I'm seeing it again. If there's specific questions, we can just have those questions for Mr. Marshall, if that's okay, and just move on.
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to pause for that. And then therefore, we only have 2 more slides if given that direction, and then you can take a break after that, if that works.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so next steps, it's a little dependent on what comes out of today, what comes out of the board. But what we did want to kind of come back and acknowledge is, so again, the request to delay and update prior to submittal to State Housing and Community Development, staff's very open to that. We actually, and we did speak with State Housing and Community Development because we have gotten a letter indicating you are very late. You need to give us a clear game plan. So we met with State Housing Community Development and let them know, here's where we are in the process. We are truly developing our housing element. We're not ignoring the requirement, but it takes a while to do it well. They were very amenable to that, recognizing, and I would just share that state HCD staff who are on the enforcement branch as well recognized and said, we understand that might take longer, but they also like to see housing elements that are submitted that incorporate and are responsive to that local and community feedback. So we do have, depending on the nature and extent of the changes that would be desired prior to submittal, that can affect the timeline some. And there's kind of different ways in which we can get there. So given that, really our next steps would be hearing, taking feedback, input, direction today that we would then bring forward to the board at its June 11th workshop on the housing element. Pending that direction by the board, which includes a consideration of updating and then submitting. Depending on the nature, we, are with our consultant team and with staff review, 3 to 4 weeks turnaround time for the document. We believe, based on what we've heard, we could do fairly quick. There are a few things that make more extensive just updates and changes to the document, such as if you add sites rather than subtracting, that gets a little more challenging, just a little more time consuming, maybe it adds a week. So there's about 3 to 4 week in there for just turning the document around, updating. I really want to emphasize, we heard the message clearly. We ourselves as staff also would appreciate it. We will do kind of an executive summary that is much more digestible as well, that will be a part of kind of this update that pulls all the salient pieces. Some of the redundancy in the document is based on the fact that state HCD, when they review, like to see everything in individual chapters, but it does make it a very cumbersome and dense document. We do not need to, we did confirm and that we do not need to, we make updates, we don't need to do another public review period. We would make it available for the public for 7 days before we would submit, just so the public has time to see, review, and know what's going in. And then, again, depending on the Planning Commission and the board, if we get clear enough direction and there's comfort, we could, at that point, staff could make those changes and go ahead and submit directly to state HCD for its first 90-day review. Alternatively, if, depending on where we land, if there is a desire or a need to come back to the Planning Commission, board or just board to see those changes prior to submittal, depending on what that looks like. That could add 4 to 6 weeks just to get back through kind of that hearing and scheduling. And then we could submit subsequent to that. So there are some kind of variations on what those next steps, but these are what we'd expect for next steps. Staff will continue to receive public input even though the formal comment period ends on June 11th. Throughout this process, we continue to receive public input. Staff, and bear with me, I'm going to go to my last slide, actually, just because I'm speaking about it. Staff's also available. There are a lot of constituents, a lot of organizations throughout unincorporated county. We try to make ourselves available, and we are always open and available, especially should an organization or some of the individuals here who would like to arrange meetings with us specifically. We are very open to that. I just wanted to put up our contact information for folks, and I'll come back to this. And we'll kind of land on this one just to reiterate that we're happy as well to continue and make ourselves available for all of that community input as well as just answering questions. So with that, we ask that we recommend the commission receive this presentation, that you conduct a public workshop to review the element and presentation and provide input, receive input, and then provide direction to staff. And with that, I'll just pass it over to Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, thank you. So just really briefly on the timeline, the original plan and the typical way in which other jurisdictions have done housing element developments is you make the housing plan available for a 30-day public review and comment period. You gather the public comments, you submit to state HCD and get their initial comments. Then you make revisions to the plan that address both the state and the local comments. And then you bring it through a hearing process before it's submitted and certified. In this instance, we've heard a lot of comments, so we're proposing to modify the draft, then submit to state HCD, and then potentially to modify the draft again in response to state HCD comments. So 2 different rounds of drafting. Then it will go through the public review process as the modified draft before it's certified. So we're still in the draft process. We have now 2 points in time where we're revising the draft, and there's still a number of steps that need to go into this before it's certified. I'm also happy to talk about what the implications are on the timeline if that's of interest, but I know we've talked a lot, so I think we're ready to move along.
And I think with that, I will just close with a thank you on the screen, but I'll say it for anyone who's joining perhaps by phone. So you can get on our public distribution list, email distribution list. You can send questions, comments, updates anytime to our general plan updates at co.monterey.ca.us. Email at any time. And again, you can request to be added to the public distribution list so that you get those email notifications directly as well. Our planner contacts are Jamie Scott Guthrie, 831-796-6414 if you have questions. If you have questions in either English or Spanish, Edgar Sanchez is our assistant planner, and his number is 831-783-7058. The housing element draft is available for public comment, and you can find the document by scanning that QR code that's on the screen presently, or visiting www.countyofmonterey.gov/general plan updates webpage, and you can access the draft as well as other information and questions and receive status updates as well through our website. So with that, we thank you. Staff is available for questions, and we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Yes, with that, before we go on a 10-minute break, for those that have not been here before, the restrooms are on the corner by where the security guards are at, and there are other restrooms also on the second floor. So just FYI. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and should return at about 10:46, 10:47. Thank you. We're have a 10-minute break. the next 30 seconds. So if the commissioners could please come back and get to your chairs, and the public, could you please find a seat? Thank you. Well, we're going to go ahead and begin. Again, we're missing Commissioner Gomez, and Commissioner Deal is absent, so I'm sure Commissioner Gomez will join us soon. So other than that, the rest of the commissioners are here, and we'll go ahead and bring back information to the commission for questions. So with that, any commissioners wanting to ask questions from the staff, we'll start with that. Commissioner Shaw?
Sorry, thank you. I do have lots of questions, but Commissioner Daniels had her hand up first.
Okay. Commissioner Roberts?
I think it's Commissioner Daniels.
Commissioner Daniels, I guess I'm getting hard of hearing too.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. So first off, I just want to say to staff that I feel very heard, and I'm so appreciative of that. We had a pretty long housing element conversation in the last go around, and much of what I was hoping to get out of that conversation has been discussed today. And so I really do appreciate that. So I can talk into the microphone. I'm going to move my computer. Let's see where to start. Can you bring up the map that you referenced but that we haven't seen that has all the sites on it?
Yeah, just give me one moment. I'll share that via Zoom. Okay, I did want to let individuals know. So this is the administrative draft of the site's inventory. It's the same map app, so none of the locations have been changed than what's public for the review process. Staff did an alternative version where we updated with a layer of the sites that we identified as removed. They're the hash marks. Our intention is based on the outcome today, and anything we would need to incorporate as a part of going forward to the Board of Supervisors is that we would make those updates, and then we would make that map app available to the public to help facilitate ahead of the June. But this is not something that the public, that's posted for the public yet, just to be clear.
So I'll start through the chair by saying if anyone in the audience is confused and it's hard to follow, like I really spent a lot of time reading this draft, and especially Chapter 7, and I've become very familiar with the sites, but even saying that, I feel like my comments right now, I'm going to miss some of the sites that I had questions about just because it's so much. But to start, I want to say that sites 2, 3, and 4 and 48, I would be interested, in particular, the Big Sur Land Trust letter, if my colleagues haven't seen it, makes a huge impression on me. And I feel like with 2, 3, and 4, and I believe they referenced 48 as well, but 2, 3, and 4, in terms of the ecological significance of that land, even if we have the builder's remedy, I think you don't overlook some of the points that were raised in that letter, even if you have some developer interest. So in my questions and comments right now, I'm going to be looking at ways that we can remove those sites and swap out some other sites that the county has suggested removing, sort of in order to maintain the same buffer and number that you have gotten us to in option 2, if I understand option 2 correctly. Okay. And so one of the questions I have is regarding a site, I think it was 60, that you just referenced, Stevenson School, and I wasn't aware that that site was a school site. And then I also know that site 74 and 75, or 75 and 76, is the York School site. One of the things I want to point out on those 3 sites is that if it's a school not a school district, but a school, even a private school, that's aiming to build housing, I think we are safe to say it's not going to be market rate housing. And so utilizing the inclusionary housing ordinance on those sites isn't the methodology I would think that we are employing. We got a letter from the York School that, for someone who was on the board of the York School, who said they're looking to build teacher housing, and then they had a list of the type of housing that they're looking to build. And so I would like us to reconsider those sites. I think they were taken off, sites 74 and 75, and really look at the letter that we received about the type of housing they're trying to build, and not utilize the IHO methodology. And so even though that would be considered by some to be sprawl sites, it's an opportunity that exists to actually build much needed housing around a school and for the school. And I believe 60 falls under that same type of analysis. You also mentioned, I'm very, very happy to see the church sites reanalyzed along the SB4 lines. And one of the church sites was removed. And I was in Salinas, I believe you said maybe site 8, if I remember correctly. No, what one was it?
The church sites that were removed was at the request of the property owner. It was sites 71 and 72, which were the Cypress Church on Highway 68. Site 8 was a site north of Salinas that was not removed, and that we have heard from that property owner that they have interest.
Did we remove the inclusionary housing ordinance as the methodology for Site 8 and limit it to affordable housing under the SB4 law?
Yeah,
Pardon the interruption, but I just wanted for the record to say that Commissioner Gomez joined us about 3 minutes ago. Sorry.
My
apologies. Go ahead.
Yes, so all sites that are included currently have been updated in the numbers that we showed you as the using the SB4 law for the faith-based and or AB 2294 for the K through 12 schools. If we were to add any back in, we would intend to use a similar methodology. That seems to be a good methodology.
Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. In terms of site 44, what site was that? And I think you said it was a county-owned property that wasn't included? No, 44. I have it on my notes. Oh, this is my question about 44. 44 is in Mid-Valley, is that correct? And so my question about a site in Mid-Valley that's in the affordable housing overlay, why would we utilize, again, the inclusionary housing ordinance as the methodology if it's in the affordable housing overlay. I thought that created some sort of pathway for affordable housing development.
Yeah, so we have not had an objection to listing that site as a housing opportunity site, but we also have had sort of second-hand information that the property owner really isn't pursuing housing development, at least in the next 8 years. It is still designated as an affordable housing overlay site in the general plan. It just, the question is whether or not it should be designated as a housing opportunity site in the housing element and rezoned to high-density residential 20 units per acre at this point. The options kind of, we had the juxtaposition a little bit of, you know, there's option one and the updated method of assigning the units by income category. You could eliminate this site and still provide for the RHNA. And option two, we kind of showed that you could eliminate site 13, which is the Marina Blanco Triangle site, in that way of counting. Those two sites are kind of, you know, large sites that have some significant capacity. So there's other ways of doing it, but in this case, we were kind of wondering if that is realistically going to develop in the next 8 years and if it should remain in. It could be other sites, we could keep it. So we're open to that suggestion, but it was one of those sites where we weren't quite sure if it's realistically going to be built with housing in the next 8 years.
But if I could add to that, that is correct for kind of the decision to keep in or out based on feedback. Just speaking to some of the decisions we made for which methodology, whether we changed the methodology or not, for which sites we included as 100% affordable or with a higher level. So this site 44, while it's in an affordable housing overlay, it's a very large site. It scores very well, it has a very good TCAC score, but it's a very large site. And so that was kind of a judgment call that we made, that it's too large. And we don't have a track record of a site this large developing at 100% affordable. And that was why we made the determination to apply our general methodology to the site, whichever general methodology we were to choose. But it was based really on that, regardless of it being a good location and having that good potential. That seemed to be the more realistic and also state guidance acceptable approach for Site 44.
I do have some questions that I'll get to afterwards about the housing program slide, and I think maybe we can address that question in looking at the programs that you suggested in that slide, especially about minimum densities versus maximum densities. But I'll get to that afterward. But you brought up Site 13, and I was not a fan of Site 13, especially with this large number of housing to be developed. It's quite massive. But when you were giving your presentation, you mentioned that this is a site that's owned by the UCs?
Yeah.
This site is owned by UC System, the University of California. It is known as UCM Best. They also own some properties at the airport across Reservation Road. This is kind of a large flat site that's had fallowed agricultural land for many years. It's designated in the Fort Ord Master Plan and the former base reuse plan as planned development mixed use. UC representatives have indicated that they're willing to work with us on a development on that property, and we have considered reallocating the unit assignments if it were to stay in because it's a higher education facility.
So through the chair, I just want to sort of reiterate some of the things that we talked about in the last time we met, is that, and I think it really addresses a lot of the concerns that we've heard from the public, which is the idea that we would have so much market rate housing introduced through our through this process in terms of what we're planning for and sort of the implications that that has on the cost of living in our area and really a desire to create a housing element that plans for the housing we need, not a housing element that plans for housing that we don't need. And so because that is a UC property, it's publicly owned, I think when we get to the slide, the housing program slide, again, some minimum densities, affordable workforce, much lower numbers, and not that huge number of market rate housing could be considered by this body. But it's the massive number, 800, 900, whatever it was at this site, of market rate units that really, I think, rubbed people the wrong way. And so I'd like to sort of maybe, I don't know how we're moving forward, but maybe just sort of keeping track of these sites that we bring up in our public comment or in our comment, we can sort of address then afterward as a group what we want to do with them. But because that's publicly owned and it's by the UC system and they want to build housing, I would be interested in allowing for the kind of housing that we need, which is workforce, affordable, teacher, whatever it is, and not the market rate housing.
And what I did want to just say, just take the opportunity, is so that site, it's a publicly owned institution, a higher education institution. That site would then, we actually updated to apply the SB4. What I wanted to do was just share, because I did find those numbers. So for all of those sites that are faith-based and or owned by a higher institution of higher education, such as Site 13, we adjusted the distribution of the affordability based on SB4, and what that is. So what that allows for, it does allow for up to 5% of the housing to be for staff. So we assumed that would be up to 5% would be market. And this is for kind of the streamlined by right approach. It allows for 20% to be moderate income, and then the remaining 75%, it requires a minimum of, I believe, 30%, but the remaining 75% is then affordable in the lower income categories. And so we did a slightly weighted to very low versus low. So for all of those sites, we used that essentially 75% in the lower income categories, 20% in moderate, and then just a 5% market rate based on the SB4 provisions.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. And then I think I can save some of my questions. I can't see any more that I had a question about I had a convalescent hospital, and then I said 27, 28, and 29, and I didn't write any notes down. What were 27, 28, and 29?
Those are the Valverde cluster that we have the SB 330 application for in the mouth of Carmel Valley.
And we have the builder's remedy on the convalescent hospital right now as well.
Correct.
Okay, and then I'll just wrap this up so my colleagues can have a chance. There were a couple things that did come in public comment that I want to make sure we do hear about. In Chapter 3, we heard from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and I do agree with that request to make sure that the way we discuss the water supply constraints on the Monterey Peninsula is adequate and up to date. And so I don't know how staff feels about that letter, but I would be interested in getting some feedback and hearing what staff thinks about making sure that's a comprehensive description of our water supply. And then in terms of the housing programs slide, I would be interested in hearing how we might, what would the next steps be on the by right approval program for 100% affordable housing that you sort of teased. Is that something that we would just say as a commission we're interested in learning more about, and then you would write it up as a program and it would go to the board in this draft? Or would it be that in the draft it says that the county will be considering as a program a by right approval project process for affordable housing, 100% affordable housing?
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking for the direction generally today. Should we consider including a program that would allow ministerial approval of a housing development if it's 100% affordable and it's on a housing opportunity site? We will be redrafting the housing element before we submit to the state. So that level of direction would be very helpful, and whether or not we include a policy or program that accomplishes that.
So I'll wait to give any direction until after we hear public comment, but that's very helpful. And then I just wanted to point out that on that slide as well, around incentives packages, we got one pretty detailed public comment letter just now that I think didn't make it into the packet. That was from someone who made public comment last time around about the incentives packages, and it was pretty detailed, and we should take a look at it because it describes that point that you made in the housing program slide quite elaborately. And I'll leave it there.
Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to thank you for bringing this matter forward and responding to the many questions that the public had last time and we had last time when we heard in May. I appreciate the fact that the numbers were essentially cut in half, which is very helpful. What I'm concerned about is, and I want to make sure that that these sites that we're talking about, the ones that we're removing, are not affecting, or how are they affecting our affirmative efforts to further housing, if at all? I want to make sure that we're not putting all of the affordable housing in one neighborhood, in one area, that we're distributing equally. I think that's what's required based on the new housing element guidelines that the state adopted.
Yeah, so the map will look very similar to what it has, except that Aromas is no longer having a housing opportunity site. Aromas is one of those areas outside of District 5 that is considered a high resource area. If there were options for having housing there, we would consider that, but there are some infrastructure limitations and some other reasons that make it difficult to have a high density residential development out there. So other than Aromas, the distribution of sites is very similar. We've eliminated some on the north side of Salinas. We've eliminated some in District 5. We eliminated 2 in Chular, but there's still other sites there. So it's the elimination of sites has been across areas, but also not, other than Aromas, it's not changed the concentrations in any significant way.
I think one thing I would add to that, I really want to acknowledge there are some set parameters that we have to satisfy. For example, we can't have more than 50% of our lower income units planned on non-vacant sites. We definitely need to make sure that we are achieving the goals of affirmatively furthering fair housing. So anything that we get in terms of direction and desires and where we would land, we still need to work with our consultant team to go back and evaluate that according to some of the key parameters for the state to ensure that we still satisfy. I would say the way to think about it, we did try to take an approach to spread out where we were removing sites. We definitely tried to make sure that we didn't take them out of all the high resource. Aromas was kind of an exception as it's a bit of a high resource pocket. That being said, especially as we start to look at, again, as we in our high resource areas, if we continue to take or look at replacement sites that maybe aren't in a high resource area, I think that's where, just as a general guide, we might want to be mindful of and of concern. So yeah, and again, we will then need to go back and work with our consultant to analyze and make sure that we still satisfy the underlying criteria. So I think to the extent that we get a little bit of, this is what we'd like to see, and a little bit of, if this causes concerns, here's where we're comfortable with some shifting that staff could make. Anything along those lines will also really help us be able to keep moving mindfully.
Just one follow-up question. This relates to ADU units and their role in the housing element. I know that I brought up this issue before. People are asking me, and I, you know, I'm not sure what the number is. Do we identify a number of ADUs for the coastal Castroville area, coastal zone of Castroville area?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question with geographic specificity, but we do have ADUs counted in the draft housing element, and we'll be revisiting that if need be, but essentially it's based on our track record, and most of the ADUs that have been permitted have been in District 5, and they have not been available at affordable rents. We counted, I think, 9 ADUs as being available for low income, and based on some information we had on where they were permitted and what they were running for. But it's mostly been above market, and in the coastal zone in North County, ADUs are not allowed at the moment. We're working with Coastal Commission to try and address that particular issue, but there hasn't been any significant development of ADUs in the coastal areas of North Monterey County.
I would just, in the context of the housing element, so again, the accessory dwelling unit ordinances will be coming forward in the near future to try to get more in compliance, including in the coastal zone with state law, and address some of those concerns. With regards to the housing element, so how we included them, it wasn't geographic specific, it was based on track record. But the state housing community development, the state is very keen and really want to see strong ADU programs. We do have programs included to help better encourage ADUs and try to get those numbers up. And so it is an important area, and the state really does look at ADUs, but they let you take limited assumed credit for them based on track record.
Just one final comment. I do like the idea of having a robust housing program that might allow for 100% permitting by right. If that's something feasible, that's something we should definitely look into.
With that, we have Commissioner Roberts, and after Commissioner Roberts, we'll have Commissioner Shaw.
I have a question that I think you may have asked for direction from us on, and it's regarding the ministerial versus discretionary permitting going on. And if I think or going forward, and if I think I understood correctly from the last hearing, this plan will identify sites suitable for housing, and then the county will put a 20 unit per acre rezone on top of it. And then, so I guess the question is there discretion past that rezone, or is it an entitlement?
Unless we adopt a program that allows by right development, there would still be a requirement that the housing development go through the subdivision approval or housing, use permit process, whatever the case may be. If they're not subdividing, it would be use permit. If they're subdividing, it would be a subdivision, but similar public hearing and review process is subject to California Environmental Quality Act. And that's one of those things that, the by right approval policy avoids the time and, all of the things that go into having to go through that discretionary review process. That's the housing element's required to evaluate constraints, governmental and non-governmental, to housing development, and then develop policies and programs that help remove some of those constraints. It's a little bit separate from identifying opportunity sites. The opportunity sites would be rezoned to 20 units per acre and be dedicated essentially as being capable of supporting housing. The development that comes forward, if it comes forward in the next 8 years, from the property owner or developer of that property, could take advantage of certain incentives in bringing forward their housing development. If we wanted to incentivize 100% affordable housing, we could do that by removing the time and money that it takes to go through a discretionary review process by making that 100% affordable by right. That's the concept.
And I would just add to that as well, another thing too, again, programs, not just looking at the affordability for deed restricted, but you can look at programs that look at making it easier by right or no, potentially for projects that cross a threshold of density that, get to those higher densities that we look at. So those are all program opportunities that could exist, and goes back to, we do include a program for kind of minimum densities on parcels. So it's both density for affordable by design as well as that deed restricted affordability.
Just to follow up on that, I guess the pessimist in me is concerned about what would happen if it wasn't affordable somehow. If, somebody says, oh, we can't afford to make these affordable, and we, that's what we hear all the time. So I'm just trying to figure out what rights, what entitlement someone would have that, to kind of skirt the intention.
Well, if it's not 100% affordable, it wouldn't be the by right approval. And so it would go through the Planning Commission and probably board. But depending on appeal or, various entitlement requirements. So that then would be the opportunity for the Planning Commission to weigh in on, application of the county's general plan and housing ordinance rules, and as part of the review of that individual application.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I might have nobody agree with me on this. And while I'm very in favor of affordable housing, I grew up dirt poor, I live in a poor community, I get this, I understand the need for it. I strongly dislike a by right approval for 100% affordable housing, because that removes the ability for the public to have input at what happens in their community. And when we're rezoning things to a density of 20 units per acre, and that is a lot, actually. I know exactly what that's like. That's a lot. And that can be put into these rural communities that don't have police force, they don't have a city council to represent them, their tax dollars are not being kept in the community, they go into the general fund. And then you're also removing their voice to say, hey, this maybe doesn't work well with our community, this is our experience. That doesn't sit well with me at all. I know it's kind of unavoidable to push these densities into rural communities. A lot of these sites, and thankfully the Aroma sites were removed, were not appropriate for this kind of density. My question, and just for clarification, because I don't understand this is a lot to wrap my brain around, the rezoning of these properties would just happen. And how would these property owners, so let's pretend these Aroma sites were still in the list of available sites, the ones who they asked to be removed, how would they have found out that their property was rezoned? And would there be any impacts to them of that rezoning? Or would it just be like, oh, they went to go sell it one day maybe, and they're like, oh, wow, my property was rezoned 20 units per acre. I'm just curious how that affects these property owners. And was it a case of they had to find out and then reach out to the county to be removed? Or were they notified, and why do they have to ask permission to be removed? So it's a little convoluted, but thank you.
So we did a housing opportunity sites map months ago, maybe close to a year ago. And we sent letters to every homeowner that was identified in that housing opportunity site map. We did a number of town hall meetings. We got surveys out. We did pop-up events, a number of attempts to reach the constituents in the county, and we made revisions to that map. Some, we added some sites and subtracted others. We then made that revised map part of our draft housing element. The ones that were added, we didn't get the letter out in a timely manner, but it has gone out. So all property owners on the map that is on our website have gotten a letter directly saying, you know, please reach out to us. You're being considered to be, your property is being considered as part of a housing opportunity site. When we get responses from those property owners that say we're not interested, we remove them.
Through the chair, thank you. I guess I would rather see the county say, can we include your property as potentially being rezoned? But maybe that's irrelevant because there's no negative impacts to being rezoned. Being rezoned, if they, for example, that letter, someone threw it away, they didn't read it, they didn't understand it, whatever the case may be, and then their property got rezoned, how would that affect them day to day, yearly, in the event of a sale?
So the sort of the principle involved here is we don't have enough sites in the county that are available for a housing development. And what makes them available for housing development and more likely to develop is to dedicate them for housing and zone them for higher densities at residential zonings at higher densities. That's a flag to anyone who's interested in purchasing or someone who owns the property that, you know, there's some level of comfort that some type of housing development can be approved here. And so the more opportunity sites there are, the more opportunities there are to develop housing to help meet our RHNA. It doesn't mean that every site we've designated is actually going to develop in the next 8 years. Some of them may not. You know, what we've done is an attempt in a planning sense to put those housing opportunity sites in areas that are already designated for growth, are closer to goods and services and things like that, which is part of the same thinking that went into the revisions that have been presented today. When we identify those sites, we then reach out to the property owners. They likely will have an increased property value from having been designated as high-density residential, because now there's an opportunity for housing development where there wasn't before. But if they're not interested, it's not good practice, and it's kind of against what state HCD wants us to do, to say this is a housing opportunity site, even though the property owner is not interested in selling or building in the next 8 years. So it doesn't make sense that way. So that's sort of the process we've gone through.
Through the chair, though, just to clarify, totally understand about the whole process. My question, though, so if they have a higher property value because it's rezoned, would that cause like a reassessment? Would their property taxes go up? How would that affect me just as like the random stay-at-home mom who has a house? How would I see that affect me in my day-to-day life within a year when I get my property taxes? Would that affect me at all?
You wouldn't be reassessed. Your property tax value wouldn't be reassessed unless you sold your property or you developed it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a few questions, but I'm going to ask that we look at the slide that showed the changes in the opportunity sites. But my first question then will be piggybacking on the programs, housing programs subject, and what Commissioner Shaw has said about 100% by right opportunity sites. And I have read that one of the concessions made for higher density developments is requiring lower parking spaces. And I'm wondering how that would affect neighboring communities or even the units that do get provided on those opportunity sites if there's less than a standard number of parking available for those people in areas that there is no public transportation or far away from jobs. So if we're looking at, for example, Opportunity Site 13, I think there's public transportation on that main road, but it's pretty far removed from everything. And if we were to make Opportunity Site 13 one of those 100% by right options, and we have less parking available for the developer as an incentive, wouldn't that be a negative for the people that eventually live there?
I mean, so we don't know what the housing opportunity sites will look like. We don't know what the parking program is. We don't have any details. We don't have a proposal on Site 13, for instance. Using Site 13 as an example. Site 13 is the large site outside of Marina owned by UC System. It borders with the Monterey Airport, UCM site, and the other end of it kind of meets up with the other end of East Garrison community. So East Garrison, I know we've had a lot of comments about parking. There was a plan done that involved an analysis of parking when that went through. The way in which people use their garages and streets and visitors to the community come in and how many cars are on site, that all needs to be evaluated as part of a development when it comes through. If it's 100% affordable and we include a policy that says 100% affordable developments should be permitted by right, we would need an objective standard around parking that either you meet this parking requirement or you don't. And there's a number of other objective standards that would go into it, but when it's not a discretionary application, it's either it meets the standard or it doesn't. That's the ministerial approval.
Thank you, through the chair. So I would say that 100% by right would not be appropriate in all opportunity sites because you don't know if they sit in communities where they wouldn't be appropriate, whatever is being proposed. And for the same, I think that along the same lines, if location of that opportunity site could be something that would deem that site not appropriate for the higher density project, I think that if a standard parking requirement is a lower number than usual to incentivize a developer, I think that would also preclude some sites from actually being good candidates for a by right opportunity.
Yeah. Just, parking standards are something that are actually listed in the density bonus and incentive state law as something that a developer can request as an incentive when they provide a certain level of affordability in their projects. So we have parking standards. It's usually 2 spaces per unit, 1 covered, 1 or 2 covered, 2 spaces, 1 has to be covered. But there can be factors involved or requests for incentives when a density bonus gets involved. All of that stuff is hard to answer in the theoretical in this exercise, but there's a lot of different state laws and zoning and general plan policies that come into play around land use and development.
Thank you. More questions? Thank you. To the slide, please, where you had described opportunity sites that were added and removed.
Alex or Quinn, can you share staff right? Is this the slide?
Yes, thank you. The updated sites, that's sites that were removed.
Yeah, I mean, that's in the options, and being responsive to some of the comments, not all of them, but many of them. We have attempted to remove a number of opportunity sites and then redistribute the capacity assumptions amongst income categories. So this is potentially the sites that could be deleted in the options that we've presented today.
Okay, thank you. And then down below, it says include or consider known development proposals. And that's, Commissioner Daniels had spoken about 2, 3, and 4. So that's the development proposal that she was talking about that we already have in this consideration.
So we had, those are large sites. Sites 13, sites 44, sites 2, 3, and 4, they're large sites. There's over 100 acres. So in the draft that is published and on our website that we've been going through public review and comment over, there's a large capacity or theoretical potential for development on those large sites. It's a large acreage, and it's even when you apply a 60%, capacity assumption, there's still a large number. And then when you have that large number, you allocate them amongst income categories. Those are privately owned properties. They're large sites. They have right now a larger capacity assumption. What we're saying is we know that there's a developer interested in building this. They have done a number of background studies and research. There are some real infrastructure and other constraints that make it very likely that they're going to come in well under that theoretical capacity. So in order for us to ensure that we're not overcounting or undercounting or getting immediately into a no net loss scenario, we're saying, what if we applied a different capacity assumption to this site that's less than that large number that existed before, knowing that in all likelihood there won't be the water that will support 1,200 units at that site, but more likely it'll be less units than that. So that's what set include or consider known development proposals mean. It doesn't mean that exactly what they're wanting to do is exactly what our numbers are. It means that we might want to think about actually reducing the capacity assumption there in order to be more realistic and in order to make sure that we're not getting into a no net loss scenario immediately.
Okay, thank you so much.
And if I may just for a reminder, so sites that are identified as housing element sites per the guidelines, the county needs to ensure could be developed at up to 20 acres per unit. So any sites that are identified as housing element, we have a number of sites that are already zoned as mixed use. Our mixed use regulations actually allow for up to 30 units per acre in that mixed use category. So for example, sites that are already zoned for that, they're not proposed to be rezoned because they meet that state criteria. Other sites that their current underlying zoning would not allow for up to 20 units per acre. That is a requirement which we then rezone it, which could allow up to that. The distinction in terms of how we count for our planning for how many sites that's the distinction is, how we account for planning. Do we assume that it's going to develop at sort of this higher realistic capacity for higher density calculation, which is realistic, or do we say, no, this is really going to develop lower? If we say we know this is going to develop lower and identify it as a housing element site, it gets rezoned. But if it develops at that lower rate and we counted it for how we're trying to say we have a buffer at a high amount, and then it develops lower, that's where it gets us. So it's a distinction between how you're zoned, what we're required, and then how we actually count when we're looking at how many sites we feel legitimately are needed to demonstrate that we can and are likely to see development to achieve our RHNA.
Thank you so much. 2 more questions based on that. Thank you. So I appreciate that first your analysis was basically math, the size of an opportunity site, and then how many units that opportunity site can accommodate. And then based on your criteria, you adjust the number of units, whatever criteria you're using. Thank you. What about the units that you show on opportunity sites where there is a very high fire hazard? You said there were just I think it was just a handful of opportunity sites, but is homeowner insurance one of those criteria that would make you consider whether an opportunity site is actually a viable option?
So in terms of, so there are market constraints, of which housing and fire insurance is a part of that, that do affect the developability of properties. Though how those are accounted for, this is a land use planning level document where we, and how we account for fire hazard is, for example, we tried to avoid them. If they met other criteria and were included, we potentially, looking at the site, would adjust our realistic capacity, or perhaps it could come into play there. And then it comes into the planning side for our safety element, for how do we mitigate for the risk at that planning level, having mitigation measures that would mitigate for the risk of identifying this as a buildable, as a potential site that could be developed. When you get into the actual development and issues with that the entire state, any areas of kind of buildability, what a development needs to achieve in order to comply with requirements for that are more and more taking into account fire hazard and risk, and then ultimately the insurability of a site, that all comes out at the more of the project specific level and the cost and benefit and planning. I went through this personally with my own home and my own insurance company. So I looked at it extensively. We fortunately didn't get dropped. We were very close to getting dropped. They tried really hard. And we did look into, there is California covered fire insurance for any high risk property in the state of California. So there is the ability to obtain coverage, but that's very costly. So, but again, that comes more into play at the project level planning and sort of the market and cost and sort of at that level with a project, if that answers it.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to add here that, we're trying to do a lot of explaining about things that we're not necessarily the experts in. So if there are housing opportunity sites you see on our map that you don't think would get coverage, let us know which ones those are, and we'll take a look. I mean, so there's also a number of state laws that are moving forward that are attempting to change the fire insurance coverage issues that are currently being experienced. So we don't have control over fire insurance. We have control over the site's inventory map. We think we've done an adequate job of locating housing opportunity sites in areas that are not remote and extreme fire danger areas. But, if there's a specific project that you're questioning, we're happy to take a look at that.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Before we get to the public comment, I just want to clarify one more, because it was brought up in this conversation. If we were to look at a program that would allow by right 100% affordable housing and the streamlining that you discussed, I just want to be really clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, the housing element would just cite that the county intends to look into a program, develop a program. We at the Planning Commission probably would still have a chance to look at that program. So all of these questions about parking and things like that would come down the road. It's not that we are planning that program right now. So one of the questions, if I'm wrong, correct me. And then the question I have about that is the program like this something that would likely be looked on favorably by state housing and community development? It's not something we currently have. Are you suggesting it because it would be something that would be helpful in terms of us getting this plan across the finish line?
So two things. You are correct. The housing element identifies that the county is committing to looking into and developing a by right program. What that program would ultimately look like, and I think we mentioned, if we want to commit to doing it, and you could say two ways. You could say consider a program, or we will make these sites by right. So there's different ways depending on how directive we want to be at this time to incorporate a program now in the housing element. But either way, any program needs to come back and go through the proper process for consideration and approval. Objective design standards. Those would be, staff's not going to go write them and start implementing them. Those would be things that we would develop. There would be community voice and involvement in how those objective design standards get developed. There would be a public process for then approving those objective design standards, which would then be applied to projects. So there is, all of these policies go through their own appropriate public approval process subsequent.
If I could follow up just with two more questions then. Did we ever get an answer to the question that was asked in the last hearing about what happens to sites that are not built in the cycle and the by right approval process?
So, and I didn't answer your second question in terms of favorability with the state. So considering a program, so when we were asked, for example, to look at an allocation methodology for how we say we think our sites are going to develop that is more affordable, maybe more dense than our standard, how development has happened, in order to substantiate, because our history and pattern doesn't substantiate that we can accomplish that. So in order to have the state, when they look at our housing element, and this is where we did look at other housing elements, in housing elements where they took that approach, either that jurisdiction had a history of developing such as this, meaning they already have the regulatory and incentives framework in place that lets this happen, or their housing program identified programs that we committed to putting in place that would make that feasible. And so definitely, if we want to look at reducing further our sites and utilize and relying more on, say, our RHNA allocation for how we demonstrate that we have enough sites to accommodate, so that's a higher number of affordable. This is one of the programs that we saw in state certified programs that we believe would be a good one and important for the state to believe that we could achieve that higher level of affordability.
I have one final question. Just what is Site 39? It was, I think, cited, and I don't know what site that is.
Site 39 is a property owned by Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, and I can pull that up if you'd like me to share it.
It's in Marina?
It's just outside Marina,
Okay,
Schoonover
it is
Park.
in our packet then. I understand.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I wanted to thank you so much for clarifying for Commissioner Daniels for asking that question that clarified and the answer that the community would have the opportunity to have a voice in this by right stuff, right? That it just wouldn't, I just really like that. So I appreciate that. I wanted to point out when you talked about fire danger, Site 17, which is in Prunedale, and basically any site in Prunedale is going to be really cost prohibitive. Your guys' fire insurance is bonkers out there, as something that might want to be revisited. And on top of that some of the numbers that are stated in the site description of factors of supporting development are not accurate. And I don't know who proofread those numbers, like, oh, such and such is within this distance. And it mostly came up for me because I was specifically looking at District 2 and stuff that I'm familiar with, living where I live in Pajaro and having gone to school in Aromas, that the distances quoted were vastly underestimated in some of them, and some of the amenities that were stated don't actually exist anymore, or so I didn't know if those were going to be double checked on a lot of the sites. And then I had a question, a little bit maybe off topic. Site 23, the convalescent home site, wasn't that the one that came before us for a lot line adjustment, and the neighbors were in a tizzy thinking that it was going to be all these apartments and really high density? That's the site, right? And now they're using, correct me if I'm wrong, the builder's remedy to potentially do that, correct? Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if I can respond to a couple of your bullets just really quickly to. So one, I did want to say I did get the list for sites that are in high hazard, so identified as high hazard site, that remain after you take out the ones that we're proposing be eliminated are site 4, 16, 50, and 68. So there are 4 sites that fit there. Not that there's no fire hazard, but that are classified and identified as high fire hazard. Please, if you have local knowledge, please tell us if amenities are no longer there. Distances are a little different. Those are as the crow flies distances. These are very high level amenity assessment scores. They're not intended to say this is what you'd get, because you have to be more precise. So it's a very high level planning. If there are amenities that are gone, we as staff are not all familiar with specific locations. Even in my own area, I tried to rely a little bit. We couldn't physically drive and verify all businesses are still open. So we are gleaning for anyone who tells us that's not there anymore or it's changed. We've had other properties that we had identified and that had subsequently pulled building permits and have development happen. So things get missed. We went back, we're trying to do a thorough audit. So anything that folks have, please let us know. We will update, and we want it to be correct. It's just a big county and things change. With regards to Site 23, what they're talking about, so that it was already included as a housing element proposed site. And yes, it is the same site that came in for the potential lot line. What the builder's remedy proposal is that is in, it just in terms of how it relates to our housing element from the draft that's available and how we include it in the draft, it already reflects the number of units that would be anticipated at that site. So just to connect what is already in the public draft is the number of units that are actually a part of the builder's remedy proposal application that we have. The distributions are probably different, I believe, if I recall, for what's public, but.
Any other questions from the commission? If not, then I guess it's 11:47 based on this. I'm not sure if it's 11:50 based on a different time. Our phone, 11:51. So what's the pleasure of the commission? Do we want it to open public comment? Do we want to go and take an hour 15 minutes, an hour and a half lunch? Or do we open it to public comment and then we stop at around 12:30-ish?
Through the chair, I would be interested to know how many hands are up for public comment. I think it would be really important to sort of respect the folks that have been here for a while that want to make public comment. If we do decide to break for a lunch, a much shorter lunch, since it's not whatever the word is, we can take a shorter lunch since we don't have this on the agenda for 1:30. And so I would advocate for a shorter lunch if we're going to go to lunch, but really get an idea of how many people online and in the room want to make public comment, and perhaps start that public comment now if we can.
With that, I'm going to ask how many people wanted to come and make a public comment. That way, since you're here, because it would be a limit of about 3 minutes, so it would be a good hour or.
Through the chair, There are 17 slips that we've received for in-person public comment, and there's currently 9 hands up on Zoom.
Well, we could take the public comment that's present, and we can always come back and either decide whether we stop at 12:30 or from there.
I wouldn't be opposed to continuing a little bit past our normal hour. However, I will say that for me personally, if we are going to continue to deliberate and offer a suggestion to staff after lunch or whatever point, I personally digest it better after I've taken a break and can come back. And so in fairness of everybody who has participated, it would be my preference to continue on our normal schedule and break.
So break now, and for how long? What, 45 minutes?
The normal schedule. I don't even know what the normal schedule is.
So we'll be back at 12:45?
Wait,
I would be fine with a 30-minute lunch break.
same. I would as well.
30 minutes?
I
Going
mean,
once?
I defer to the majority, but
And Mr. Chair, sometimes staff has issues that they need, so I'd like to ask staff if they have to do anything in between that.
So through the chair, no, staff's, we're here for this today, so 30 minutes, we'll find our way to food. I would like to say just for anyone who has joined either here in person or who's online, if we're going to break, perhaps we could just remind them what the email is. We truly read all of the email comments in addition. So if someone who has joined does need to leave because of the time, perhaps we could just provide that email address as well, again, for them. They can always submit those comments, and we will look for those when we reconvene.
Through the chair, I'm just thinking of everyone in this room and us descending on the little tiny cafe. If we wanted to walk and just grab something and bring it back, I would prefer the 45 minutes. I'm so sorry to everyone, but there's no way we're going to be able to get food and get back here in time. So if it's okay to have the 45 minutes, I would request that.
So we'll take a 45-minute break. We'll be back at 12:45.
For those of us that are currently signed up to present here that can't stay, can we return home and then log on and present through Zoom? Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Happy lunch.
Marcus, let go.
Public mic check? Public mic check? ADA mic check? Staff right mic check? Staff left mic check? Mic 12 check? Mic 11 check? Mic 10 check? Mic 9 check? Mic 8 check?
Thank you.
Mic 7 check? Mic 6 check? Mic 5 check? Mic 4 check? Mic 3 check? Mic 2 check? Mic 1 check? Clerk mic check?
And wrap up our conversations, and we'll start in about 5 seconds. Thank you. First of all, in terms of the commissioners present, I know Ms. Martha Dill was out ill today, and Mr. Mendoza is not returning. Other than that, we still have the 8 of the commissioners from this morning. And with that, we will open public hearing at this time. And the first person up is Tom Rowley.
Just for the record, Getzelman hasn't joined us yet.
Thank you. And for the record, Mr. Getzelman, sorry about that, Mr. Getzelman hasn't joined us yet.
Good afternoon. Tom Rowley, R-O-W-L-E-Y. Again, I'm the president of the Fisherman Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. We are directly adjacent to site number 68, which has at least seven single-family residents, all which worth at least $1 million. That I consider that site, unless you've talked to those 7 property owners, I don't think they're willing to chip into whatever you've got proposed for that area. The other thing is site area number 1 is where the TAMC is planning for a major roundabout on Highway 68. So if you have not been cut in on what is happening, Doug Bilsey is the planning director for TAMC. And while this is proposed, it's for the future, and which is certainly within the timeline of your plan. So I was glad to hear that you made some progress. I'm interested, and I hope to find out who the developer is that's proposing something for lots 2, 3, and 4, because I've talked to one developer who says he has a contract with the owner of the property, the Work Estate, Frank T. Work Estate, which is one of the biggest property owners on the Monterey Peninsula. And he proposed 3,500 units of housing. One of the things I like to mention to you is when you look at what's proposed, Delray Oaks, the city of Delray Oaks, is approximately 6,000 units of housing. There's 100 units at Oaks, their condo development. The remaining are 5,000 houses. When you're talking, and that's a city of about 3,000 people, what you're talking about is putting something bigger than Delray Oaks on lots 2, 3, and 4 in that area. The city of Monterey, my neighborhood is directly to the west. We include Foothill School. It's adjacent our neighborhood. And the city of Monterey is directly to the east, Ryan Ranch, and runs along Salinas Highway. Putting a big development like you're proposing in the county is totally nuts. That's the only way I could provide a comment to it. It's totally nuts on lots 2, 3, and 4. So you can see the signs here from the people that live in Montara, the expensive property that's right above Montara, Tarpey Flats. But we know what the name for Tarpey Flats, what it came from. It's very historical. And the thing is, the changes that are proposed for the high-density housing does not make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Alberto Lustre, and then we'll have Jose Guerra and Dennis Ward, if you can come up to the front to be ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Alberto Lustre with the Northern California Carpenters Union Local 605. And it's great that you put in a lot of lots, new changes into the housing element, but we're missing a big piece on the housing element. Who's going to build these projects? Who's going to work on these projects? Is it going to have any local hire? Is it going to have healthcare on these projects? Is it going to promote apprenticeship? And then the last thing, is it going to be is it going to pay a prevailing wage or a livable wage? As you know, the area of Monterey It's all farmland. It's all farm workers. Same thing with construction. We all need a construction worker, and we all need a farmer. So we should be taking care of the people that build the projects and the farm workers. So if you earn a livable wage in the area, like myself, you can afford to live in the city. Otherwise, you got to get pushed back somewhere else. As you know, this county is so expensive that we're getting pushed everywhere else. I actually came in from Gilroy all the way to Salinas because I couldn't afford living there. So I'm getting pushed back every single time. That means I got to commute 2-3 hours a day, back and forth. No community engagement. Or the people that work, they don't have any health insurance, they become a burden to the system. And who pays for the system? We do, taxpayers. About 80% of construction workers don't have any health care. Apprenticeship. Let's look at the field workers that work in the ag industry. What are the kids going to do? Are they going back in the fields? Are we going to give them a shot to actually go into the construction or the trades? There's nothing there on the actual housing element to improve that. There's a couple cities actually in the North Bay in the Santa Clara County and Santa Cruz that have some encouragement language for the housing element, which include healthcare, apprenticeship, local hire, and it just encourages language and just the promotion of having healthcare is the biggest thing. We depend on that. We beat our bodies every day. Every day we go to work, 10, 12 hours a day. And then when we get older, we got nothing to take care of, nothing for us. There's nothing left. The cities that actually have those, the housing, the harmony language included in their housing elements is Capitola, Los Gatos, Palo Alto, County of San Mateo, and Sunnyvale, Santa Clara. I encourage you guys to look into language. I can actually email the language to the Planning Commission to look at it. It will help the industry a lot, and it'll give the opportunity for not just construction workers, youth minorities, youth, women. Will give us a shot to actually get people into the trades. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jose Guerra, and I believe he left earlier, but Jose Guerra. And then Dennis Ward. Dennis Ward. Then we.
Hi, my name's Dennis Ward. I live in Carmel Valley.
At this time, it's Dennis Ward, but did you?
Yeah, I am Dennis Ward.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Don't worry, I got my hearing aids on too. I can
borrow it.
Here you go. Anyway, I spoke at the last meeting. There's something that I brought up that I'd like to find out that is kind of stealth as to what's going on, and that is property values for the current people that already own property in Carmel Valley, which I do. We've owned our same property for 37 years, a nice, beautiful area looking down Carmel Valley. And what's proposed right next to us is opportunity number 50, which is great. We do need more low-income housing. However, I was told that if it gets approved, that we can knock $500,000 off the value of our house right now, right off the top. Well, the other part of it is that we're now in real estate purgatory because, and I was speaking to Mr. Spencer outside, it could be 7-8 years before this goes through, could be a year or two before it gets approved. But right now, it is marked as an opportunity. And if we go to try to sell our property, we've got to disclose by real estate law that, hey, there's a possibility that this could go in right next door to us. So it's my property and the two properties in front of me so I just want to find out how we, people that are put in that position, can go about finding out how we get out of that dilemma, or when we know when it's going to get approved. You know, right now we're just in limbo with it. So I don't know who I would check with on that. If it would be Mr. Spencer or whatever. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Teresa Repusky, sorry if I slaughtered that. then followed by Robert Vitale and Malcolm Mejia.
Teresa Rapasi, you have to leave for an appointment.
Okay, then we have Robert Vitale.
Yes, hello, I'm Robert Vitale. Thank you again for being volunteers on this commission. We appreciate your public service to the community. It's very valuable, and I certainly appreciate the efforts that you're doing. And I also want to thank the staff for all the efforts that they put into this and getting all, basically bloodied with all the comments. And we got to kind of appreciate the thick skinness that people have presented here. So I want to also thank the staff for recognizing that the 4 properties in Aromas are really not suitable at this time for this type of high density development. I also wanted to point out that if you really want to reach out to the community in Aromas, the way to do this is not through the little tiny closet of a library we have there, but there is a community grange there that's very active, and the whole community is involved there, and they would appreciate any involvement the county has out there. We've had numerous meetings with county supervisors from all 3 counties, by the way. Aromas is a 3-county area, and this development here has reached the level of being noticed by the Board of Supervisors at San Benito County, and so there's probably some comments coming in from adjoining counties. In terms of inclusionary housing in Aromas, I wanted to make some offerings of some suggestions to look into, and this is to basically to promote or increase ADU development, which would be infill. And this could be something that is done in parallel with the owners of the property. They're on site. I have neighbors that have tried really hard to put an ADU on their property and to basically offer this as low-income housing. But they've been stymied by county regulations, specifically from the health department, in terms of wastewater management and sometimes in terms of water, and then sometimes in terms of fire use. So we have to have like a lot of water on a property when you increase the amount of square feet. So I want to put that out there. That the other place is to look at in North Monterey County is the Paro Valley Golf Course is undergoing a development there. They were bought, and this site has not been listed at all. And when I reached out to Supervisor Church about this, he mentioned that, yeah, there's could be a possibility there. So, and the corporation that owns that, their primary interest is real estate development, but they want to keep the golf course, I think, too. So that could be an opportunity. It's on a bus line, and it's near all the services. Thank you very much.
We have Malcolm Mejia, but I believe he left. Then we have Priscilla Walton, followed from John Hale and Antonio Ravago. Priscilla Walton, she left. And John Hale.
That was the gentleman who said that he would join by Zoom.
Okay. Antonio Ravago, I believe he left. Then we have Tom Edwin.
Make this painless. I'm Tom Ewan. I'm a resident of Carmel Valley, lived in the same house for 49 years up on Rio Vista Drive, mouth of the valley, and I'd like to thank the commissioners for being here, asking your questions, making your comments. And again, I'd also like to thank staff. Your hands are kind of tied with state regulations. But I had some questions on the thing that we saw earlier this morning that you put up on the specific changes made, whether my hearing wasn't working or not. Item 2, reduce number of sites. And I don't know anything about a lot of them there, but the 46 and the 49 are my neighbors. And I hope those do get removed from the list. There's a lot of letters in the package over here from residents of Carmel Valley that have the same sentiments that I do. And we've talked about home insurance. We've talked about, which a lot of us have lost. Luckily, I was able to get insurance from a very good company, but the state program is absolutely worthless. You don't get the coverage, and it's very, very, very expensive. So please, it says reduce number of sites, but I hope you mean removal. And then if we go to the page on hazards, I've read a lot of the letters and I've heard a lot of the comments about extreme fire danger. My resources, and I'm sure you have the same ones, have told me that after the Paradise Fire, which we're all familiar with, the CDF, California Department of Forestry, made a list of the top 20 extreme fire hazard areas in the state of California. Carmel Valley is number 3 on the list. That's pretty extreme fire danger to me. So I don't think there's anybody that wants more housing around their properties that I've heard here or read in the letters. Yeah, I love the comments that I've heard from several of the commissioners about police, firefighters, hospital workers, first responders, the service people, the people that service us. And some of them don't even live in Monterey County. Housing we do need for them. Will not, but some of the places that have been listed, in fact, if I could be really honest with you and very selfish, I would say Carmel Valley should have no more housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I have one from, it says Land Watch, and then Ana Luz Acevedo and Karen Cameron. But if you're from Land Watch, I guess you can give us your name. Thank you.
Can I go ahead? My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Land Watch, and I will be providing comments on Land Watch's behalf. The county's draft housing element, as originally conceived, was off by a wide margin. For this reason, at its May 15th meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously and correctly recommended that staff not forward the current draft to HCD. Most at this point agree that what is currently at issue is how to fix the housing element, not whether it needs to be fixed. So how do we fix the draft housing element? Instead of the 10,257 units that the original draft provides for, more than 3 times the required RHNA number, the county needs to remove sprawl sites, meaning sites that are not already within a highly developed area, and any other sites that will lead to loss of natural lands, excessive vehicle miles traveled, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. Specifically, and this is not an exhaustive list, the county needs to remove sites 5 through 7, 9 through 14, 33 through 37, 39 through 42, 46, 49, 55 through 57, 59, and 74 through 76. Doing so will reduce the total amount by 5,554 unneeded units. Also, instead of limiting the unit count for affordable housing to the number that would be required under the county's Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, or IHO, a program that is not required and that has been grossly ineffective over the past 45 years, Landwatch calls on the county to credit all sites that could count towards affordable housing and to provide programs and policies that will remove constraints on production of that affordable housing. By implementing these changes, the county will be planning for a sufficient supply of higher density, climate-friendly development that meets the needs of local residents. It will also ensure that housing is connected to walkable communities and transit in high-resource areas that affirmatively further fair housing. Lastly, it will preserve open space and farmlands. In closing, we request that the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors provide staff with clear instructions to revise the draft, to remove the above identified sites, to formulate programs and policies other than the failed IHO, and to count all qualifying sites towards the affordable housing RHNA. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Ana Luz Acevedo.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ana Luz Acevedo. I am a resident of Prudendale, California, and I grew up in Castroville, so I'm very familiar with the area. Also part of COPA's housing team, but today I'm here to speak to you as an individual. And first, I'd like to thank you for your commitment to the work. I know that this is a lot of work that you guys are putting into it, so I really value it, and I know that you have a lot to take into account from everybody's perspective, so I respect that work that you guys do for us. But I do want to start out by mentioning what failure looks like, because, I mean, being an engineer, I always think failure and work backwards from that. So I'll describe what failure looks like. In my opinion, failure is what happened with Sea Haven and She Housing. I'm probably getting the names wrong. But these are development projects that happen in Fort Ord, in the Fort Ord former military base, and they're now in South Marina, and I know this because my gym is right there, so I am very familiar with that part. And the reason why this is a failure is because the houses are above $1 million. This was location where you can have plenty of housing, but the only houses there are $1 million. You can tell that there's a lot of empty houses because you drive around the neighborhoods and a lot of houses are just sitting there. And I also attended the Dusty tour for the sheer development with the dunes, the one that's being almost done with completion, right there by my gym in South Marina. And from talking to them, it sounds like the majority of people that buy there, at least a third of them are investors. Another third of them end up being vacation homes or secondary homes. And really what's left is people that can afford to live there. And again, these are over $1 million homes. And then I ask, is there any preference to locals? Like if I was to, not that I could afford it, but if I was to apply for one of those homes, could I be given any preference for being a local? And the answer was no. That the best way that they could make it fair is put a raffle where you put your name there, and if anybody, if your name gets picked, it doesn't matter if you're an investor, it doesn't matter if you have cash to buy this property, or if you happen to be a local, everybody is given a fair shot. But really, how is it fair when people from out of this area are purchasing these properties and they're sitting empty? So I just want to bring it back to what's fair to locals and what do we need as locals. So I'd say that, we do focus a lot on affordable housing, and I applaud the work that you guys do on affordable housing. But I think if we're going to discuss market rate housing, there needs to be constraints on that. Because we do need housing across the board, but on market rate housing, I just asked for tax on empty homes. I asked for preference for locals for the area, and I asked for houses to be built under $1 million and to prohibit investors from just purchasing them and sitting there empty. So do whatever you got to do to make that happen, but we need this ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Karen Cameron, followed by Stephen Thayer and Olga Reyna.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for your excellent questions and concern. I thank everyone involved in the process. It can't be easy to develop safe, environmentally safe, affordable housing for the community so much in need. Pieces of jigsaw puzzle we're putting together, and that's kind of how I feel in trying to digest this, even though I've been to the different meetings that have been previously. There's been jigsaw pieces presented. For instance, the other night I saw the Salinas map that focused on the 9 identified opportunity sites, which 4 of those have been removed without much explanation. But it's just a very confusing process. This is a large county. I hear no mention of South County and how they are involved with this. King City, Greenfield, Gonzales, Soledad. Surely there must be housing needs being met there, but yet the focus seems to be in Carmel Valley. And the people that seem to be present here are those that are available, those that are retired and can come at 9 a.m. So it needs to be a more public process, as we brought up earlier. I was concerned about the hazards mentioned, about fire and water, and there was no mention of any potential environmental toxin hazards. And this is a real concern, and particularly around agricultural areas. I think we found some of those EPA and CEQA concerns also came up near the Fort Ord housing areas as well in the past. But I attended the Environmental Justice Vision Salinas 2040 meeting. And at that meeting, which was minimally attended, I might say, and minimally advertised, there were maps distributed from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. One showed the pesticide pollution burden for Salinas, another the water pollution burden. If you get a hold of those, and I please encourage everyone to look at those draft maps, I'd estimate 90 to 100% is deep purple, which is 90 to 100% accumulated pesticide pollution. That's something no one wants to talk about. It's an invisible concern that we don't discuss, well hidden. But how is that impacting things? In the past, we've taken agricultural land and put housing there, schools there, so forth, and now we have schools surrounded by spraying. So how is this going to impact the overall planning? Will it delay the process? Because I feel like we're dealing with a situation, it reminds me of a song. We paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Whether we're taking from Carmel Valley or the agricultural lands, you have a very difficult choice to make, because how do we expand effectively in the best interests of all the people and be able to meet the needs of this state housing plan? Encourage you to continue to have public input. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephen Thayer?
That's me. Good afternoon, and I want to focus my remarks on sites 2, 3, and 4. I live in the Oak Tree Views CSA 66 area, which is south of the airport, just across Highway 68 from the airport. And that's where sites 2, 3, and 4 are. That's undeveloped meadowland at present. And I continue to be concerned about the site selection methodology. It seems to be based overwhelmingly on available acreage rather than any other factors. And this has resulted in a capacity determination of 1,401 housing units for those 3 sites. And what does that boil down to? Well, if you assume 2.25 residents per housing unit, you get a population equivalent to the city of Carmel, plunked down arbitrarily or planned for in those 3 sites. Well, anybody who lives there knows that those 3 sites depend on Olmsted Road to get onto Highway 68. So if you take just traffic as a consideration, even beginning in a preliminary fashion to plan for that number of units, that high density development in that area is, as one of the former speakers said, a little bit nuts. And particularly since it's in a high fire zone with this tremendous dense forest just up the hill that could easily catch on fire. If you're looking at that many people trying to evacuate from that area in the event of emergency, you're looking at just this line of cars 5 miles long And so people are going to be running for their lives on foot. That's not a good way to plan. And my concern is, in terms of process, that if we put that number of units into the housing element, we are beginning to go down the road eventually of obligated development along those lines. And so it should not be a casual decision to put numbers like that onto those three areas. It's an unincorporated Monterey County. The available police and firefighting services from the county are negligible. And the water is questionable at best. I'm concerned that, well, my time's up, so I'll let it go there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Olga Reina? Thank you. Chago?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Luis Chago Juarez, again, for Building Healthy Communities. And yeah, just want to recognize all the efforts done by staff and the commissioners to facilitate this conversation. Would really want to bring awareness to the longest existing community that still exists, the Ohlone Costanoan and Esselen Nation have play a big part in how our lands have been conditioned and treated before 1770, when Father Junipero Serra introduced the prison systems to the state of California. And since then, they have not been included in any plan. In 1821, when Mexico defeated Spain, there were considerations for the Esselen, for the indigenous peoples, but were not honored by those who were presiding over these lands at the time, the Californios. And then in 1850, when this county was founded after the United States had taken control of the unceded lands, there was, I think, Monterey shares with Maricopa County the largest number of investment to get rid of, exterminate the Esselen peoples. So trying to understand how consideration for them who still exist today, the Ohlone Costanoan Esselen Nation, Chairperson Luis Miranda Ramirez, who still to this day continues to fight and advocate for the protections of these lands, many of which we got to see on one of the maps here, leaves a lot more for discussion. And with that said, we got to hear a remark of how totally nuts it would be to develop further, to initiate further development in the peninsula. What's really totally nuts is a lot of my neighbors have to drive into the peninsula. About 30,000 people from the valley travel like daily into the peninsula to do jobs that people who live in the peninsula, many of which don't have to do these jobs. So we get people from the valley. That said, kind of coming back to what the gentleman representing the Carpenters Trade Union, consideration for the renter population of Monterey County. The housing element should and can include them, just like the City of Salinas housing element. Thank you.
Then we have Nidia Soto, followed by Mr. Farashi. George Riley, and then, George Riley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Riley. I live in Monterey. I'm an elected member of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. Water. This is housing. I'm here on my own to speak on housing. My concern is about the builder's remedy, and it seems the gate that's been opened to the builder's remedy. Because the county's been so slow in getting this process going and concluding, I have a series of questions, but they all lead to a certain point. I believe that inclusionary housing has been part of our problem because the developers can always make the 80% work and they'll carry some part of the 20%, but the 80% has been part of our downfall. There has been not enough attention to affordable housing for the moderate income and lower income individuals. And so my question about the builder's remedy gate that's been opened. What triggers a commitment to a proposal, to process a proposal by the county? What triggers that commitment? Because once that gets started, then that goes without any of the rules that you're talking about. If that's true, then how long will it take to complete this process? Because if that gate is open for the builder's revenge, as some people call it, if that's open, then how long will that gate be open? That's my concern. And the longer it's open, the longer that the temporarily identified properties that might be available for inclusionary housing will be exposed to more inclusionary housing. So how long is that gate open? Second question. At that point, when it becomes effective, does the gate close on the builder's remedy? I'm just curious about what the time frame looks like and how much time they're talking about. So we're talking about how much time between now and an approved housing element. What's that time frame look like? And I know you can't be specific, but is it after the state gives some material back to you in your own process and so on? How long is that period? And then the longer this time period is exposed, is open, then the builder's remedy proposal process is open. And that leaves you committed, I assume, once they've made a filing, that you have to process that application. That's my guess, but I don't know the answers to my own questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more speaker requests for, oh,
Said Mr. Farashi a little bit ago.
you had one of,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, so I represent, my family owns site number 5. I'm not sure if you can pull that up or not, but I'd actually had a conversation with staff a while back, and I was a little bit shocked, quite frankly, to see that it might be removed today. It is on Russell Road, so it borders the city of Salinas. It's surrounded on 3 sides by development already, even though it is farmland. It's right literally adjacent to a middle school. So you couldn't get a better spot for this type of thing, in my opinion. So it's, number 5 right there. Actually, it's bordered on 2 sides by the school, and bordered on the east side by Bolsa Knolls, south side by the city, and then it will be bordered on the west side by Job Creation Park. It's flat. It's been cultivated for 100 years. It's not an ideal spot for farming. I can tell you that. I don't know how many in this room are farmers. I farmed that site. It's impossible to grow berries there anymore. Nobody wants farmland that close to a school, that close to, homes. So I don't know why it was removed, but I'm happy to go through the city of Salinas if you all don't want it. So that's my comment. I do want to applaud staff for doing a great job on the housing ordinance. I read it. You put a lot of time and thought into it. I'm a bit dismayed at all the NIMBYs that I've heard today, but I'm not surprised. I heard comments about plan for housing we don't need and the massive number of market rate units. See, the economics are for 100% affordable. That's public money. That's 100% public money, right? For everything else, you need 80% market, 20% affordable. That's just that's economics. If you don't have that, you don't have anything, which has been part of the problem recently. So I'm glad that the plan lays that out very well. It is very specific. Hey, there is not enough money to build all these affordable housing units. It's right there in your plan. And as an accountant, I 100% agree with that. So thank you again for your time and efforts, and that's it.
Thank you. I believe we have all of the speaker forms. Is there anybody else that submitted a form and would like to speak? Yeah, you can get a form and you can come and speak and then submit a form. Thank you.
My name is James Washington, and I would like to represent the animals of lots 2, 3, and 4. Nobody says anything about the poor animals that are there, and I feel really bad for them. Where are they going to go? I mean, they're animals. They have no choice. They have no choice, no voice, nothing. I just want to say something for them because nobody else is. Thank you.
When you have a chance, can you submit one of the forms so we can have it on record? Thank you. And with that, we're going to go ahead and see if there are individuals on Zoom that would like to address the commission.
The first one would be Priscilla Walton.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. All right. My name is Priscilla Walton, and I represent, I'm president of the Carmel Valley. I had a whole other set of comments prior to being there this morning and hearing some of the revisions. So I'm going to speak in a little bit more general terms about the same topic. It's very important that the Planning Commission and I hope ultimately the supervisors continue this direction on focusing on affordable housing. That's where the crisis in housing is in the Carmel Valley and the situation that we find ourselves in. We are not in a crisis situation for market housing. We have a lot of second houses and a lot of short-term rentals. And I ask that as you look at this issue, you keep those kinds of housing in the context because the policies contradict encouraging affordable housing. So what we're creating in the Carmel Valley by the policies that we've had is a transient community where the workers live somewhere else and the wealthy buy our homes and invest them as income places, as short-term rentals, or they buy them as second homes for their own leisure. And that eliminates affordable housing from the housing stock. And as a policy, view of if you're serious about affordable housing, then you have to take these other factors into consideration and weigh them if you want to achieve that. In terms of what was presented before, one of the things we want to be sure that the Planning Commission understands is that the Carmel Valley has had the reputation in the past of being NIMBY. We are not, and we are very focused on wanting to have a community that represents the broad economic spectrum, where the workers who work here can also live here. And so we think, again, it's very important, and that whatever allocation in the number of housing that is determined will be accepted in the Carmel Valley, that it focuses on affordable housing, whether it's 100%. We agree with that. So I would like to thank you for the progress so far, and CVA stands ready to work with you in achieving your goal.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next, we have Anne Hanham.
Thank you. My name is Ann Hannum, and I am a spokesperson for the Carmel Views Community Association, the Rancho Rio Vista Property Owners Association, and the Carmel Knolls Property Association. These three HOAs represent up to 550 households in the Cypress Fire Protection District. We submitted a joint letter to HCD, the commissioners, and the Board of Supervisors on Monday, June 2nd. We are concerned that Cypress Fire Protection District, who will oversee many of the rezoned dwelling units, was not consulted for fire safety and evacuation. I spoke with Battalion Chief Frank Espinoza, and he stated they were never consulted and were unaware of the county's plan to add approximately 2,500 dwelling units to their district. Cypress Fire oversees fire protection for homes and businesses in the mouth of the Carmel Valley and in unincorporated portions of Carmel and Monterey. They currently oversee services for about 3,500 dwelling units, so the 2,500 would be a significant change for them. They are in a process of conducting a 10-year plan for fire stations, equipment, and personnel needs, and they do not have in their plan what the county is proposing here today. Of the 2,500 units that are being proposed, there are 5 sites within their district which are in what is called a very high fire hazard severity zone. These sites are 46, 48, 49, 54, and 73. Today we learned that 46 and 49 have been removed, but sites 48, 54, and 73 are still in these very high fire severity zones. And I want to clarify something. When Melanie was presenting, she said there were no homes in the extreme and only a couple of sites in the very high. There is no separation in those designations. Very high, as defined by CAL FIRE, is as high as it gets. And now I want to come to whether or not the county is aware of State Law SB 12, which imposes additional fire hazard planning responsibilities on counties, cities before taking any development actions. The purpose of our meeting today was to discuss ways to provide affordable homes. You can't build homes cheaply in these very high fire designated areas. So we are asking for the removal of those 3 sites. Thank you.
Next, we have Jason Dunton.
Hello, I'm Jason Dunton. I'm a resident, a homeowner, and a business owner. And I would like to add 3 ADU units to 3 properties in Monterey County. One in Carmel Valley in the Del Rio neighborhood, one in Seaside over by Acme Coffee, and one in Pacific Grove in the Del Monte Forest neighborhood. But water availability is a major blocker to any of these projects. And what I'd like to see is some path to be able to address that. In my belief, ADU units are more affordable to build, and they're also generally cheaper to rent for those who are renting them. And I think there's a lot of opportunity in this area to create some avenues for ADU units. Talking about incentives and benefits, from the conversation so far, from my perspective, it seems like the incentives and benefits benefit developers mostly. And perhaps that's for good reason. But it feels that there should be an avenue for folks that have the opportunity to increase affordable housing units to be able to pursue those paths. The water that we're talking about is going to be made available for these larger projects, but it would be great for these ADU units. I'd also like to add that 2 of these 3 ADU units I'd like to add would also be ADA compliant. And that's all. Thank you.
Next, we have Brent Slamma.
Good afternoon. Want to appreciate the passion of those concerned about specific projects close to them. I also appreciate the job that the staff is doing to accommodate this huge task to provide over 3,000 mandated units by the state of California into the housing stock and find these sites. Once again, I would remind everybody, I was here last time, look at the big picture and don't forget your obligations under affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I know a lot of discussion has been centered on sites in the peninsula, and that is recognize a regional concentration and an area of affluence, and that's where the state wants you to put units, and you need to do that. I think one said before, and I advocate like I did last time, for those that aren't a part of this process or part of the meeting that want to live on the peninsula, that currently work there and are coming from Hollister, Gilroy, Soledad, or places beyond where there is just no housing available. That's not good for the environment either. We are working on, my family is working on the Tarpey Flats site. We are working with the county. We recognize that there are environmental constraints on Tarpey Flats. We recognize that there are water constraints on Tarpey Flats. But we are working with the county. We have a desire. We're crazy enough to pursue development in Monterey County because it's so difficult to do so. But we want housing. We want housing for future generations. We want housing for people that need it. We want to support the service industries that need housing on the peninsula. And we are working with the county, increase affordability above 20%. This site that we talked about meets all the criteria for development. It's surrounded by urban uses, surrounded by a regional airport. It's surrounded by businesses and close to jobs and all those things. We recognize that there are environmental issues, and those have to be determined through the CEQA process. To just assume there are environmental issues without identifying them is not necessarily an environmental process. That is a political process. We continue to work with the county. We know that, that the numbers that you're looking at, they're going to go down. But to say that zero, that's not truly the environmental capacity of the site. So we continue to work on that. We continue to work with the county. We want to be part of the solution. We want to work with the county and with all the groups that we can meet with before we make this submittal to really work together to solve this housing crisis. So I encourage the commissioners once again to think big picture, work with the issues we have, and thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Linda 1.
Yes, I'm Linda Agrati. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Linda Agrati. I live in Oak Tree Views. Most of what I'm going to address is about affordable housing, because I live in affordable housing. I would say, first off, do not move the problem, fix the problem. A good deal of the proposed affordable housing is nowhere near employment opportunities. Shouldn't that be one of your top priorities? Monterey County has basically 2 totally different industries, the Salinas Valley being agriculture and the peninsula being tourism and hospitality. I think you need to address those very separately. Right now, there are 3 or 4 large hotels being built on the peninsula. I don't know where they're getting the water from, but they're being built. Shouldn't hotels be required if hospitality employees are important, which I believe they are? Shouldn't they be required to provide housing in their buildings of some sort for some of the employees? Just a thought. Also, if you have not taken these things into consideration, and I hope you have, regarding lots 1 through 4, storm and drainage. In Oak Tree Views, we have constant water undermining under our roads and under our houses going right down to those lots. They have to be saturated all the time. That's coming off of Jack's Peak. Fire danger. As you've heard from many people, we live in a high fire area. Some of us have lost our insurance. Some of us have been fortunate enough to not lose it. Traffic impact along Highway 68 and Highway 1, and now Olmsted Road. It is just intolerable during business hours. How can you build several thousand, and I'm including Monterey City in that because they're building on Garden Road. We're going to have thousands of extra cars at that intersection of Olmsted and 68. I don't know how you think that's going to work. Lack of water, again. I can't even get an extra hose bib on my house. And then a Zillow report regarding lots 1 through 4 area in the neighborhood here. The walking score is 15 out of 100, meaning it is car dependent. Transit score, 18 out of 100. There is minimum transit. And the biking score, 11 out of 100, slightly bikeable. This is all about numbers and not real people and real living situations. It's not NIMBY. It's concern for the area. Thank you.
Next, the Zoom name says El Teléfono de Gabriel.
I apologize. That's from back when I was practicing my Spanish. My name is Gabriel Sanders. I represent Sanders Strategic Consulting. I consult for developers who are in the for-profit housing development business and who want to be a part of the solution, who insist on including affordable housing in their projects, whether they are required to or not. Most of the jurisdictions in Monterey County, including unincorporated Monterey, have inclusionary requirements. It's very difficult to comply with them without additional incentives. You'll find in the comments that I submitted at the last meeting, as well as those that I submitted in writing, both 12 days before this meeting and today, that were not included in the agenda packet. That there are a package of incentives mentioned in the housing element, but not elaborated upon. I understand it is up to the commission and the board of supervisors to direct staff to develop the incentive package. My comments included a very comprehensive set of incentives so that developers can afford to include affordable housing in their projects, whether by design or by deed restriction. I think it needs to be acknowledged again that inclusionary housing is not a solution all by itself. Additional incentives and concessions from county regulations are necessary in order to make projects work for developers, because affordable housing developers in the nonprofit sector simply cannot shoulder this burden alone. There are plenty of folks plenty of businesses in the for-profit development field that are ready and able to take on these projects should they be able to make them pencil out with interest rates as they are, building costs as they are, and with the very well-intentioned desire to pay workers a living wage, if not prevailing wage, provide them health care, provide them all that they need to be able to rely on these jobs. I believe there was a speaker earlier who acknowledged that construction workers need to be taken into account when it comes to these projects, and that is absolutely correct, whether it's through prevailing wage or otherwise. Building costs have increased. Therefore, incentives and concessions need to increase if you want to see this housing get built. I've seen the pro formas. I make some of them myself. The incentives that you'll see, the concessions that you'll see, the package, all of it shows that if you increase your concessions and incentives, then affordable housing increases in these projects as well. It's not for lack of desire to build, it's just lack of ability to make it work in the project. Some of our large developers here with a lot of experience have been able to make it work through scale and through very deft navigation of regulation, but not everybody has that experience yet. I encourage you to continue consulting with those folks and take a look at the incentives package that I sent you for ideas. Thank you for your time.
I apologize if I mess up the last name, but the first name is Andrew Hariuk.
Good afternoon. I presume you can hear me. And thank you for the opportunity to talk. We heard today the people's opposition to the current staff proposal. And you have to ask why. Why is it that there's so much opposition? I want to point out that this is directly related to the lack of transparency to the tax-paying residents of this county. The fact that this occurred at all speaks volumes about how the staff treats the residents of this county. The staff works for us, not the state. I want to remind people of that. They have to prepare a proposal that is submitted to the state by state requirements, but we are the people impacted by this. We have to be on board, be an active contributor to the process, and we have to agree with the proposal. When the staff pulled together their list of stakeholders that's listed in their proposal, Monterey County residents and taxpayers were actively omitted, but developers weren't. I strongly recommend that the staff begin by listening to the many complaints about the process and the sites that they proposed. They need to prepare changes to the proposal and present this updated proposal to the public for comments and criticisms for a new 30-day period. I strongly recommend that the Planning Commission review it with our input in mind. Under no circumstances should this updated plan be submitted to the state without our updated comments and reviewed and implemented. The staff has not earned that right. Not our elected representatives, and they have ruined the public trust that may have once existed. I also want to state that the IHO has not solved any problems for the past several decades. A new financial model has to be developed, and maybe that's not part of the Planning Commission, but the supervisors have to take this on. Finally, the Big Sur Land Trust and the California Native Plant Society both made strong recommendations for removing sites 1 through 4 from any development for the environmental and archaeological reasons that they bring out. I support their recommendations. I also strongly oppose any by right development without community input on each development. Save Tarpey Flats. Thank you.
Next is Doug Key. Doug, you should be receiving a message asking you to unmute.
There we go.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sorry about that. I'm Doug Key. I'm the head of school at York School, and I want to thank, on behalf of the school, I want to thank the county for having Site 74 and Site 75 owned by York School put in the housing element. We have been working diligently to create a plan for workforce housing for all teachers in the nearby area and possibly other essential workers. Teachers don't fit into the affordable definition, but these houses, about 100 units, will be below market rate housing, will provide a much needed benefit for the area. It is very difficult to retain and attract teachers to the Monterey area, and speaking to other leaders at other schools, they also are experiencing this. We see that the Stevenson School site is still included on the map, and we would like York site to not be removed and re-added to the map. This is a great community interest and will benefit all schools, not just York School. York is working to develop this. So even though the numbers, about 100 users, is not a large number, it will have a very positive impact on being able to retain teachers and attract them to the area. We don't believe that this should be considered sprawl because of its community benefit to all schools in the area. So thank you very much for your consideration. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Matt Huerta.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Matt Huerta, Housing Community Development Director with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We've worked for many years with stakeholders from across the region to support more housing for all residents through advocacy, our Monterey Bay Housing Trust, and technical assistance for employer-sponsored housing. We submitted a separate letter that focused many things, including more on affordable housing, especially more dollars that need to be raised locally to leverage state and federal dollars. I just wanted to focus for a minute on a few sites that we should keep in mind. Sites that have demonstrated environmental constraints, such as protected plant and wildlife species, should be removed or only considered for the areas of the site that are developable. Some of these sites can still be developed while preserving sensitive habitat, such as a couple in the Carmel Valley Master Plan. These sites are highly developable areas, walkable to schools and services, and should be thoroughly evaluated for residential development, including deeply affordable housing for local hospitality and healthcare workers. Another site is Site 13 in the Fort Ord Master Plan near Blanco and Reservation, which should be evaluated for development potential, including any appropriate conservation easements for environmental protection. The site is estimated to accommodate around 932 new homes at only about a third of the capacity so far. It's along one of the region's most highly traveled corridors with strong transit service that would reduce vehicle miles traveled, dramatically reducing greenhouse gas emissions if we sited more housing here. Another site, 5 and 6 in the Bolsa Knolls neighborhood immediately north of Salinas, are near schools and parks and major shopping centers. These represent large parcels that could accommodate approximately 512 new homes, including affordable housing for farm worker families. Sites 74, 75 are owned by York School, which is just mentioned. Approximately 152 new homes could be developed for their workforce. The county should encourage and help facilitate housing proposed by major employers. This addresses employee retention and recruitment challenges and meets environmental goals for reducing vehicle miles traveled as well. The county has a history of not meeting its housing needs. This must be a turning point where we lean into meeting the needs of all residents by facilitating a mix of housing options at higher densities and near existing services. Please do not remove sites that have strong potential to help us meet our housing goals. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Margaret Robbins.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I had to get my paper. I'd like you to remove site number 40. Go away. Site number 44 for the plan. This is a vacant lot on Rio Road. I also live on Rio Road. This spot on Rio Road, whenever it rains, there's standing water because Rio Road acts as a dam. The lot also has terrible access problems. It's now in the floodplain and will remain in the 100-year floodplain even after Carefree is complete. These problems, the access and the drainage, they aren't going away. They're going to remain for a number of years. However, as a substitute, I am suggesting adding 2 sites to your list at the mouth of Carmel Valley. Site number 1 happens to be the 2 lots owned by Carmel Middle School. This is at the intersection of Carmel Valley Road and Valverde Drive. This could provide homes for school teachers, plus all the employees who are owned by the school, both at Carmel Middle School and Carmel High. I think it would be great. The second lot is known as Prims. The address is 26135 Carmel Valley Road. It's a great place for low income units. All you have to do to build 2 stories is raise the roof on the building. There's a market on site, emergency medical care, Neil Zellifer 3 times a day at Chopsticks and Subway, plenty of parking. Both those thoughts are really good. I hope you'll give them a real thought. I'm asking you to remove the site, but I'm giving you 2 more options. Thank you.
Next, we have Alex Brandt.
Hello. I assume you can hear me. Afternoon, commissioners. Thank you to you guys and the staff for your service. My name is Alex Brandt. I grew up in Carmel Valley. And the plan to build 2,500 more units in Carmel Valley is way too many homes. And it's not in touch with what the majority of the people in Carmel Valley want at all. This would more than double the population, irreparably damage the value and the valley and the way of our life. And just because it can be done does not mean it should be done. We don't have the infrastructure to handle another 2,500 units. 5,000 plus more cars and the thousands more people this would bring to Carmel Valley. Carmel Valley Road is in horrible shape as it is. We have dangerous car crashes regularly on the road. And what's going to happen with Highway 1? We already have traffic going up and down the hill, and it's a huge issue. How's Caltrans going to deal with that? What's the plan? Are they going to revive the old Haddon Canyon Highway project? And I'm not against development. I'm against overdevelopment. And I believe that the county should have planning policies that benefit the people who already live here. There will be growth, and we should build affordable housing, but it needs to be done in a measured way. 2,500 units on top of what is already being built is unreasonable. The housing element update has plans for high density apartments and condos, which benefit the developers and clog the areas where they're built. Instead, the county should focus on common sense things like allowing the people who live here to build ADUs or subdivide their properties as long as they're allowed to do so within the zoning guidelines. This is affordable housing for local families, and it creates additional housing and spreads the growth out so it's not so concentrated in one area. Local families should never be put in a position where they have to compete for available lots or units with developers. In this scenario, the developer usually wins and the small guy loses. This was a huge error in the current Carmel Valley Master Plan, and it should be addressed in the housing element update and any other policies that deal with land use in Carmel Valley. Lastly, all of the communities in unincorporated Monterey County should share in the burden of new development. Putting 75% of the new development for unincorporated Monterey County and Carmel Valley is not equitable, especially when some communities are shielded from it. I didn't see any proposed development sites in Pebble Beach. Isn't Pebble Beach in unincorporated Monterey County? And isn't it a high resource area as well? Don't the people who work there need more affordable housing? Shouldn't all communities have skin in the game? And I'd like to note that I submitted my comments in a letter to the commission, posted them in the Carmel Valley Locals Facebook page and Nextdoor, and there was a large response with most of the people in agreement with the positions that I stated. So I hope you guys will take all of that into account. I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Nidia Soto.
Buenas tardes, yo voy a hablar en español. Buenas tardes, comisionados y supervisores. ¿Sí me
Nidia,
escuchan?
yo le voy a traducir lo que está diciendo en inglés. ¿Puede dar unas... pausar un rato para que yo pueda traducir lo que usted dice?
Está bien.
Ok. Puede comenzar.
Buenas tardes, comisionado. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Okay. Buenas tardes, comisionados y supervisores. Sé que es sumamente importante y necesaria vivienda asequible y apoyamos el proyecto de elemento de vivienda del condado.
¿Puede pausar, por favor? She's saying, good afternoon, commissioners. She does know that this is an important topic. ¿Puede comenzar otra vez?
Sé que es sumamente importante y necesaria la vivienda asequible.
She knows that this topic is an important and necessary for affordable housing.
Y apoyamos el proyecto de elemento de vivienda del condado.
And she's for the affordable housing program.
Asegurando que estas viviendas sean asequibles.
Assuring that this housing program will be accessible.
Sabemos que es importante equilibrar y satisfacer las necesidades de vivienda regional.
She knows that it is important to... ¿Puede repetirlo, por favor?
Sabemos que es importante equilibrar y satisfacer las necesidades de vivienda regional.
She knows that it's important to satisfy the the regional housing,
de todos en la comunidad proporcionando vivienda de calidad.
from everybody in the community, providing affordable housing in the community.
Especialmente para nuestros maestros, trabajadores de salud,
Especially for our teachers and health workers,
personas mayores, familias jóvenes,
the elderly and young families,
trabajadores esenciales, para todos que tengan mejor oportunidad económica y social.
essential workers, and for everybody that has to have a better economic social life.
Y social. Proponemos que el condado represente su comunidad y escriba una ordenanza de vivienda inclusiva
We propose that the county comes out with a... ¿Puedes repetirlo otra vez? Perdón.
escriba una ordenanza de vivienda equitativa, inclusiva,
And that the county proposes an inclusive ordinance. And equitable.
y proporcione programas y políticas que exijan la producción de viviendas asequible.
And proposes programs. ¿Y qué más, perdón? Programas.
Y políticas que exijan la producción de vivienda asequible.
And proposes policies that
La producción
fair and
de
equitable
vivienda
housing.
asequible, la cual haga cumplir a cada empleador de agricultura
that will
¿Sí me escuchan o no?
Sí, la escucho. Estoy tratando de averiguar las palabras, perdón.
Can she repeat that phrase, please? I'm sorry, through the chair, because I didn't even hear it.
¿Puede repetirlo?
La cual haga cumplir a cada empleador de agricultura que por cada vivienda que construya para trabajadores u huéspedes H2A, ¿va a traducir o no?
Permítame.
Agricultural H2A housing, that they provide the same number of H2A houses. As she paused there, she hasn't finished her sentence. Siga.
De agricultura de una forma equitativa construya igualmente una vivienda para trabajadores agrícolas locales.
To produce the same number of housing for farm workers that locally live in the area.
Esto trataría con la falta de mano de obra campesina y beneficiaría a ambas partes.
That would help address the labor shortage in the area.
Esto hará que cada uno de estos trabajadores vivan con dignidad y respeto,
And allow them to live with dignity and respect.
lo cual se lo merecen. Son ellos quienes hacen posible que todos nosotros podamos tener frutas y vegetales en nuestros platos.
Which is what they deserve, is they allow us to all have fresh vegetables and food in our tables.
¿Cómo podemos lograr esto? Será a través del diálogo con los facilitadores del imperio industrial agrícola,
The way we can make this happen is by talking to the agricultural employers.
gobiernos locales, trabajadores agrícolas y organizaciones involucradas en la comunidad u otros.
Local government representatives and nonprofits and advocates for workers and workers themselves.
Gracias una vez más por su gran trabajo y esfuerzo por representar a este condado.
Thank you for your efforts to represent this community and this county. Gracias.
Next, we have Marley.
Hi, I'm Marley Melton from Carmel Valley. And just a couple of small corrections. It's the Carmel Middle School that's near some of your sites, not the Carmel Adult School. Also, I think you should take another look at ADUs and just next year, there will be the Pure Water Monterey expansion coming online. So that will mean a lot more water permits available for ADUs, which could make a difference for affordable housing. Also wanted to point out that it seemed odd that you didn't actually correct those numbers that were apparently an error in the tables you showed at the beginning. I wanted to thank you all for your work and thank all the commissioners for their volunteer efforts. But the total number of units appears to be more than 9,000 under option 1 and nearly 9,000 under option 2. But that's because there's about 5,000 or under option 1 and a little more than 4,500, 4,600 of market rate units that we really don't need. So I would recommend that we stick to the new plan, stick closer to a total number of about somewhere between 4,200 to 4,300 units, primarily affordable. I think we've got to think out of the box when it comes to IHO, which hasn't worked for 45 years. And I'm totally in favor, and everyone I talk to is in favor of affordable housing for local people who live and work here and are such a valuable part of our community. They deserve better, and I think we could do it. I don't have enough time to go into some ideas here, but I would look forward to discussing this at a later time. Thank you so much.
We do not have, we do have one more hand. Tom Jamieson.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, my name is Thomas Jamieson. I'm a lawyer with the firm of Kennedy, Archer, and Giffen, and I represent the Olmsted Road Highway 68 Conservation Consortium, which is dedicated to the conservation of the area commonly known as Tarpey Flats. And that's listed as sites 2, 3, and 4 in your inventory. Our interest is in the recommendation for Tarpey Flats. We oppose any housing being assigned to Tarpey Flats. The reasons are multitude, and many are well stated in the public comments, specifically those of the Big Sur Land Trust and the California Native Plant Society. And as described in one letter, Tarpey Flats is iconic and serves as a gateway to the Monterey Peninsula as open space. It seems to us that the solution for the housing element comes down to a simple question of math. If one takes the needed housing after subtraction of the units in the pipeline, one arrives at the figure of 1,560 units, over half of which are for extremely low income. But the question then is finding locations for opportunity sites for this housing, excluding Tarpey Flats. This should not be a difficult exercise for the commission and staff. Therefore, it is our sincere request to remove sites 2, 3, and 4 from the draft housing element. And just to point out that, again, I have not yet seen the map for the opportunity sites that's been produced by staff. And I'd like to certainly recognize the sort of monumental effort of staff in producing this thorough review and assessment. But we're going to need to see that before we can really comment on it. I understand that the densities have been lowered, but the idea of throwing 1,300 units on this property is, as I agree with the previous speaker, it's nuts. Thank you.
Through the chair, there's no more hands up on Zoom. There is one comment on the email. It's from Edith Lord Wolf. It says, "Dear sirs and ladies, how can you think it's a good idea to add 2,500 more homes to our fragile infrastructure? I strongly object. Thank you, Edith."
Thank you. Now, I guess we can bring it back to staff, but I'm not quite sure if it's gonna take us a while or if we need a.
I just wanted to ask for a 5-minute break, 10 minutes to go bathroom and come back.
There was one member of the public that raised their hand earlier before we went to Zoom, just to make sure that person didn't want to speak.
That's fine. Is that person here?
She did.
Is the person from the?
Yeah, it was her, yeah.
So my name is Lisa Villafranca. I haven't filled out a card. I do not live in Montera, as the previous gentleman mentioned. I'm from Oak Tree Views. I am also talking about Tarpey Flats. So I would just hope again that the Big Sur Land Trust letter is really looked at. I understand that it is a lot of acres, sites 2 through 4, but it's important ecological, environmental, Native American, the topography there, once it's gone, is gone. And I think we have to, as stewards of the community, the state, the world, look at our job of taking care of ourselves as well as future generations, and preservation is a part of that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2:23:24. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start in the next 15 seconds, so if we can start wrapping up conversations. Okay, we're calling this meeting back to order again. And let me see, I believe we still, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we still have the 8 commissioners present. And with that, we'll bring it back to the staff to see if there are any questions that they might, or comments or responses that they might have. So with staff, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, you know, we continue to hear a lot of good comments. I have a few broad responses, and then want to clarify that, you know, what we're looking for today is some direction, some consensus from the Planning Commission on what revisions to make, or what the Planning Commission's recommendation is that we will carry forward to the board. So Melanie went through and provided 2 different options, and there are options within the options. So we can go through those in more detail, but before we do that, very quickly, there were a number of comments, things like consultation with Ohlone, Costanoa, and Esalen Nation. We did actually have a discussion on the draft sites inventory with our Native American Advisory and Tribal Cultural Resources Committee. I'm sure I messed that up, but there was that early consultation with the Native American representatives. We have received comments. There was one comment in particular about a comment not being in the package. I have actually read the comment that was part of that issue, and I wanted to be clear that we have received and read all of those comments. And I also want to say that, you know, there has been a lot of outreach that has gone into this, and we continue to do it. So I want to be clear that we're here to try and figure out what do we want the housing element to look like, and that very much, most of your comments today have focused on the sites inventory. So I think in order for us to respond specifically, we can go through maps, or we can go through the options by site, if that would be the desire of the Planning Commission. One other thing is, Melanie tells me I need to clarify that. Okay, so procedurally, again, we will be revising the ordinance. Planning Commission's making a recommendation to the board. The board will provide final direction on what revisions to make before we submit to state HCD. The submittal to state HCD is a draft submittal. They provide comments and markups and edits back to us. We make another revision. We get started as soon as we're ready, usually about the time we have the comments back from state HCD, which is actually, they're given a 90-day period to review and comment on our draft. We will then do an environmental assessment of the plan, which provides some California Environmental Quality Act coverage, both for our plan and for potentially some future development of sites. I also wanted to address a question that had come up earlier about the next potential housing element cycle and what happens if a property doesn't develop in this cycle and then is added again in the next cycle, eight years or more from now. If a property is designated as a housing opportunity site and it doesn't develop in this cycle, in order to include it in the next cycle, it would have to be included as something that allows housing development by right. So, twice. once it's included in 2 cycles, the next cycle it has to be by right. So there are 2 sites in Castroville that were included in the last cycle. And so if we include them again in the next cycle, they would have to be by right. So I think I've answered as many of the questions as I want to answer generally, but welcome to go through the maps and or the numbers if that would be the desire of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. And I was going to ask you as part of my questions to go through that process so that people know that this is not the end of the road, but that there is continuous work that is going to be happening. And with that, I would ask what would the recommendation from staff would be to proceed from here?
Yeah, so I think it would be wise to go through the maps. I think we'll have to toggle back and forth with essentially the numbers, because changing, removing, adding, deleting, subtracting from just the map perspective changes the numbers. It changes whether or not we're meeting RHNA by income category and or the buffers. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I think that level of detail is really at the heart of the Chapter 7. So maybe we'll start with the maps. Yeah, I mean, I think we should go north to south is my suggestion. So you have, are you sharing by?
If staff is done, then we can bring it back to the commission and.
I think they're going to go over the map for us.
Oh, okay.
I have a comment before we get started on the discussion.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. The presentation included a slide where there was option 1 and option 2 as far as, I think it was opportunity site 44 and opportunity site 13. And then there was another slide that talked about, it looked like 2 options. It didn't say option and option, but it was regarding the timeline. And on that slide, I thought I read one option was this workshop and then the Board of Supervisors, and then a 7-day comment period, and then straight to state. And the other, I think the right side of the screen said something about coming back to Planning Commission before it goes to state.
Yes, so we want to get as much consensus as we can on the sites inventory, recommendation to the board. And then I think another good piece of direction is there is a timeline involved here and a cost for the added step of revising at this stage that was something we were going to do after State HCD's initial comments anyway. But now that we have 2 revision steps, there's a little bit of a cost, there's a change in the timeline. So the timeline actually gets extended if we make the revisions and go back through workshops, public review and comment periods, potentially more revisions again before submitting to State HCD. So I think there's this option of revising if we can get some direction, revise the sites inventory, post it for the 10 days, and then submit to State HCD. We'll be doing revisions again after that. Or do we revise, go back to the Planning Commission with the revised draft before submitting to State HCD? That adds several months. So that timing perspective and whether or not the Planning Commission holds hearings again, that would be another good point of direction. But I think what we're trying to get to at the moment is direction on the sites inventory as well.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to suggest that if it were to come back to Planning Commission, that we have an evening meeting to be able to hear public comment in a way that might satisfy the public better. I know nobody likes evening meetings, but we heard enough today that people felt like they didn't get enough notice, if at all.
So with that, we'll bring it back to the commission. And Ms. Daniels, Commissioner Daniels has a question.
So I'm just really concerned that we get through this part that we need to get through today. So I think we have the opportunity, once we see where we get to today, to decide what future steps should be. But we have a short period of time to give you some consensus on the particular sites. And I think if we can first find out what the consensus is among the commissioners on the sites we want to see removed, and whether or not we have consensus to remove those sites, then we can see where we're at with the RENA number, and whether or not what the work you've done already getting us to this point will satisfy the housing element. Will we be able to remove those sites and have and still meet the buffer that we need to meet for the housing element? So I think if it would be okay if we could first figure out a way to go through the sites and just decide and find out if we have some consensus about what we want to do here today, then we'd be in a much better place to know what the next steps are going to be.
Okay. Yeah, so I think a good way through this would be, let's go through the map, identify what is removed in both options 1 and 2, what is different about option 1 or different about option 2, and if there are any comments or suggestions to the contrary, to let the Planning Commission weigh in on those, and then keep moving through the sites until we have gotten through to the end. And we may bracket a few sites that we heard specific comments on today. Sites 68 and 1, which are near the airport, 2, 3, and 4, which are also near the airport at Tarpey Flats. Sites 46 and 49 we heard about, but I think that those have been fairly well resolved. Site 5 north of Salinas, and Site 50 in Carmel Valley are, from my notes, the ones that were specifically referenced in the public comment today. So we can address those as we go through them, or bracket them and come back to them, because the numbers really are important as we make decisions about what is in and what's out on the map. 48, yes. Thank you. Okay.
Mentioned 2 sites in Castroville. I'd like to see where they're at.
Yes. Okay, so on your screen here are the Aroma sites. There are 4 of them. Sites 14, 55, 57, and 56. 55, 57, and 56 are all on Carpinteria Road before you get into kind of the heart of Aromas. Site 14 is I forgot the name of that road, but it's as you leave the town of Aromas and head toward San Juan Road, near the park site. Those are all proposed to be removed in both options 1 and 2, and you had heard comments about that today. There's limited infrastructure, there is no sewer connection there, and there are some fire risks. So those are proposed to be eliminated. I'll stop there and see if there are any comments from the commission on those.
If I could add just one piece. So actually, a colleague staff let me know that actually in the 2024 TCAC scoring, Aromas is actually listed as a moderate resource, not Hay resource. So I don't know if that changed or if there's differences, but I did feel that that would be important since it may relate to AFFH.
55. Yes, 55 has a single.
On both options, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
So any questions from the commission on these 4 sites?
I concur.
Commissioner Roberts?
I don't have a question specifically on these 4 sites, but as we head into this, I just want to be really careful about the fact that we're only discussing sites that have come up in public comment for all the reasons that people mentioned today. There are people who may have not been able to participate, and so therefore that means we're leaving sites in our consideration just because people weren't able to participate. And I just really want to be careful about that. I'd rather look at a comprehensive look at sites versus only the ones that the public has mentioned.
Yeah, we plan to do that. I think that we're bracketing a couple because if it makes a difference in the numbers, and in other words, there may be you can't remove all of the sites. And you can only remove so many before the numbers don't meet our RHNA. And so we may have to toggle back and forth between the numbers and this map at some point.
Commissioner Daniels?
I just want to say that I spent an extraordinary amount of time on Chapter 7. I spent an extraordinary amount of time on Chapter 3. I spent an extraordinary amount of time on Chapter 8, and I did not read the public comments. And I was looking specifically for sites that were not near a highly developed area. I was looking at the services that were nearby these sites. I was looking at the implementation of the inclusionary housing ordinance and what methodology we were relying on to build homes at these particular sites. And all of those sites I had in my own analysis taken out, if that's helpful.
The majority of public comment on these sites was opposed to these sites. Landwatch, as well as members of the community, all oppose these sites. In fact, we haven't had any developer interest on these. They are problematic for a number of reasons, and they're not really close to goods and services and facilities and infrastructure.
If I may, through the chair, just for the commission's consideration, I think one way that will help is I think there's a list of sites that probably there's consensus that for sure they're out. There's maybe a list of sites that for sure let's keep them in, and then there's maybe a list of sites where it's a maybe. And we can do as much as we can today to look and see what happens with the numbers. But again, we'll also have to do additional analysis. So what I would say, and I think as staff will help guide this, it will be very helpful when we look for consensus, especially if there's maybe sites, and to help think about a prioritization of which ones you like least and which one, to help us so that if it's not a final decision today, or if we're trying to also digest that with what we hear from the board, it helps. So I just wanted to put that out as you're considering to kind of think of which category it falls in. And I think that would be a helpful lens to use. So I guess we'd ask for these sites here, 14, 55, 57, 56.
Yeah, I didn't hear any objections, so maybe we move along to the Prunedale 101 area.
Staff's taking it a consensus that they are out.
So we have within the Prunedale area, this is near San Miguel Canyon Road and the Prune Tree Shopping Center. We have site 70, which is several office buildings, a church, and some underutilized or vacant space between, I think, the Prunedale Grange and some of the office spaces. We've assumed a smaller realistic capacity on that site, thinking that the underutilized or vacant space would be appropriate for development. It is near shopping and the intersection of 101 and San Miguel, so it has access to roads and infrastructure. The same or similar with Site 17 near the Prune Tree Shopping Center. At the backside of that shopping center, 16 and 15, those were close to 101 and close to shopping at the Prune Tree Shopping Center. Those are not proposed to be removed in either options 1 or 2. So I'll pause there and see if there's any comments.
I would ask the commission, is it helpful if we just tell you the unit count for the sites? Okay.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. So I have a question. I think these are great sites in proximity to shopping. My concern is with the density, the 20 units per acre. So I have a couple of questions. One would be, I noticed in the draft that it states that the state's minimum density they want to see is 10 units per acre. And I was wondering why we were doing 20, and could that possibly be scaled down for locations like this where this leads me to my second question. Was the road's level of service taken into consideration when choosing these sites? Because that's an absolute cluster of an area anytime after like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, trying to get through San Miguel Canyon. And that leads all the way back and congests all the way back into Pajaro and Salinas Road. So one, the density, 10 versus 20, and then was the level of service considered?
So levels of service have not been considered yet. The metric for traffic now is vehicle miles traveled. This provides housing near shopping. The concept is it does reduce vehicle miles traveled by providing housing near where people shop and, schools and where they work. The state provides the county what's called the Mullen density, or the generally accepted density for housing opportunity sites of 20 units per acre. And they won't ask questions. We do assign a realistic capacity assumption, which is a percentage of that 20 units per acre multiplied by the number of acres. So the percentage does vary. Some usually somewhere between 60 and 80% of that potential capacity at high density residential, 20 units per acre. So I can't remember exactly what the percentage was assigned to these sites, but it may not be 80% in those cases. I'd have to double check.
I just wanted to add that, related to the same thing, that I think that the less density you put, the more sites you have to find, right, at the end of the day?
Okay, Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you. Through the chair, you offered to tell us the units for each opportunity site, but could you also break it down by the housing category? If it's market rate versus lower income.
So generally the difference between options 1 and 2 are option 1 utilizes the information we have about applications on file for housing opportunity sites. It uses Senate Bill 4 for religious institutions or higher education facilities and their distribution. And it assumes sites that score well for tax credit could be developed close to 100% affordable, but with limitations because of the limits on the amount of financing available through tax credit allocations. These sites are privately owned, and so in our mixes, the two options would be more of the 80-20 split, or an option, no, not for these sites.
No, so sites 15, 16, and 17 are included as 100% affordable sites. But given some constraints and considerations on those sites, we didn't do strictly very low and low. We did include a small percentage of moderate income, thinking that on certain affordable developments, the moderate income units help subsidize the lower income. And so for sites 15, 16, 17, in that order, the total units were 68, 66, and 98 as 100% affordable in our assumptions.
I guess what I was trying to say is option 2 assigns these types of sites with the unit assumptions by income category based on the distribution of our RHNA allocation. So approximately a third at very low, a third at low and moderate, and a third at market rate. So that's just two different ways of counting, assigning by income category, but it doesn't, what it does is changes what you can and can't do on the map in terms of opportunity sites.
What I would like to say, so for site number 70, that one's not an affordable one, that's just a regular market rate site. We included it at 136 units. And what I would suggest when you're thinking about kind of the counting, there's an approach where I think either we use the RHNA distribution, which, as Craig said, puts more of the units in the affordable range that align, or as a methodology, we use more of an approach that is, 80% market and the remaining 20 affordable, that rather than a site-by-site basis. That's more of the broader approach. If there is any site where we have good reason, say developer interest or anything else in particular, there is the ability to consider particular counts. But I think for purposes for today, I think it's the broad brush, good, bad concerns, and how many units, how's it included, and then in the broader picture, which approach. Do you want me to share this?
No, I was just looking. Okay. Assuming 15, 16, and 17 have good TCAC scores.
Commissioner Daniels? Oh, I thought you.
Okay, so we'll move along then.
Before we do, I think there's another question.
Thank you, through the
Commissioner
chair.
Monsalve.
I'm just wondering if there's any reason why we would or could consider not leaving in 100% market rate opportunity sites.
There's reasons for a lot of different things. We don't have.
You know what, I'm sorry, that was a terrible attempt at some kind of vague language, because I hear it all the time here, I just haven't mastered it. Is there a reason why we could not remove Opportunity Site 70 since it's 100% market rate units?
Well, okay.
But it's not 100%, it's 80-20, right? 80-20?
So here's where a lot of the confusion has been. Opportunity Site 70, is it a place where housing could be built? And do we zone it to allow for a higher density of housing? The next question is, what's the capacity of that site? How many houses do we think can be built on it? And then the question after that is, of that many sites that are units we think can be developed on that site, how do we distribute them amongst the income categories? That third thing is not regulatory. The way of counting really impacts how many sites you need to designate. So Site 70 could develop at 100% affordable, or it could develop through a private development. We don't know. So we only know that we're zoning it. It has a capacity. We can count that capacity in some way towards meeting our RHNA obligation.
I would say alternatively, sites that are identified as 100% affordable as an opportunity site could develop as market rate sites as well. It doesn't guarantee that they are. They're more likely if they're publicly owned or already owned by a nonprofit. So it goes both ways. We're doing our best realistic kind of planning exercise for sites that we could account for and think might be able to achieve our affordability requirements through different manners, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yeah, I know I brought this up in the last time, but we have a Senate bill called SB 6. That's the Middle Class Affordability Act, and it is for commercially zoned properties to build residential housing. So I'm just curious if, much like what we've done with, if we could just sort of table this and analyze it in regards to SB 6, I think that there's, like we've done with SB 4, a real opportunity to include sites like this that then produce the type of housing that we need to see built. And I did a sort of cursory look at other housing elements, and I didn't see SB 6 in there. There's another complementary bill that happened in the same legislative session in the Assembly side that was a Buffy Wicks bill. I don't know how they're being utilized, but they are exactly these types of properties. And like we've done with SB 4, we could be having this could be all a moot point. Like we might have the capacity and the pathway to develop this property, whether or not it's in our housing element, that makes it important that we actually include it in our housing element with a complementary program. Because it allows us, I mean, I just pulled it up, to make and enforce within its limit, blah, blah, blah. it facilitates the kind of development, the right kind of development that we need. It was designed to build housing in underutilized commercial spaces, which this is.
It's a great point. And we'll look at that. Site 70 actually might be a great SB6 opportunity site. It's essentially, commercial zones along highway corridors can be converted to housing by right. And so Site 70 may actually be a good opportunity for that. It sort of came out of COVID where commercial, and office space are underutilized now and can be good options for conversion to housing. So we'll take a look at that and the way it's counted.
So at this time, I'm hearing there are some questions, but not any consensus to change the consideration of these sites' inclusion in the element. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about these sites and in general.
Before we do, I'd just like to mention for the record that Commissioner Shaw had to leave, so she's not on the dais any longer. With that, Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. In looking at these sites and future sites, and in thinking about the discretionary versus ministerial permits going forward, would there be an advantage for us now to say every single one of these sites that we're putting in the inventory is the very low income, and that's the entitlement somebody has if they own this property, and then if they choose to do it market force or whatever else, then that becomes the discretionary permit? Would it benefit us to just say, yes, we need very low income or whatever categories we need, and then?
It very much benefits in the high resource areas. This particular area is not a high resource area. And so a mix of housing types is appropriate in certain areas that aren't high resources. So the units are generally more affordable in areas that are not considered high resources. And what our mandate really is, or what we're directed to do in affirmatively furthering fair housing is provide more affordable housing opportunities in higher resource areas, but generally housing opportunities countywide. So there would be some level of affordability, and yes, it would be somewhat of a benefit to have affordable housing 100% by right on every site if we can get it. But that also then, if you count it that way and you remove a lot of the sites, because now you're meeting that 1,070 very low much quicker, you're much more likely to get into the no net loss scenario.
I do think what's helpful to think about is from a policy, envision these sites as by right if they were 100%, and that might prompt. For example, one of the objective standards might be proximity to certain types of amenities or features or something along those lines, where it's just, you don't have to make those decisions, but just to kind of help as you are looking at them, thinking about that. So we will move on from here. We'll assume we keep these in and we will keep moving.
Over to Castroville, I guess.
You're going to confuse me if I go there. I'm going to go
Okay.
Salinas first.
Salinas first. Okay, so, I guess off to the right of the screen here is Site 76, which is near Rancho Cielo. It was included. It is proposed to be removed. Site 5, you heard a comment about today. There is some interest in developing that site. Site 6 is kind of in between Site 5 and 7. It's an underutilized, well-sized property. And Site 7 is the same. It's a good-sized, underutilized property near the community of Bolsa Knolls. Site 7 would remain. Site 8 is a church property where we have interest from the church for an affordable housing project. Sites 9 and 10, I think. I don't see the 10 on the map here, but yeah, there it is. Those on Rogie are proposed to be removed because they're a little bit further out. So I think I want to mention here that the city of Salinas does have some growth boundary areas that would essentially connect the top of Site 5 over to Highway 101 and the Sala Road area in the future. So there are plans to grow out that direction for the city. But that was one of the reasons Sites 5 and 6 and 7 were included. But we had eliminated 5 and 6 based on some comments we received and because Site 5 is agriculture. But it is not completely out of the realm of possibility that could be developed with a fairly good number of sites or units. So I'll pause there and see if there's any objection to 5, 6, 9, 10, and 76 being removed or any other.
Commissioner Roberts?
Is Site 5 the site that we heard from the property owner today?
Yes.
Well, then it would be my recommendation that we leave that at least in the maybe for
yes.
future consideration and not removed at this time.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, did Site 8 get reconfigured so it's all inclusionary? I mean, it's all in accordance with SB 4. I think that was one of the churches that had some market rate on it. So that one's been changed. Okay. And then in terms of Site 5, I support the removal of 76 and 9. And listening to what the gentleman suggested from Site 5, I think including Site 5 makes perfect sense. I'm curious about Site 6, and if Site 6, perhaps it doesn't have the developer interest, but it seems to be tucked in there, and we have Site 7. I'm curious if my colleagues would consider keeping 6 as well as re-adding 5. And if there's any concerns with that, because it just seems if 7's in there and 5 also gets added, that we include 6 as well. It seems very adjacent both to a middle school and the town.
I think it 6 makes sense to go with 5, and we can bracket that and come back to it unless there's a consensus to add or subtract at the moment.
I would say bring it back because what concerns me is this whole notion we talked about earlier, is this affirmative effort to further fair housing.
We'll move along then if there's no other comments.
So I take a consensus on the status of staff proposal with 5 and 6 leaning towards in, but we will revisit them later in our discussion. There are also 2 sites in Veranda that I'm going to pull up. They're small and I don't want to miss them. Sites 11 and 12. We already mentioned that Site 11 is a development proposal that is being processed, and then 12 is in adjacency to that. Any concerns with leaving both of these sites in?
Just one question for staff. Are those currently vacant lots?
Site 11 has a single family dwelling on it. It's got an application for a 19 lot subdivision. Site 12 is vacant.
Site 11 would be 16 homes added, and there is an existing residence in addition.
This is also not a high resource area.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Daniels?
I'm just having trouble finding them in the packet, but I felt like I had some questions about both of them, and I'm not sure why. Sorry. If you could just give me 1 second.
And one thing I did want to acknowledge, some of these projects, such as Site 11, that is a project that we typically would have tried to include in our pipeline because it was so far along in the development proposal package, not as an opportunity site. Unfortunately, the kind of evidence and documentation that the state accepts in order to include projects in pipeline was challenging on a number of sites, this being one of them. And that's why we included it as an opportunity site as opposed to one of our pipeline projects.
Could be a pipeline potentially before this housing element is adopted. But this is a community plan area. This is, designated in our general plan as one of the priorities for growth. Okay, no objections, we'll continue.
Yep.
Any other questions from commissioners? Moving right along.
We're moving over to Castroville now. Bear with me, I apologize.
Right, so we have some vacant sites along Tumbladero Slough in the community plan area of Castroville. There is an adopted community plan that's being updated in Castroville right now. It's a priority growth area for the county. It has access to services, and these are primarily infill of vacant or very underutilized sites. Sites 38 near Highway 156, sites 20, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 along Tumbladero Slough. And then in blue at the top, Site 81 is a proposed CHISPA affordable housing project known as Castroville Oaks.
And while we're on this, I did want to note that the inclusion of sites 18 and 38 in this housing element does mean those need to be allowed by right because they have been included into prior housing element cycles. I also just wanted to note that we, just for the public, our Castroville community planning process is moving forward, and we've temporarily paused it since these two kind of converged to wait for the outcome of our draft housing element so that we can then ensure that that is consistent and compatible as we move forward with the Castroville plan.
I'm not hearing any objections or comments on the Castroville sites. We can continue. Go down to Marina, maybe. Okay. So near the city of Marina, we have Site 13, which is the Blanco Triangle property owned by UC System. That's a large site near the corner of Blanco and Reservation. There's a small property, Site 39, that's owned by a school district in Schoonover Park. And Site 77 is the final phase of East Garrison, which is making its way to the board for their rework of their final phase, but it does include several affordable housing units that have already been approved but are kind of being revised slightly, potentially, if approved by the board. So that is a pipeline affordable housing project number 77 in the East Garrison community.
And just for members of the public or the commission that may have noted, the map is incorrect on East Garrison for the site that was included. We will, on a subsequent iteration, update and correctly identify the remaining housing development sites at East Garrison. It was just an oversight. The numbers are correct for what's included in the pipeline. We just didn't catch that in the mapping exercise. Any?
Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. 13 and 39 were both the school publicly owned. So did we change the allocation in this version? I think 39 had 104 above moderate, and 13 had 558.
Yes, we did. So we applied the for site 13, we applied the SB4. So it's the total is 932 units, and that's distributed with the 5% above, 20% moderate, and the remaining 75% split between the very low and low income is how we've included it. For the site 39, that's owned by Monterey Peninsula Unified. That's a K through 12 district, so we applied the AB 2294 distribution to that site. And that site was that is 131 units, and the distribution is essentially 49 for AB 2295. It's 49% above market, at least, so not less than 30% in the very low and low income categories, and the remaining 21% in moderate.
So through the chair, I guess what's difficult having the conversation in this way is we haven't yet had a conversation about the programs and things like minimum densities versus maximum densities. And so I think I would still have a problem, even if it's affordable. I mean, 932 units at Blanco Triangle seems like a massive development. Has there been any public comment about this one particular site?
There has been. So I think Landwatch letters suggested it be removed. And we did go to the city of Marina. Their city council had one question, which was about compatibility with the Marina Airport across the street. We've looked at the airport land use compatibility plan, and there's a section of that site that might be limited for housing opportunities. They also were hopeful that there might be some opportunities for economic growth on this parcel. Again, the Fort Ord base reuse plan and the county's Fort Ord master plan designate this as a priority growth area and designate this particular site for planned development mixed use, absent any changes to a housing opportunity site that might designate it otherwise. So that's why it was part of the original proposal. It's in there now. It's one we can bracket and come back to if we want to.
I'd love to, if it's okay, bracket and come back to. I'm happy with the fact that we're looking at more very low, low and moderate housing. But again, it seems like a pretty big dump.
And I would add that we have not gotten formal comment through this process, but the UCM Best has reached out to the county as they are exploring options and looking for opportunities to possibly do some housing development at the site. Maybe not, we don't have a formal proposal, but they have had discussions and they are actively evaluating.
If I may, then, I'd like to know what would the risk be if we allocate such a large number for this site and then UCM Best or UC comes in and does a much smaller project? Do we pivot then and add another site mid-cycle? How do we address that?
Yeah, so that's,
Yeah, I think there's no one project in or out. I mean, definitely at this stage, as we run the numbers, if you get rid of an entire site that's very large, those could tip the buffer that we would want. The reality is there's, once we settle on where we're at with our buffer, definitely if any site that develops under the assumptions we've made, it eats away at that buffer amount. The effect of any one site, we certainly can look at that, and staff has been mindful of that, and we can analyze it. I will remind that the numbers that I showed you with option 2 already assumed site 13 was out and not included. It was a little bit too large to be just outright removed in option 1. It crossed it over, which is why we looked for a slightly smaller site in that one that could be removed. So it depends where you land, and it depends how far under and where it is in the cycle. If that's the only site that underdevelops, then we should be just fine with buffer. If we get a bunch of sites underdeveloping, it might push us over.
So if I may, through the chair, then if it's, but if it remains undeveloped for 2 cycles, it becomes by right. We're not having yet the conversation about the programs, but if there was a minimum density program, is that for any development that comes into that site at the location where you're developing, there's a minimum density, and is just for the location, the portion of the site that's being developed?
So we have a program that maybe we need to do a little more detail on, but it does limit, it has a minimum density of 6 or 7 units per acre on some of these housing opportunity sites, which is consistent with what the Affordable Housing Overlay District says in our general plan. It's a minimum of 6. And so, you know, the thing that happens potentially with housing development is you cluster higher densities and then you spread out more residential types, and it still can meet the minimum density. So we may need to add a clustering policy or program or something that, you know, is more than just an overall minimum density, because the minimum density is based on the size of the site and how many units you're putting on it. How you spread those out is a little bit of a different question.
Is this considered a high resource area or not?
No.
Okay.
This is a moderate resource.
Moderate resource.
Any other questions from the commission?
So staff notes consensus to leave in 39, and we will bracket 13 and come back to that. I'm going to just stop at the, it's too hard to get other sites in. So this Toro is the part of our affordable housing overlay, site 32, just at the corner of Reservation and Monterey Salinas Highway. This site scores poorly for TCAC, but because it was in our affordable housing overlay zone, we did kind of push it in our draft that's available to include a very high number, very low, but we included some moderate. We are aware, and we've had conversations with the owner at this property, who I believe have submitted and gone through possibly through the DRC process twice on a proposal that is not predominantly affordable housing. And so for this revised version, this was one of the sites where rather than use kind of an affordability assumption, we updated the numbers for what you saw for this site that align more with the essentially market rate with the 20% affordable that has been proposed by the developer. And it does not score well for TCAC, so even if we include it at a higher affordability, we haven't really seen interest in those affordable housing overlays to be effective. And so, that's a very strong limitation to it actually developing with a higher level of affordability. Not impossible.
Mr. Chair. Just
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. Just going off of memory, this is ag land currently, correct?
It is, and there's one agricultural office building on the property right on Portola, that corner of Reservation Portola, but the rest of it is in agricultural production. It's designated as an affordable housing overlay site in our general plan, which is another priority for growth area. And we have developer interest in this particular property.
Any other commissioners?
Staff will register that as go ahead and keep it in. And we'll move out on Highway 68, heading back over. I apologize, it'll be a little joggy while we get there. Actually, I'll just zoom in right here. So sites 71 and 72, these are Highway 68 at the intersection with Corral de Tierra. These are the sites that are owned by the Cypress Community Church, and we did receive a request from the owner to remove, so staff has removed accordingly. If we go down Highway 68 towards Monterey, then that brings us to these sites here, which are in the York School. Number 80 is Laguna Seca Office Park. That's one of our entitled pipeline projects. 74 and 75 are the York School sites. And then maybe we'll pause there before then talking about the airport cluster of sites.
I think I want to mention we do have developer interest on site 75. 74 is the school, and I'm not sure if there's developer interest there. 75 is part of the former base. It's designated for educational purposes, and it does have some potential conflicts with the airport approach zone. And it was commented on by Landwatch, and I think only Landwatch, as being not really close to goods and services. So because of the airport issue and the comments, we propose to remove them at this point, but there may be comments about that. I see one right now.
And both are owned by the York School. 75 is also owned by York.
Commissioner Daniels?
So I seem to remember it wasn't, I think, on the slide, but at some point we got in our packet the next steps, and the Airport Land Use Advisory Commission was on the list. So we will know at some point whether or not this is a problem. When you say developer interest for 75, is that similar to what the public commenter from York made, that they're interested in doing teacher housing and teacher housing for other school districts as well, or schools as well? So with that feedback, especially the need for teacher housing for all schools, I would be supportive of keeping this in and not including the IHO methodology, but really just doing what they said they want to do, both in their letter and in public comment. So I don't know how we accomplish that, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have enough specifics on what they want to do for their housing purposes yet.
We could include it with the methodology for a K through 12 school site, just as a standard methodology, and then refine it should we get a proposal subsequent.
I think that would be a good idea, especially they were very clear in what their goals were.
Yeah, and actually, I do believe, now that I'm remembering, I do believe we did include it with original information that we had from them with, I believe, 60. There was a broader proposal, a whole master plan for Site 75, and a portion of it is the housing. So actually, as I just said that, I think if we can get additional detail for what they might be proposing, we could justify including it or use the standard. So we'll revisit that. Okay. And is that for 75? And is there a desire to put back in 74 as well?
Yes, please.
For same purpose. Consensus on that? I'm seeing general nods.
Commissioner Roberts?
I would also support that. I guess for further exploration, my question then comes back to the entitlement and intent, and to make sure that the county's intent is the same as York School's intent, and that we're accomplishing the goals of the housing plan and not just providing a benefit to the property owner. And I guess my question is, if we put it back in, are we saying it has to be low income, or are we saying, oh, what do you want? We're going to give you 80% market rate and 20%, because if that's the case, I feel like that's a different consideration.
We are saying that it will be zoned high density residential, 20 units per acre, and 100% affordable might be allowable by right. Anything that doesn't meet that threshold would have to go through the permitting process and potentially be subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. It sounds like this may be an employer-sponsored housing project, which, I don't know what levels of affordability might be included in that, but my concern is more about whether or not it will pass the airport advisory committee's recommendations, but we can keep it in for now if that's the consensus.
Any other questions from the commission?
I think with that, staff hears it as put these two in, and then we'll move over to the broader, again, these sites are in our general plan designated and Monterey Airport area affordable housing overlay. And we've heard I think a fair amount of discussion and communication. I don't know that we need to give any more introduction to these sites, unless Craig, you've got something you'd like to share about them.
Yeah, so I do actually think it might be useful to talk about the affordable housing overlay district sites if you would like, but this is the Monterey Airport and vicinity affordable housing overlay district site in LU 2.11 of our general plan. Just like Site 32 at the corner of Reservation and Highway 68, there are 3 of them, Mid Valley and Carmel Valley, this site, and that Toro site. So those have a maximum potential of 30 units per acre, whether we include them in our housing element or not. And then there's developer interest on these sites. So you heard from the developer of this site, we do have written documentation that there is an interest in developing sites 2, 3, and 4. We don't have written interest in sites 61 and 62 through 68. So we were proposing to remove a cluster within that shade hatched area that is mostly actually current single-family dwellings that are unlikely to be housing development in the 8-year cycle. We did hear comments about 68 being the same, single-family residential, unlikely to be housing development in the next 8-year cycle. So, you know, if we want to remove that, we can. And then we also heard comments about how Site 1 being potentially impacted by some highway improvement projects, which we'll have to go back and look at.
Commissioner Daniels?
Is Site 1 one of the publicly owned sites? Is that county owned?
I don't think so. Let me look. I'll have to get it back.
Okay, not a problem. So I have some thoughts on these, and so what I guess as I make these comments, it'd be really important to hear from you whether or not if we were to move forward and remove any of these sites, where we would be with the affirmatively furthering fair housing. Like, where do you think we would fall if we were to remove sites 2, 3, and 4? Site 68 just seems unreasonable in the sense of, unless you heard from that property owner that they were going to be amenable to selling their home and redeveloping at this highly dense rate, then I don't see that happening in the next 8 years. So it just doesn't seem like a realistic inclusion in this package. But 2, 3, and 4, it's one thing to have developer interest, and even the developer recognized that this is going to be an ecological hill to climb. I don't remember exactly what he said, but there were environmental challenges that he cited on the site. And we got a letter that was, it's an impactful letter in my mind from the Big Sur Land Trust. And we've heard from Ocean, the Ohlone, Costanoan, and Esselen Nation about the significance of this site. But some of the things in the letter that I put down in my notes, this is one of the last remaining undeveloped marine terraces in Monterey, a unique geologic formation caused by tectonic land lift and changing ocean levels over time that results in a beautifully scenic and stepped appearance. The Big Sur Land Trust spoke about MoMA mounds and vernal ponds and rare fairy shrimp and tiger salamander, as well as the pine forest and many other plant species that were uncommon. And, you know, I've worked with the Big Sur Land Trust for a number of years. I've not seen them come out like this against potential affordable housing projects, right? Like, they are very supportive of equity and justice and proactively trying to further things like fair housing. So when I read this letter, I take it very seriously, and I think that whatever, there were going to be challenges in this site no matter what, in these sites. But I also spoke about this in the last one. I don't believe these sites should be in there because just, you know, the wildlife corridor alone. I mean, when we start to remove these, someone did speak on behalf of the animals, and I don't know other properties like these 3. And so I'm supportive of removing them. What I'd love to hear back is, where do we fall in the affirmatively furthering fair housing if these three are removed? We talked about putting 74 and 75, or I think the two York School properties back. Someone mentioned, and I had no idea they weren't included, the Carmel Middle School properties that are right adjacent to the middle school. I thought for sure those were in. And so there's other opportunities in District 5. There's, I know it's hard at this point in the process to start adding properties because I know that's going to add to the timeline, and I'm very cognizant of that we want to, as efficiently and expeditiously as possible, get this done. But I really want to hear what our options are for removing 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously the Planning Commission, we take direction from you, so we can zoom out a little bit and talk about affirmatively furthering fair housing, but we do have to provide housing opportunities in high resource areas. And the York School site would be one of them. This is one of them. Carmel Valley is one of them. We have 2 other sites near the roundabout at Aguajito and Highway 1. Those are also high resource areas. We've gone through a number of other sites in North County that are not high resource areas where there's also potential housing development. So the more you eliminate from these sites, the more it starts to get imbalanced, but we still have sites, and we would have to go back and do further analysis when we get through this process. So it's not answers we have today in terms of what we think state HCD will accept and what our mandates are. But I think we agree with you on Site 68. My opinions here are, I do think that there's probably a need to do some level of balancing of, the habitat considerations once we have more specific information about what those are with development proposals, and that would mean potentially reducing or eliminating these as reducing the capacity or eliminating them as opportunity sites if that's the direction of the committee. I think that these make more sense than York Road, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion, because these are designated as affordable housing overlay sites, which are in our general plan top priority for development. And I've been out to these sites. I have spoken with the communities, one of which in particular said haven't been, but these have potential access to some infrastructure and are fairly large sites. I think we'll see in numbers that they do affect the bottom line, but we'll have to look and see. So really, I think we could bracket these and come back to them, or if it's the direction to remove them and see what happens, we can do that and make it up in other ways. Some of them may be, coming back to sites 13, sites 5. Those are not in high resource areas. Site 44 in Mid-Valley, we'll have to just kind of see what happens and look into that.
If I could just comment 2 things on these. So during one of the breaks, I did just change the numbers to see what would happen under our option 1 and option 2 distribution scenarios when eliminating sites 1, 2, 3, and 4. So just so you know, based on now, you've only added sites back in. You've not removed any additional ones. So just from a blanket number, when you pulled these sites out, for option 1, which includes the kind of a more conservative, how typically development has happened assumptions, that did not put us, it dropped us low, but didn't put us below a requisite buffer. The impact was really dramatic in the other option, where we had everything weighted and distributed based on our RHNA allocation, that the loss of the site, again, we also excluded 13, but it dropped not only 2, but dropped us below a requisite buffer and and would put us immediately in a no net loss situation. So in terms of affirmatively furthering fair housing, we can absolutely look generally. I think there are options. I think ultimately some of those things we're going to just need to go back and look at how it all pans out and the analysis that we put forward with it. So we're mindful of that, but I just want to remind that we will still have to go through and do kind of relooking and analysis before we finalize and submit.
I think, yeah.
I was just going to say, I think they should be bracketed and brought back as part of a conversation with either with us or the Board of Supervisors, being in the direction we provide.
Yeah, we can do that. So is there consensus on Site 68 for now?
We still have Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. I just wanted to also say that I generally am not in favor of any development on Highway 68 for traffic reasons and for all the reasons. And this is a pristine site, a beautiful site. That said, in the idea of having housing that we don't have anywhere else, I'm not positive it should be excluded. It's to me, it provides a benefit that we just haven't been able to provide anywhere else on Highway 68. And traffic, as everyone knows, is just horrific on Highway 68. And so if there's an opportunity to reduce some of that and move people closer to where they work, so I also, for that reason, would like it bracketed and to be able to understand the benefits and costs of this site a little bit more in detail before I can personally make a decision one way or the other.
Commissioner Monsalvo.
Sorry. Oh, my apologies.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to move us along. So if you have more questions on these sites, then happy to.
Thank you. I think you said that we would already be removing 62, well, I can't see the numbers anymore, but the hatched areas.
61. So to be honest, 68 was just an oversight by staff. We didn't, anyway, it was just an oversight. So essentially
Should be hatched.
61 through 67 and 69 are what we came forward today as hashed and removing. 68, we did revisit. Yes, it is correct. There's about 7 homes on there. Staff just missed it. So if there's no concerns, we're hearing a general consensus to go ahead and remove all of those 61 through 69 sites. And then bracketing as let's come back to sites 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, thank you. As far as bracketing 1, 2, 3, and 4, in light of the fact that we already bracketed 5, 6, 74, and 75, and I realize, Mr. Spencer, you don't think that 74 and 75 necessarily provide the same opportunity as 1, 2, 3, and 4?
No, I think what we want to do is bracket these and then make sure that when we're changing numbers, we don't get below the numbers we need to get to. So the things we're bracketing so far, sites 5, 13, 1, 2, 3, and 4, we'll come back to. I think if,
what about
having
6?
played with these numbers, if you delete 13 and 1, 2, 3, and 4, you may end up out, having to add something back in, but we'll get there by coming back to it.
Okay, but we already bracketed 5 and 6.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And 74 and 75, or have we added back in 74 and 75?
We added.
So far, those are back in.
So we added back in 74 and 75. We may add in 5 and 6.
We'll come back to them.
We may add in 13.
And now 1, 2, 3, and 4, because those are they're going to be sort of the questionable but maybe pivotal decision-making points when you start looking at numbers.
I'm leaning toward removing 1, 2, 3, and 4. So as you look at our consensus, I don't know, I'm not looking at all the nodding heads, but.
Would you be interested in a thumbs up, down vote on it, or just?
If you don't want to come back, bracket those, we can take a vote now.
I'm fine bracketing, but if we were to vote now, I would be voting to remove them from the list.
And we can do that. And again, my concern, as some of the other commissioners mentioned, is that you may fall beneath the threshold. So, but
Except we've added in enough that I feel like I'd rather see the numbers.
And I think if you delete 1, 2, 3, and 4, we'll have at least 3 or 4 days to figure out what we're going to do, and providing recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, we may be able to accommodate that in the way that the units are counted on individual sites. We may have to add something, but if that's the direction of the Planning Commission, I think it's a possibility if you want to remove sites 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Well, Commissioner Roberts?
Commissioner
I'm sorry,
Daniels. It's all good. You're
late
doing
for me.
amazing. There are others that we're going to get to that I would like to add back. And so I think if we continue, there's going to be more opportunities, even in the 5th District, where we want to see some more in terms of the affirmatively furthering fair housing, that we're going to have other opportunities to add some sites back. So let's perhaps continue, but it is good to know that Commissioner Monsalve and I feel very strongly about this one. And if there are others, if we can, I would like to see these removed. And so if there's others who agree and we're on that page. One question I have is, you mentioned the Airport Land Use Advisory Committee. Wouldn't they have to analyze these sites as well?
They're going to have to analyze the entire plan. So yeah, these sites as well.
But they're not in a flight path like the others?
Right, yeah, looking at the aerial image on the screen here, the approach zones extend horizontally out from the runways more so than, more east-west than north-south in the direction that the runways are running. According, if you look at the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, this is in the influence zone, but not in the approach zone. Sites 2, 3, and 4, and sites 74 and 75 are in the approach zone. And what the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan says is essentially you get 1 unit per acre. But there's possibilities for the board to make exceptions that are fairly significant. So it's not completely out of the question, but there's a little bit of a difference when looking at the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan being adjacent north and south versus within that approach zone, kind of extending out from where the runways are.
Thank you.
So we can keep these as maybes and move on, and with a strong inclination towards no from a couple, and move on and then come back. We will come back to each of those. So if we move down some other sites, so these 2 sites, Site 73 and Site 54, Site 73 is very boldly on the map, shown as it's a faith-based organization. It's owned, and so we did apply the appropriate distribution and assumptions there. Site 54, for those who did ask about Pebble Beach Company property, Site 54 is actually owned by Pebble Beach Company, and I will acknowledge. I did, just while we are talking about these, we did get clarity. I had staff go back and look at fire hazard zones and concerns that came up. I will defer to the commission if you would like to ask that about any individual sites. And if is there any questions or concerns with inclusion of these sites?
Any commissioners?
Seeing none, we will keep these sites and we will move on. Sorry, I'm just making sure my notes keep up with the discussion. We're now moving down into the Carmel area. So this is unincorporated Carmel. Site 60 is owned by Stevenson School. So we did apply the appropriate school ownership distribution on Site 60. And Site 23 is the site of the former Carmel Convalescent Hospital. Site 23 is the site where we have a builder's remedy application. And the way that we have accounted for that site in our housing element, it was in there before that application had come in, and I believe we counted it to align with that proposal that we have. Any concerns leaving these sites in? Great. Moving down. Craig, do you want to talk on
Sure.
some of these?
All right, mouth of Carmel Valley. Did we remove site 43?
Which one?
43?
No, I think 43 just looks awkward because of
It
the
looks hatched, but it
underneath, but it's not the triangular hash.
Yeah, so at the last planning commission meeting, we heard a number of comments about site 46. It's mostly residential properties with existing single-family dwellings in an existing neighborhood, so we're proposing to take that one out. We heard a lot of comments about site 49, and it always has been so site 48 is that strip along Carmel Valley Road. Site 49 in the plan, if you looked at the plan, only included about a similar strip to 48 just on the backside of it, but that property is large and it goes up the hill. It was only meant to be in that open area meadow kind of along Carmel Valley Road in that portion of 49, but we've gotten a lot of comments about the large site 49 and the number of units on that. So we have removed that in both options. Site 24 is a vacant, actually 3 vacant parcels. We have developer interest. It's along Rio Road, just behind the gas station and near the Mission Inn. Site 43 is an underutilized parking lot on the backside of the barnyard along via Nona Maria, I think it is. And then we have several properties along Valverde. I think sites, is it 26 and 27, are part of a builder remedy application.
Sorry.
Yes.
27, 28, 29.
27, okay, 27, 28, and 29, we have a builder remedy application, so we're counting those as, based on the builder remedy application we have. The other sites would be rezoned to high-density residential, 20 units per acre along Valverde. We did talk to the middle school. It was being considered to be part of our housing opportunity sites in an earlier version of this draft. They don't have plans to build housing on that property, and I think we're planning on some kind of expansion of their school and related infrastructure to the school, but not for housing. So we had removed it from that.
Yeah, and to be clear, they do have planning that they're already moving forward, does not include housing. They said if they have housing interest for their employees, it would be other sites that they own elsewhere. The other thing too, they did note that if really we have a significant amount of new development come, the school district is going to need some areas to grow in particular. So
Site 78 in the yellow is Rancho Cañada. That's a pipeline project. September Ranch is a big pink site, a little bit further to the east. Yeah, another pipeline project. Site 50 is a church site. We did hear a comment about that regarding property values in the area, but that would be assigned based on SB4 percentages. As we go into Mid-Valley, we have Site 44. Which is part of the Mid-Valley Housing, Affordable Housing Overlay District. Site 30, which I think is vacant or underutilized commercial space near the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. And then Site 45, just vacant or underutilized just on the other side of the Mid-Valley Shopping Center.
And I did want to add for the site, so site 48 and 49 at the mouth, I did just want to also note 48, that is a site that those are owned, our understanding, by the Mormon Church. And so we did treat it as an allocation as a faith-based organization. That, and I don't want to misspeak, I wanted to double check. So for faith-based, for church locations, if they scored high for TCAC, we included them as 100% affordable. If they did not, we included them with the faith-based distribution of SB4. This one scored very well for TCAC, so we did the affordable housing 100% distribution at Site 44. Sorry, excuse me, Site 48.
Yeah, so the only ones proposed to be removed right now is Site 49 and 46. Otherwise, Carmel Valley and around Carmel remain the same. There was an option that could include removal of Site 44, option 1, but does not have to. That's not shown as being removed in this map right now.
Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Can we start on the other side at 44? I've got that one up on my screen. So in terms of the net unit potential, it says 389 total units, but if it's in the inclusionary housing overlay, would we be developing market rate housing on that site, or would we be utilizing some other methodology?
So this is one of those sites that, even though it's in the because it was in the inclusionary housing overlay that was already identified in our general plan, we included it. And it does score well for TCAC. However, when we were looking at sites to designate as 100% affordable, this one is fairly large acreage, and also we really use the assumption that it would just develop as a private development with, depending on which allocation you take, using that allocation for it. And it did, this was one, and again, our realistic capacity. We did hear some resource concerns and considerations. Obviously, a portion of this is down by the river, so it does take into account as well it's not 100% development. I don't want to misspeak, but also, where's the acreage? I'm missing it here, but I believe also that the acreage on this is fairly large, which is a concern for sites that we include as 100% affordable. The state wouldn't necessarily support that.
Okay. If we go down the valley, or the mouth of the valley. So let's just stop at 50 because there was that public comment. And this is a faith-based site, just to reiterate. And even if we weren't to, please correct me if I'm wrong, include this church could still utilize SB4 and build on their property. So I just want to comment to the commenter who was concerned about his property values. They have a right to build on this. Just a comment. Okay. And then moving toward the mouth of the valley further.
One thing that is accurate and correct, the one thing that does change for any site is if the underlying zoning is lower, allows for lower density, then their allowance to develop under the existing zoning would be lower even through the SB4 as opposed to with the higher density. So that is just for folks to understand, that is one of the differences in terms of sites that could develop regardless. It's the zoning change could be what would allow that regardless development at potentially a higher number of units.
Got it. Okay. That's clarifying. Okay, moving up the valley. I mean, down, I don't know which the direction is. Toward the mouth of the valley, please. Okay, we see. Okay. So with Site 48, so this, what folks read in the original plan is not now what you are talking about, because you're talking about it being owned by the Mormon Church and giving it the SB4 allocation. Is that correct?
Because the site has a very high TCAC amenities score, we actually allocated it as affordable housing, 100%. Again, it doesn't guarantee it would develop that way, but that's how we've treated it and in our assumptions.
So if I could just understand better what that means. In the housing element, it would give a developer the opportunity to do 100% affordable housing, and it would facilitate that, whereas if a developer wanted to do market rate or, you know, something else, they would just go through the normal channels that they would have to go through? Or does this do anything that facilitates any other type of growth?
Yeah, again, it zones the property high density residential, 20 units per acre. What happens there, we don't know. But if we have a policy and program that said by right 100% affordable, this is owned by a church, they have a competitive, score for state and federal tax credit dollars that help provide for affordable housing. We have the ability to say this is potentially an affordable housing site, and for those reasons I just mentioned. If it develops at a different percentage or at a lower density, then you have to then make sure that you have the remaining sites to accommodate the rest of your arena. So it would go through a normal process in the sense that if we have a by right development for 100% affordable, and they're not 100% affordable, they go through a normal subdivision process. They would have to go through it absent the 100% affordable by right development.
And just to be clear then, is that something they could do right now?
It is, but I don't know what the zoning on this property is right now.
Well, then if that's the case, I'd love to just bracket this one piece that goes along Carmel Valley Road. I don't have any other questions about any of the other sites. Oh, I do want to say, okay, one other thing. There was a public commenter who talked about Prims and the opportunity there. If you look at site 25, that along to the left of 25, 26, 27, and 28 are commercial businesses. And every other one, I believe, has a for lease sign in front of it because the office spaces are underutilized. And so if you do that research, I know, like I said before, it's hard to add sites at this point in time because it will delay the process. But if all of these businesses, so all of those are underutilized office spaces, if you look at SB6 and we could rezone from Prims on down, you would have the opportunity to perhaps get some residential with commercial in those locations. And so, again, I don't know if we have the capacity to add sites, but that would be an area where just driving down the road and looking at the for lease signs, you'd know that they're underutilized commercial spaces.
So just a couple of thoughts, because we did really talk extensively on these. So one, the SB6 applies to these sites, whether or not they're included. We also do have a program that looks at allowing higher residential currently in our commercial zones. One of the reasons why we were very hesitant, there really is a high threshold or a higher threshold that you need to provide in terms of evidence to state HCD to include a non-vacant site. The sites that we did include that were non-vacant were typically had either one single, home on it that could be a part of the redevelopment or parking lots. So it's not impossible, but it does create some challenges for including and relying on them in the housing element sites opportunity. Also, and again, this is just the tipping point, we still have to maintain, I believe it's not more than 50% of our lower income units can be accounted for and planned for on non-vacant sites. So we can look at it as opportunities to add if we want, but I would bracket that with those sites in particular might cross a threshold that's really difficult to add and make the case for and or push us over that vacant, non-vacant.
That makes sense. I think that, there's the bureaucracy of it all, but then we also do think that the conversion of some of those to either mixed use or, commercial space that's not being used to a residential use is a good idea. And we have a program in Chapter 8 that would update our zoning code to make it easier for that situation to occur in the commercial zoning designations. That's a program, not a housing opportunity site in this case, but I do think it is part of the housing solution.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to recall, you said 27, 28, and 29 were already in the pipeline?
27, 28, and 29 have builder remedy application.
So they are what they are. They're not really debatable.
A little bit. There hasn't been a decision made, but builder remedy has certain criteria that comes with it.
Any other commissioners?
So given that, is there, I think, a staff?
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if we're moving on now to South County opportunities.
Yeah, I think I just want to, before we move on, make sure I'm clear. I didn't hear any concerns with in and out decisions that we've made. What I did hear from Commissioner Daniels, and I heard no dissent to that, is to put a maybe by 48. And that we could revisit that. I also did hear possibility of thinking about those additional commercial sites, which we'll just note. So as long as nobody's going to jump out of their seat and say you got it wrong, we're going to now move over to Salinas Valley. And I did want to remind folks, we are not ignoring Salinas Valley in our housing element. I think it's really important. One, in terms of truly in the unincorporated areas, affirmatively furthering fair housing, is to move it over to where we have our high resources. Also, we know the cities themselves, a number of the cities have very large annexation projects in development. And so in the valley, there actually is, from the cities in the Salinas Valley, a fair amount of development anticipated going forward. So we did not completely ignore it. And there's a lot of farmland, and that is really, truly a state priority to protect prime farmland. So those were some of the operative reasons why we downsized our approach in Salinas Valley to kind of meet all those needs. We were not just outright ignoring.
And I think the further south you get, the less there is infrastructure to support high-density residential housing, other than maybe a lot of good wine. So Chular, this isn't quite South County yet, but it is getting south of Salinas. It is in a community plan area in our general plan, top priority for growth. They have some sewer limitations right now that we need to provide some programs around. There were some infill sites we identified, sites 35 and 36 had some developer interest at one point, but because of the sewer capacity limitations, that hasn't moved forward. Sites 33 and 34 we have elected to remove, not because we've had, we haven't had developer interest, but we also haven't had any controversy around those. It's just that the Chular community planning process is just beginning, and we want to sort of avoid having housing opportunity sites that might be right in the center of where that community might grow. So strategically, we want to make sure that we're involving that community directly through the community planning process before we designate those sites. And that was a staff level recommendation to remove 33 and 34. Any comments or objections to that?
It kind of relates to furthering fair housing and what it means, because I was looking through the data for Castroville, right? I was just going back to that. And it appears to me that most of the housing identified in Castroville is affordable housing. Does that seem correct?
I don't know. I don't think so. Some of it, but not all of it.
Most of it, right? I didn't say all of it.
Chispa project is an affordable housing project. The rest of it, I think, is differing.
I think to be clear, again, how we allocate to our RENA planning numbers, assumption of 100% affordable is very different from how they may develop. And I don't know that we allocated many sites. We really, truly tried to minimize our assumptions of 100% affordable in our lower resource communities. I can double check for our assumptions if you'd like.
That'd be helpful, yeah. Sure. That's, I think we need it everywhere, but it is something we should look at in terms of whether or not we're providing too much density in some neighborhoods and none in others. So you got to balance that out.
I think one thing I would like to note about the Castroville area, just one thing I will note, again, we're going through the community planning process. Many of the sites that are designated currently are actually already designated as mixed use, which could allow up to 30%. So what's being proposed for most of the sites in Castroville doesn't truly change the underlying zoning. It's us including them. There are a couple of sites that it would change, but we were mindful in Castroville to try to minimize that as well, again, because we are doing an update to the community plan. And we have heard from that community directly, and we've done a lot of outreach directly in that community, that they want to see more opportunities for the existing community to kind of upsize smaller, tighter single-family residences, not become the location of nothing but apartments. So we definitely are mindful to that with Castroville, and have heard that very much directly from the community.
So, yeah, it'd just be helpful to have that information, right?
So we did for our, I am looking for our sites that we count in terms of our unit count assumptions. I was wrong and I apologize. I missed it. Most of the sites in Castroville, actually, we assumed a unit count towards RENA with a higher level of affordability. Some of that is not just assuming it's deed restricted. I think some of that also came from it. The cost in Castroville, even at a market rate, is lower than the cost in the higher resources areas of the county. So that was, again, an accounting, but it doesn't suggest that that's the way that those sites would actually develop.
To Castroville. There's two sites 33 and 34.
This is, Chular.
Commissioner Monsalve, you had
I had my hand up, yes, because I was going to ask if it were possible to bracket 33 and 34, since there was no opposition to including them on the list. That way, if we needed to bring balance to removing other opportunity sites.
No.
I think the one, we can absolutely bracket them, and then depending on which sites, I would note Chular sites absolutely would not replace or wouldn't be a good replacement for any of the sites in our high resource areas that we're recommending dropping off because of the resource disparities between the communities. So we will happily bracket 33 and 34. We can come back and visit unless other commission members have strong opinions otherwise.
Yeah, I do. Sorry.
Commissioner Daniels?
I just think that if I can't see it and I don't have them in front of me, but this was farmland, was it not? Active farmland.
I'm not sure if it's still being farmed. It's not zoned farmland.
Okay.
My understanding.
Find it on my papers, but I had identified it as perhaps a sprawl site, but I might be.
Yeah, definitely, if it's zoned farmland, I would not ask that it be bracket.
It is farmland, actually. Well, it's actively farmed.
In light of that, I will withdraw my request.
Okay, I heard no, let's go ahead and keep 33 and 34 out, and a nod from Commissioner Monsalve that she's okay going that direction with the commissioners. So we will keep 33 and 34 out at the center iteration.
We're almost done.
Yeah, we are almost done. So heading south, I'd like to remind in an earlier version, we did, and it has been a year, it was June 1st of last year that we released our first sites inventory, so almost exactly that year. We did have some more sites, particularly outside of the city of Greenfield, and those were subsequently removed. So we really have downsized what we include in general in the Salinas Valley. Sorry, I'm going at this too slow.
Yeah, just to clarify, we certain unincorporated areas around the city, we have memorandums of understanding with the cities. And anytime we're putting development on the boundaries or within their sphere of influence, we have this kind of agreement to work together on some things. And most of the cities, because they have their own RENA allocations, because they're going through their own LAFCO processes and providing their own housing, did not want housing opportunity sites in the unincorporated areas right on their boundaries.
So that's why there's a large gap from Chular down to King City, where we have our next sites. And so this large site at King City, Pine Canyon, site number 82, that's a pipeline project.
Morris-Sully subdivision, yeah.
Thank you, Morris-Sully subdivision. And then site 59 is the opportunity site that's included there. You have more information about that.
Site 59? No. There's a Pine Canyon area outside King City.
Mm-hmm. Any concerns with leaving site 59? Hearing no objections, we will leave site 59 in. Which takes us to our next southern, which is the rural center as designated in the county's general plan of San Lucas. These were some sites just to sort of describe a little bit of the evolution in Salinas Valley and some of the sites we selected. So last year when our first draft went out, and kind of through that process, we got some direct outreach from property owners in San Lucas, expressing interest and really inquiring about the housing element process, and then also some potential interest from the school district there. And so we looked at and evaluated and added some sites in the community of San Lucas. We also do very much recognize community of San Lucas developments, even for planned development that's been in the wait. There's a Chispa project that's been waiting for a long time, is in need of a long-term replacement of its water supply. And that's been going on for decades. And so we call out specific programs to very specifically help continue and promote getting a solution working with the state for the water supply for this community. So it's actually staff's hope that inclusion and identifying this not just as a rural center for us, but also as meeting some of our South County housing needs that might also actually help leverage and keep more focus on the state to continue working with that community and come to a solution, and they've been active. So these sites, 41 and 40, 40 and 41, I believe, are privately owned. 42, which is this cluster, are owned by the San Lucas School District.
And the San Lucas School District is interested in building housing mostly for teachers. Because it's such a small community, they have trouble keeping teachers in close proximity as well.
Yeah, and we did update our assumptions. It's a very small site, so actually our assumptions are kind of moot. It's only 3. They're very small sites, so it's only 3 housing units. None of the sites in Chular, or excuse me, in San Lucas, site 40 would be maximum 14, I think is how we account it. 5 on site 41, and then 42 is just 3 units. Any concerns or questions about inclusion of these sites? Great.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this especially because this is the young lady who was speaking to us earlier about the need for farm worker housing that is not H2A or H1B, one of those. This is the kind of opportunity that we need to have in South County for those workers, and so I'm very pleased to see these included. And the Chispa project is still going forward in San Lucas?
What's going forward is an attempt to get a drinkable water supply for the community, which will then allow the Chispa project to move forward.
Didn't we sue somebody to get that paid for?
I'm going to ask county council to answer that question.
I would say.
No comment.
And for those who haven't followed it, the county did have an agreement for many, many years to work with the San Lucas Water District on their behalf to secure state funding to move the planning process forward. We've had a number of hiccups. The state itself actually has now come in and is providing technical assistance to move that forward. And the county has included funding requests through, and we've had opportunity for congressional earmarked fund requests. We have also included and requested funding to help facilitate. I don't recall if we've received it, but we do put that on the radar and ask for funding. So we are actively trying to help address, and there are wastewater concerns issues here as well. So all of that is a part of our programs to really look at and help put some investment into these communities that have not been as consistently invested in.
I think it really highlights the affirmatively furthering fair housing issue and the disparity between communities like San Lucas, Chular, and the peninsula as just being one of those reasons for that state law the way it is. But I think that's the end of our tour of housing opportunity sites. I don't think I've heard any objections to the San Lucas sites. We did bracket sites 5 and 6, 13, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 48, some commercial sites at the mouth of Carmel Valley, and 33 and 34. It sounded like there was consensus for everything else, and maybe it'd be a good moment to take a 5-minute break and come back and address those bracketed items. Break is for me, if everyone's okay with it.
So we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break and then return at about 4:23. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume the meeting. And for the record, again, Martha Deal, Commissioner Deal, Commissioner Mendoza, and Commissioner Shaw are absent, and Mr. Getzelman, Commissioner Getzelman will join us soon. Anyways, we're starting.
I still have 6, so I think that's a quorum. So I think what we want to do is now try and come to some consensus on what the recommendation is. We have consensus on all but a couple of bracketed sites. We can go back through those sites. They were sites 5 and 6 near Bolsa Knolls, north of the city of Monterey. Site 13, the Blanco Triangle, large property owned by UC outside of Marina. Sites 1, 2, 3, and 4, the Tarpey Flats or Monterey Airport, affordable housing overlay sites. Site 48, that strip along Carmel Valley Road, near the mouth of the valley. The commercial sites that are not vacant, near Prems and along that commercial boundary, and sites 33 and 34, which were Chular. No, those were, I have them on my notes, but we were agreed, yes. We were all in agreement on those. So if we can get some consensus on those sites, then we'll have some clear direction to provide to the board on the sites inventory, and then seek any other direction the Planning Commission may have on the draft housing element and its amendments moving forward.
And I guess if we were to leave all those out, we probably would not meet the RHNA threshold.
If you were to remove all of them, probably not, but we can look. We have an Excel sheet essentially. Do you want to bring those up? I think if we zeroed them all out and see what happened, we can all follow along. But
yeah, some sites were added. Right, we removed more than we added, but we added at least one site.
You added back 74 and 75, the York School sites.
So is it better to go one item at a time, or one commissioner at a time, or what's the?
Mr. Chair, if I can make a recommendation, I personally don't know that I could make a definitive decision on any of those sites today. I know some may be able to. I would almost like to highlight those for the board to say, here's what we really wrestled with, and here were the issues that we came up with, and what do you guys think? And that would be my personal preference, because I think we've done a pretty exhaustive conversation about it. Here's what we agree on, and here's what we aren't sure about.
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Monsalve?
There's more.
I was going to go a different route and suggest that we take all of those out that we want to take out and see where our numbers stand, and then prioritize all of them as far as what we add back in as we need the numbers.
Commissioner Gomez?
I don't think there's an agreement to take them on. I think there's an agreement that we should continue to look at them, but I don't think there's a consensus that we should remove them. At least I didn't get that impression, at least.
Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Gomez. I think and going along the lines of Commissioner Roberts, we should combine those two ideas and just kind of go along that direction. And because I'm not sure that we should limit the board in some of its thinking, and by recommending, as Commissioner Roberts suggested, that we're concerned about these areas, but we have not made up our minds about them. It is a political consideration, I think, in some regard to specific areas that we're talking about, and they are the ones who are supposed to make the political decisions about these.
So with that, even though...
One more.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Daniels?
I want to make sure we do, though, since we do make the sausage most of the time here at the Planning Commission, look at the programs and make a recommendation on programs for the Board of Supervisors, because I don't think that's a level they usually get into, that we want to really give them the ideas and suggestions as well that we have, and that would be on your program slide.
So if I'm getting nods, we won't look at the sites again. We'll hold those as main Bs, and we can and kind of articulate when we go to the board what the concerns were. And I will, if I can, or actually I can just do it. I love Zoom for that purpose. I will pull up the program slide. Just give me one quick second. And even though we are looking at, these were sort of thoughts for additional programs that we could support that might encourage more of the affordability that we are hoping for. I would say any comments you have as well. There are many programs and policies laid out in the housing element draft document as well that should you have input, we would love to take that forward to the board for consideration.
Commissioner Daniels?
I would like to add to this list that you'll take a look at SB 6, and the companion bill in the Assembly was AB 2011, and just look to see if there's any program to be developed around that. I hadn't thought of it before, but that Prunedale site just really triggered that might be a pathway that HCD looks at and sees that we're taking this seriously. And then I would like to see a program that is addressing our short-term rental ordinance that we seem to be closer than we've ever been to finalizing, that just recognizes that we are on the cusp of potentially adding more units versus taking them away due to short-term rentals in 5th District in particular. And I really like all of the programs that you're recommending here on this page.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to especially thank staff for these recommendations, which go along with what was concerning to me, in that we offer some sort of incentive packages to move the projects along, and I really appreciate these housing program suggestions. So I second Commissioner Daniel's suggestion that these be included, and certainly include the suggestions that she made. But a question for you: do you need any kind of a vote from us on the two options that you put before us at some of the opening slides? You know, there's option 1 and option 2. Do you need any input from us on a decision on those two options? Remember
I would say it would be helpful, but not required. So those are really just different ways of assigning capacity by income category. And
okay,
well, you have a preference there. You know.
Yeah, I do have a preference. So I'll just give it to you. I prefer option 2. So there's my vote.
I concur. Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to add, I just want to make sure that the recommendation that Commissioner Daniels is suggesting is that it's a consideration, not necessarily a policy, because we have to look at it, right?
Commissioner Daniels?
I want to just, if the consensus is option 2, let's say go with option 2, just because you guys did an amazing job, but the level of confusion just incoming, it's really hard to digest all of this. And so if we get to the board and it's as simple as possible, less options, this is what was recommended by the Planning Commission, unless you think that's going to hinder you in any way, I think we should just identify one of the options and let you move forward with that.
Any other commissioner? Just myself, I mean, I could go with either option, but I can go with option 2. My only concern, again, is that with the changing addition, deletion of certain pieces, will that not fly with one of the recommendations? And so, anyways, that was just my concern. But I can go with option 2. And my only other question was mentioned, I was going to ask about the Ohlone, but Costanoan, but that was answered. In terms of the gentleman that spoke about local hire, and I'm not sure how that fits, if it fits at all into the process, or maybe when we come back around or something. Anyways, those were my only comments. Other than that, if the Commissioner Daniels?
I was, just to follow up with that, since I did sense there was some, I want to make sure this is easy as possible for staff when they go to the board. So option 1 or option 2, I guess what I'm trying to say is pick one before you go, because that was a really hard thing to wrap my head around. As long as we're reducing the RHNA, as was, asked, that we're bringing it down into a level that's more consistent with the allocation we were given, which I think both option 1 and option 2 did, then I guess my recommendation is just to please go to the board with one chart, not 2 charts, if that's okay with my colleagues. And then in regards to the local hire conversation, the gentleman who did speak did reference several jurisdictions that had this included, so it would be worth it, I think, to look into that before this goes to the Board of Supervisors. And both AB 2011 and, well, not local hire, I think it was all for everything that he said from the Carpenters Union is part of both AB 2011 and SB 6. So, but it would be interesting to at least go to the board with that information, because he did cite jurisdictions that have those programs in place.
And staff does have, I just haven't had the chance to follow up. A representative from the Carpenters Union has reached out. They are reaching out to jurisdictions, so we can get examples of that and more clarity of what it is. So we can do that between now and then.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I believe you have the direction. Any other comments from staff?
I'm hesitant to ask, but on the vacation rental piece, is that by reducing vacation rentals, there are more housing options? Or there was an idea of a vacancy tax as well. I don't know if that's on the table or not.
What I'm looking to do is demonstrate to the state that our plan is viable. And so I think it's a program just to demonstrate that we are working toward creating more housing options versus putting a number on it. Okay. That's helpful. Okay. And if my colleagues agree.
Is the direction clear, I guess, is a question.
Well, perhaps I can repeat it. Let's see. So Commission wants to highlight for the board sites 5 and 6, 13, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 48, and some potential for commercial space at the mouth of the valley. That they're supportive of the programs on the slide here. Want us to look into a local hire option. Would like us to bring forward a single method of allocating units so as to avoid confusion. And am I missing something?
Nope.
Okay. I think we're suggesting the RHNA method, not the inclusionary method. That's I think that's the difference. We're specific, the RHNA method, not the inclusionary method, I think. Yeah.
If I may, just for clarification, so I've really gone through. We can carry forward the preference for the RHNA method from the board, or excuse me, from the commission. I think, and we'll be very mindful of how we present it. I think I would like to, just given what I've heard for the sites and wanting to run scenarios and analyses from what we've heard for maybe further reducing sites going forward, I would just acknowledge that depending on that actually wouldn't can also help inform the conversation. So what I heard is present one, commission recommends the RENA, but staff is still going to kind of consider both because it really does affect that sensitivity analysis and our exposure to no net loss during the planning period, depending on which approach and what decisions they make regarding final sites decision.
This is somewhat of a blanket statement that might not be completely accurate, but I don't get the impression that this commission is looking for a total number in the sites inventory over, say, 5,000. I think we're really looking at, like, we've been identified 3,326. We're looking at 4,200, 4,300, really bringing it down with a reasonable buffer. And so whichever you choose, one or two or a mix of, I think that we've been pretty clear that we don't want to see IHO be the methodology that produces a huge buffer, in particular for market rate housing. And I think we've done some great work, and you've done an amazing job showing sites that could be where housing could be developed that doesn't rely on the inclusionary housing ordinance. So I think we did it. We did a great job getting down to like the 5,000 range. I don't have the exact number, but I just think that's sort of the threshold that this group wants to see.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
I had two other things to see if the commission had some direction on. One is there has been discussion of an executive summary and a package of incentives that are clearer and more understandable.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the next steps, we will go to the board. We'll get some direction from them as well. But then we will revise the housing element. It's looking potentially like it's going to be something along the lines we discussed today with some questionable sites in or out. And then, the timeline is affected by what happens after the document's revised. Does it come back to the Planning Commission?
Can you bring that slide back up, the very first slide, or the slide that had the timeline on it?
Yeah.
So I think the question is does this commission feel strongly that you want that draft to come back through a workshop or a hearing, or are you comfortable if it goes directly to state HCD, or are you comfortable to deferring to the pleasure of the board for that? I think if you have an opinion one way or another, consensus, that would help.
I have an opinion. No, we don't need to. I think we've discussed it. In my opinion, we've just discussed it adequately, and there will be an additional review process. So, in my opinion, no, it does not need to come back to the Planning Commission.
Commissioner Roberts.
I would also agree with that, unless the board says they would like us to see it again, because it does sound like we will have one more opportunity to look at it and receive feedback after the board and state have that opportunity as well.
Commissioner Daniels?
It does say return to board and or planning commission after the state, right? Or no?
That was just describing in the overall process. If we go directly to the state submittal, we've got a 3 to 4 week turnaround, then public availability, then we'd submit. Otherwise, after that public availability, if either the Planning Commission, the board, or both wanted to see it again, we would add some time before that submittal. So that was just to illustrate that that's about how much time it would add, depending. Okay.
Okay, done with that. So I think you have enough direction. And with that,
I have a question.
With that, we will have one more question. Okay.
I've just had so much fun today, I don't want to go home.
Go ahead, Commissioner Monsalve.
Kind of beside the point, but I'm just wondering if opportunity sites go into the housing element and are not developed, and will we know, are they somehow identified as whatever they were rezoned for and not developed before we leave them in a second, in the seventh housing, the seventh cycle housing element? Will we have an opportunity? Will they be identified, and can we take them out so that they don't become one of those automatic by right?
Yeah, well, if you were to leave sites in 2 cycles that go undeveloped, in the 8th now, potentially, but unless they were included in the 5th cycle, which a couple of Castroville sites were, some of them were actually removed that were in the 5th element, 5th cycle housing element. But in the 8th cycle, if they haven't developed in the last 2 cycles, you would have to make the development by right in order to keep them in your housing opportunity sites inventory. And the Planning Commission will get to weigh in on that if and when we get there. But, you know, we do have to rezone the property when it goes into our plan now. So it doesn't get unzoned unless an ordinance is processed to change that zoning later.
Okay. With that, oh, I'm losing my voice. With that, I guess we will go in that direction as you summarized it. And are there any department reports?
I'd like to say.
Hearing none?
Craig wants to make you stay longer.
No. I mean, just that we'll have a workshop at the board on the 11th on this topic.
And with that,
Wait, Mr. Chair. I just saw a headline during our break about the Riverview community. If you can give us an update on that.
I knew there was something I was missing, but I didn't want to continue. Okay. Riverview item did get approved, and it is the 27 lot subdivision. There was a change in the mix of affordability. The applicant had proposed 4 moderate income units on 4 of the 27 sites. They, at the hearing, agreed to do 2 duplexes to provide 4 low income units on 2 of those sites, and then 2 moderate. So still the same number of parcels for affordability, but a higher number of affordable units.